to the 2020 Harkin International Disability Employment Summit.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Harkin International Disability Employment Summit. I'm Joseph Jones, Executive Director of the Harkin Institute for Public Policy and Citizen Engagement at Drake University. And I'm thrilled to welcome you to this, our 5th Harkin Summit. Before we go any further, I have a few housekeeping items. This event does have card captions, which you can access by clicking the CC button in the bottom right-hand corner of the video. There will also be American Sign Language interpreters throughout. While you're poking around the website, you'll want to be sure to check out our sponsors page, where you can learn more about the generous organizations that have made this Harkin Summit possible. They are the Ford Foundation, Anthem, Hy-Vee, RWJF Special Contributions Fund of the Princeton Area Community Foundation, Microsoft, the Kessler Foundation, Keystone Human Services International, and JP Morgan Chase. We're grateful to these entities for their ongoing support of the Harkin Summit and their commitment to inclusion and disability employment. We hope you will also use the website to communicate and network with each other, which has been such an important part of what the summit has offered in the past. And we encourage you to review some reports and publications we've shared. We're proud to publish 2 reports in coordination with this year's summit. The first, a collection of innovative disability employment practices from around the world solicited from past summit participants. And the second, a white paper on the role the investor community can play in improving employment outcomes for individuals with disabilities. This year, the Harkin Institute is thrilled to partner with the Valuable 500 and their all-star team of disability inclusion advocates. We will hear more from their founder and leader, Caroline Casey, very shortly. Now, I don't think any of us will ever again take for granted the joys of being able to meet in person, but there are benefits to hosting events like this from afar. I'm joining you today from the Harkin Institute's new building, the Tom and Ruth Harkin Center at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm excited to welcome you as some of our first virtual guests to our new space. This building represents many things: the generosity of the Institute's supporters, the legacy of Senator Tom Harkin, who is our founder and the principal author of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which celebrated its 30th anniversary this year on July 26th, and the commitment of those who helped to design and build a state-of-the-art accessible space. Throughout today, you'll get a sneak peek at some of the special spots throughout our building. For the staff and supporters of the Harkin Institute, this space represents so much more than the building where we'll come to work every day. This building illustrates how we can rethink physical space in an intentional way that goes beyond the bare minimum of what's required of us and instead provides an environment that is welcoming and inclusive of everyone, where all of us are able to work and thrive together. This pandemic has been so devastating to so many people, but it has also positioned us for a meaningful reset through which we can truly realize the value of inclusion. So, as you're listening and engaging today, I want to challenge you to think of ways that you can reset, reconsider, and realize the value of inclusion in your physical space, in your interactions with others, and in how you conduct business. Now, to help us kick off today's festivities, it's my great honor to introduce the visionary behind the Harkin International Disability Employment Summit, Senator Tom Harkin. As many of you know, Senator Harkin served in the U.S. Congress for 40 years representing the state of Iowa, first in the House of Representatives and then in the U.S. Senate. He was instrumental in passing the Americans with Disabilities Act. He's been a fierce advocate for people with disabilities throughout his life and his career. And in addition to the ADA, Senator Harkin helped to pass the Television Decoder Circuitry Act, which is one of his favorites, the National Deafness and Other Communications Disorders Act, the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act amendments of 1991, and the ADA amendments of 2008, along with the Workforce Innovation Opportunities Act. Since retiring from the Senate, Senator Harkin has stayed busy establishing the Harkin Institute for Public Policy and Citizen Engagement in order to pursue research projects in areas of interest during his career, as well as to host events that increase citizen engagement. Creating the Harkin Summit and helping to produce meaningful opportunities for competitive integrated employment for people with disabilities were among Senator Harkin's top priorities upon his retirement from Congress. Please join me in welcoming Senator Tom Harkin.
Greetings to all my friends and colleagues here in the United States and around the world who believe in disability inclusion. Thank you for your commitment to expanding opportunities for people with disabilities in the labor market. And thank you for being a part of the growing global movement for disability rights, justice, and full inclusion. I'm former United States Senator Tom Harkin, and it's my honor to welcome you to the 5th annual and the first virtual Harkin International Disability Employment Summit. Ever since the first Harkin Summit in 2016 in Washington, D.C., I have looked forward to the relationship building, the exchange of ideas, the strategy discussions, and inspired advocacy that has come to characterize this annual event. This year, due to the global coronavirus pandemic, we are hosting our first virtual Harkin Summit, which means that we can include all of you who are tuning in from your homes. I'm delighted to report that we have over 600 registered attendees from more than 40 countries for today's event. This is easily more than twice as big as any of our previous summits. I'm also delighted that more than 75% of our registrants are first-time attendees, and I welcome all of you. This year, the Harkin Summit family is bigger than ever, and as the world recovers from COVID-19, I'm hoping that this bigger audience translates into bigger impact, broader ideas, and accelerated progress across the globe towards more employment of persons with disabilities in competitive, integrated employment. 5 years ago, when I discussed my idea for these summits with friends in the disability community, my goal was to bring together leaders from business and other sectors to galvanize a larger global movement committed to doubling the labor force participation of people with disabilities across the world in 10 years. The Harkin Institute at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, planned this year's summit, and I am grateful for the leadership of Joseph Jones and Amy Bentley and Emily Shetler in shaping today's event. I also want to thank Andy Imperato from Disability Rights California, Charlotte McLean Nalapo from the World Bank, Micah Bevington from Humanity and Inclusion, Dorothy Garcia from the Association of University Centers on Disabilities, Wendy Parent Johnson from the University of Arizona, and Julie Christensen from the Association of People Supporting Employment First for serving on the planning committee for this year's event. Many of these individuals have been to multiple Harkin Summits, and I can't thank them enough for being great long-term partners to me and to the Harkin Institute. This year, we reached out to Caroline Casey at the Valuable 500 to partner with us because the goals of the Valuable 500, which is a global movement with at least 500 private sector corporations working together with partners to put disability on the business leadership agenda, which is exciting, unprecedented, and completely aligned with the goals of the Harkin Summit. Caroline Casey, a dynamic Irish social entrepreneur who launched and leads the Valuable 500, is a force of nature who I have had the pleasure of working with and getting to know the past several years. She moderated a panel at our 2019 summit in Paris, France, which was hosted by Humanity and Inclusion, and she impressed me and the other attendees with her passion, her business insights, her electric energy, and a sense of urgency and optimism about what is possible when leaders commit to disability inclusion. So I want to thank you, Caroline Casey, for your great leadership and for your invaluable help in organizing this year's virtual summit. The theme of this year's summit is realizing the value of inclusion, and it's intended to convey two concepts at the same time. First, there's an opportunity for business leaders to learn from each other about the benefits that they can reap when they get serious about pursuing the 1.3 billion people with disabilities around the world. First, as a market for talent, and also as a growing customer segment. Secondly, for those of you who embrace this opportunity, you will achieve a competitive advantage by reaping the benefits of leading on disability inclusion. You will realize a dividend that will improve your business performance and market share by virtue of your inclusive business practices. I will close by noting that 2020 has been a milestone year in the United States. This past July 26th, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which outlaws discrimination against people with disabilities in employment and other areas. I was honored to be the lead sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act in the United States Senate. And I have used this milestone anniversary to call on the business community in the United States to redouble their efforts to bring people with disabilities into their workforces and support them to thrive as valued employees. Also, as you may have heard, we had a presidential election this year in the United States, and I'm delighted that my longtime Senate colleague and friend, Joe Biden, has been elected our new president. President-elect Biden announced a groundbreaking disability policy platform during the campaign, which I helped formulate, and I look forward to supporting his administration to make sure that the new economy that emerges from the pandemic is more inclusive and more equitable for the over 60 million Americans with disabilities. So again, thank you to everyone who has been with the Harkin Summit family from the beginning, including the Ford Foundation, Hy-Vee, Microsoft, the Kessler Foundation, and the World Bank. And thank you to all of our new sponsors, partners, and attendees. Let's use this summit to commit to working together to build back from the economic devastation that the global pandemic has caused and become more serious and more intentional about creating a global workforce that truly includes and values all workers. Thank you to all of you again for joining us today. I will be attending every event, and I will be back to you at the closing. So let's have an informative, challenging, productive day today. Thank you again for joining. I will see you at the close.
Thank you, Senator Harkin. The Valuable 500 is seeking to put disability on the business leadership agenda. We're excited to begin the 2020 Harkin Summit with the founder of Valuable 500, Caroline Casey. She's joined by Carmen Jones of Solutions Marketing Group.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carmen Daniels-Jones. I'm the president of the Solutions Marketing Group, a marketing consulting firm that helps to build a bridge to the disability market in 3 core areas: marketing, customer service, and employment. I'm really excited to share this session with Caroline Casey, who is the president and CEO of the Valuable 500, a global movement to place disability inclusion on the business leadership agenda. Our topic is going to be great. It's let's get real. How can we talk about employment when we don't understand the value? And for a lot of organizations, they know they should do something. They're not quite sure what to do, and they need to have some insight into the intrinsic value that the disability market can offer. So our time is short, but we want to cover a lot of ground. Caroline, it's so good to see you today.
It's great to be talking to you because I think you and I have this shared passion around marketing, brand, and the value of this global community. And I think that's this really sweet spot when we're talking about increasing the levels of employment and intelligence in the business.
Absolutely. I feel like, you know, you're my amen choir here. So, all righty, let's get started. So, Caroline, can you share briefly about your story and how you caught the vision for the Valuable 500?
Well, this is very short. I'm now 49 years old, so this is quick. I came out of the disability closet about 20 years ago when I was working for Accenture. I am registered legally blind with a condition called ocular albinism. What's quite unusual about the story, I was born with this condition, but my parents hid it from me. And I found out by accident when I was 17. And they did that because they did not want me labeled by a definition of disability. They just believed I was multiple labels. So it's quite an unusual story. And then when I discovered I was visually impaired, then I hid it for 11 years. So that's my story. And my passion from the moment I came out of the closet was the disability inequality crisis needs one of the most powerful forces on this planet, which is business at the table. Inclusive business can and will create inclusive societies, and therefore we need inclusive business leaders. My obsession.
Great. So I've watched the Valuable 500 grow over the years, and it's been exciting to be on the sidelines. And we just met last week, but I've been cheering for you from Georgia. What is the key to conveying the value proposition to CEOs or executives within companies?
Well, I think there's two real things for the Valuable 500. So it really was this iconic search or this campaign that was launched 19 months ago at the World Economic Forum to get 500 of the most influential CEOs and their brands, which is really important, to be intentional and accountable for disability inclusion across the value chain, which is really important. The first thing that we say to leadership is it's not a them and us issue. Disability touches all of our lives at some point. 1.3 billion currently, and that's probably conservative, with a mother and a father, that's 73% of our global consumer base. So like business, seriously, why are you not considering that? I mean, that's insane. I think the second thing that business is really starting to get a handle on is linking the intelligence to serve that market and understanding what is going to trigger those customers and keep those customers is how you bring the intelligence into your business. And I think it's a whole new way of looking at things that is not simply about employment, but about supply chain. It's about customers. And I think, look, let's be honest, business have one thing on their mind, growth, right? And so this is an opportunity for growth. And the third thing I think is becoming more relevant, certainly since the pandemic, is business knows that it can't have a piecemeal approach or a categorized approach to inclusion. And they don't want to be reactive. They want to be ahead of the game and to be early adopters. And they're very aware now that the business case for global disability business inclusion, that's probably not where it's at. It's actually really about future-proofing their businesses and making sure that they're, have an idea of the risk and understanding how they avoid the risk of not engaging with this market and this talent and this innovation and this insight and this brand differentiation.
Absolutely. I like that a lot. Why do you feel companies are resistant? That's something that I encountered in my work where companies, again, know they should do something, but taking that next step of action sometimes is stunted or non-existent. Why do you feel companies are resistant to putting disability inclusion on their agenda?
Well, firstly, it's always been that way, hasn't it? Disability has always been sort of the poor cousin at the side. And I think the reason for that is because actually, not because companies are bad, and not because leaders are bad, it's because they haven't made the connection between this huge community and the value that this community can bring to their business. They just haven't made that $8 trillion connection or the opportunity for the design, insight, and innovation. I mean, we quote Apple, don't we? A lot of us saying, well, look, Apple had, human-centered design or inclusive design right in its DNA. And look at, it was the first company to trigger $1 trillion. I mean, that's point made. And it's not a disability company. It's a very successful commercial company. So I think there's a lack of understanding of that. The second is competing resources, isn't it? It's hard. I think sometimes leaders feel overwhelmed. And the word disability is a small word for a very vast level of experience. And I think that's can be very complex. And so they seek to sort of see where they might get greater impact faster, or where the loudest noise is coming from. And I think there has been it has been accepted that companies in the past were able to say things like, well, this year we're going to focus on gender.
Sure.
And I'm just like, well, what about the Black woman who's using a wheelchair, who's gay? Do you know what I mean? There isn't that sort of, traditionally we've been one issue focused, not looking at the full lived experience.
Sure.
And I think thirdly, to be honest, they're frightened. They're frightened of getting it wrong. They're frightened of not doing enough. I mean, and I'm going to call this stat out, 7% of our C-suite have a lived experience of disability. 4 out of 5 of them are hiding it. Like I hid mine, 20 years ago. Like that's not improving. And the other terrifying, stat is they're scared of being called out. But the truth is that 54% of our global CEOs have never had a conversation about disability. And 90% of our companies claim to be passionate about inclusion, but only 4% consider disability. And they're just worried about getting it wrong. I mean, it's the fear of getting it wrong or being cancelled out that is probably the greatest barrier.
I understand that for sure. A lot of times, and in the United States, we see this, that companies do a lot of performative box checking focused on compliance. Yeah. How does your organization shift this paradigm so companies aren't looking at, we did that, we gave it the office, we checked that box?
Well, listen, I'm known to be a troublemaker, Carmen. Okay, I have a troublemaker. There is no doubt. I got called a system shaker the other day, and I was like, I'm loving that title. Well, okay, for the Valuable 500, it began as a campaign, okay, which is incredible. And it was to break that circuit and to get 500 of the most iconic and intentional CEOs. We're now currently at 365, which is phenomenal, right? To get organizations into this community, they had to make a commitment to action at leadership level and communicate that to their employees and to the public. And we, the Valuable 500, work with them to ensure that they deliver. So that's the most important thing. The second thing in the Valuable 500, those 13 million employees are going to hold those companies to account. And actually, I think for me, bringing together this community, there is an honor. There is an honor system. If you sign your name as a CEO, you're going to keep your word, and the company will keep its word because there's a community around it. But the most exciting part for us is we're now moving from campaign into a capability organization, where it's, the strength of this community will be the organizations helping each other out, creating an environment where it's safe for them to make mistakes, which is when the learning exists. Sure. And so we will be launching that new framework for change, which we will work with all of those organizations to help them deliver. I think the greatest fear is, and it is a fear, is sometimes the companies don't begin because they're frightened of not delivering. And also the public expectation now will really hold companies to account, because we've seen inequity in our world through this pandemic, and we will not tolerate it, and particularly the next generation. And so that's where the companies are coming to safe spaces and community to kind of help each other. And they want to. I mean, they really want to. This isn't, I really get it, there's a sea change. I really feel that sea change. They want to do it, and they want to do it well, deeper.
I have clients that feel that same way. So I totally, that resonates with me. You know, I'm going to state the obvious. 2020 has been like nothing we've ever experienced, which is unique because the whole world is experiencing it, right? How do you keep disability inclusion on the radar screens of companies when they have so many competing interests?
Oh, I think actually, I actually think this is the breakdown to the breakthrough that we've all been waiting for, particularly for disability inclusion, because I can only speak to that, okay?
Sure.
I think this is this moment. And you know what, when you, well, look, from our perspective with the Valuable 500, look at the power of that voice that stretches globally right now. And this, you know, I can honestly tell you the greatest evidence, because let's get down to evidence, is the community came to us and asked us to create a second phase. They asked us for a framework for change. They said, please help, because they wanted that help. So there's the evidence, because they didn't want to be in a situation where they were going to be reacting to environmental changes. They know they have to look to the future about full human inclusion, because let's be honest, oh my God, this pandemic has exposed the inequity and the imbalance and the inequality in the world, and we are all responsible, you know, each of us as individuals and each of us within our businesses and our institutions. You can't leave it to somebody else or some organization to deal with. And I think there's been that real sort of sense of, yeah, we're all in this together. So I think for me, I felt that it feels like there's been a breakthrough about knowing, no, you can't turn, sorry, but you can't turn a blind eye to this anymore. You know, you can't.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So from your viewpoint and your perspective, Caroline, how do you find that disability inclusion fits within diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging?
Everywhere. I mean, right, everywhere.
Yeah.
You see, I think disability is not, it doesn't discriminate. It does, you know, it doesn't care about borders or where we live or our legislation, our color of our skin, our sexuality. It doesn't. And we forget that 80% of disability is acquired between the ages of 18 and 64. We forget 80% of disability is invisible, you know? Right. So for me, and my voice always wobbles with this, is, you know, Maya Angelou, who I have loved for a long time, particularly for her quote, is that there's no greater agony than an untold story inside you. Having lived in the closet, having lived hiding part of myself away, that's just my small experience, but we all do, don't we? Like, you don't need to have a disability to feel that you have to hide yourself to belong. And I don't want to be accepted. I want to belong, right? Sure. I want to all my uniqueness. I want to rock my beautiful difference, as well as being part of a fully equal collective. Right. And so for me, it's not whether it's the fact that I'm Irish or I'm blonde or I'm a woman or I happen to be visually impaired. It's equally part of being a human. It's the fabric of being a human. And we cannot have any conversation about inclusion and belonging without this conversation, because it's delusional, right? It's just delusional. You can't have hierarchies of inclusion and you can't pick and mix it. It's just ridiculous. So, and I think, by the way, our concept of inclusion is going to keep growing and growing and growing, right? I don't think there's any expert in this field. I don't think there can be. I think we have to be respectful and open and willing to learn what we don't know.
Absolutely, I agree with you. With so many companies becoming part of the Valuable 500, what metrics do you use to measure success?
Well, so the very first metric of success is to make sure this community has 500 companies in it, and we are relentless in the pursuit of that, and making sure there's the right geographical spread. And I think that's very important for us. So we've about another 138 companies left to get and their CEOs, and we close the community on the 30th of January. And then the community is closed. I mean, who knew that we could deliver this so fast? So that's our very first metric of success. The second one, however, the KPIs and the metric success will be set by a group that the Valuable 500 have brought together called the System Supergroup. Sure. And that will be made up of it'll be chaired by the World Economic Forum and IDA, and we'll have some of the big institutional players in the world setting the metric success for this Valuable 500 community over a 3-year period. And what I say is I hope that we will fail too in our trying, because that's where the innovation goes. And I want us to be audacious in those metrics and targets. You know what? I prefer 50% of magnificent than 100% of tiny. So yeah, tune in. You'll be hearing those metrics very soon. I'm kind of terrified what they're going to be.
Well, I mean, that's the way that we really see the movement, and that solidifies what you and I have discussed about the business case, right? So we need that data to be able to demonstrate our value. So as the organization's founder, you've created an amazing global brand. What does success look like for you?
That I don't exist. I mean, obviously I want to exist in the world. That it's just that in some ways that, isn't it extraordinary that still in this day and age in 2020, here we are hustling to try and get 500 companies, you know, to get this. So I think personally that you don't hear Caroline Casey anymore. Yeah. And actually you hear the voices of 500 CEOs speaking to this. I want to see people with disabilities serving on boards as CEOs. I want to see the representation in media, both behind and in front of the camera, improved. I want people with disabilities to speak about anything other than disability inclusion. Oh yes, that is what I want. I want to hear about, I mean, for me, intersectionality is a big old word, right? But it's a word about the beautiful complexity of us as human beings. And I think I really never, ever, ever want to see an email or a piece of communications to say, this year we shall prioritize on A, and in 3 years we will roster B. No, I don't want that. And I think the one thing I'd love to see happen, to your point about data, is that like disability metrics are going to be part of all of these business performance tools, and that we're not hustling for it. I want the day of justifying why we need to exist and the hustle for it, for all of us, regardless of disability, to be over. Business is made by humans, serves by humans, supplied by humans. To make the business case for human beings in business, it kind of seems ludicrous, doesn't it?
It does.
So yeah, I guess the way we can do that is ensure that we have the voice of disability, the voice of every type of human being in the world to be in those powers of position, co-creating this system together. That's the exciting piece for me.
That's great. So in closing, Caroline, what do you want the legacy of the Valuable 500 to be?
Oh my gosh, I forgot this question. The legacy, personally, is never think you're too small to make a change. Never. I actually, if anybody knew the full story of this, what seems like a 19-month overnight success, you have no idea. So please never think you're too small enough to change something. Always stand by your principles. I think that's really important to me. The third thing is, it's the cracks where the light gets in. I think a lot of people are tired for hustling, aren't we? It's tiring. Yeah. Constantly saying the same thing. See me, believe me, hear me. It's hard. And I think the one thing, the legacy for me, is that we're all in it with each other, okay? We're all in it together. If I give to you, I don't take away from myself. Like, bring them all in, bring them all in, bring them all in. I'm so tired of the corrosive nature of competing ourselves against each other. And then I am so hopeful when we meet at our hearts and our spirits that we are deeply different and deeply the same. And I think I would love the legacy to be is there is a space for everyone to belong as beautifully and uniquely as itself, which is a benefit to business, a benefit to society, a benefit to humanity. And just to say to somebody, never give up, ever. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And again, you've built an amazing brand. The legacy from my perspective for you will definitely be seen in the transformational work that takes place within these companies, and that people who had otherwise been left out or had, sent out so many resumes and never got a call back, that they will have the field will be level for them to have a shot and have their life changed. So thank you, Caroline, for your work. I'm a fan, and I look forward to seeing many, many great things that you do.
Thank you so much.
As Caroline outlined, the route to a truly inclusive world is through business that is truly inclusive. Bold business leadership has proven to play a crucial role in driving social change. Let us rejoin Caroline as she speaks with business leaders on the transformational role that leadership can play in advancing disability inclusion.
Well, I am absolutely delighted to be moderating this conversation about leaders unleashing an untapped business opportunity. My name is Caroline Casey, and I am the founder and troublemaker behind the Valuable 500. The Valuable 500 is the global CEO community, revolutionizing disability inclusion by leading system change and increasing business opportunity. Before we begin, I have essentially two of our co-founders here on this panel conversation, but I want to acknowledge the late and the great Janet Riccio from Omnicom, to whom we also would not be here without. But I am here with two of, I have to be honest, my world's favorite business leaders. Because without these two and Janet, there would be no Valuable 500. Leaders make those choices, and those choices create culture. In the shadow and the light of leaders, there is absolutely no way that we can create inclusive business without inclusive business leadership. And we know that we cannot have disability business inclusion become a reality without those leaders. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce both of them, but I am not going to give you their bio. I'm going to ask them, if you don't know who they are, I don't know where you've been, but I'm going to ask them to just briefly introduce themselves and do a quick audio description. And for those of you who can't see like me, I am white, I've got blonde hair, very round black glasses, which make me look like somebody from The Incredibles, and I'm sitting in front of flamingo wallpaper. Who wants to blend in? So, Paul Pullman, over to you.
Well, thanks, Caroline and Jeff. An honor to be here. I'm Paul Pullman, the former CEO of Unilever. I've now started a new venture as a founder of Imagine, and I also have the honor to be the chair of the Valuable 500, the wonderful initiative that Caroline has started on ensuring the inclusion of disability everywhere in the world. There we go. Jeff, over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Nice to see you again. Hey, Caroline, lovely to see you. And hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Dodds. I work for Virgin Media, one of the great Virgin companies, and I run the consumer business over here in the UK for Virgin Media. An absolute honour, privilege and pleasure to be part of the Valuable 500, working hard with Paul, Caroline and the rest of our band on trying to drive disability equality across the world. And I guess my audio description, Caroline, would be I'm a mid-40s, large chap with a bald head and a now very grey beard, which I'm growing out for charity this month. And I'm sitting in front of a lot of memorabilia from my times at Virgin over the years, which make me smile every time I walk into this room.
Yeah, well, looking at that beard makes me smile. I tell you what, that is getting long. It's an excuse. Now, listen, the Harkin Institute, and particularly Senator Tom Harkin, is passionate about getting 1 million more people into competitive mainstream employment. 1 million more people who have lived experience of disability. Now, both of you know that we are absolutely passionate about disability business inclusion, and not just about employment, but serving our customers, understanding our supply chains, and also members of the community, about linking it all together. And we're also very passionate about integrating and infusing disability inclusion into the business. So I'm going to ask you each 2 questions and really want you to be honest as leaders as you only can be. Paul, can I ask you, for so long, we have had disability on the sidelines of business. We know that 90% of our companies claim to be passionate about inclusion and only 4% consider disability. Like, what do we need to overcome to have disability equally included on the inclusion agenda and integrated into our business strategy?
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I'm optimistic, and I think we're moving in the right direction thanks to people like yourself and Tom Harkin. Tom has said we need to double the number of people in the labor force over the 10 coming years in the next decade. I think that's by all means possible. To some extent, COVID has helped us. COVID has shown us that it is, again, the more people that are already paying a higher price for our economic system not working are suffering disproportionately. The women, the young, the people with disabilities, and the social aspect, I think, of recovery is coming higher on the agenda. What do we need to do? The first thing is, it's an economic powerhouse, the people with disability. There's $8 trillion as a minimum in spending power, 15% of the world population. They're also in your companies. You don't want to miss out on that because you're putting yourself in a disadvantage. The second thing is that we need to overcome my own biasness. There are myths out there about levels of productivity or loyalty or sickness or absenteeism, that anytime you look at these myths with hard data, they are proven wrong. People with disabilities are more productive, more loyal, less absent from work, and I can tell you from experience, directly and indirectly, energize and engage a broader workforce. What we now need to do is have the leadership from the top, without any doubt, that has to role model that and insist to ensure that you have a fairer representation in your company, and you would be all the better for it.
Jeff, can I just pick up from what Paul is saying? I hope we are beyond making the case, right, for disability business inclusion. I actually think it's about future-proofing our brands, right? And our business, an opportunity for growth and innovation. But what is that just me imagining it? You're looking in the business that you're in a consumer-facing business. What is the opportunity? What are you seeing happen? You know, is that manifesting itself? Is it real, or is it just something we'd love to believe in?
Yeah, I think the first thing, it's a great question, Caroline. I think the first thing I would say is we're not beyond the case. Making the case for inclusion, disability inclusion, all forms of inclusion. Sadly, in my experience, ignorance leads to inertia, and there's still a lot of ignorance out there around the benefits of inclusion. And until the education starts to happen, people won't do anything different, particularly as leaders. But let's make the case. So in my experience, and I hope in Paul's also, we've seen the magic that happens when you get difference and togetherness. So when you bring difference together in an organization, different backgrounds, different characteristics, different cultures, and they can work together, they unlock incredible performance within an organization. And if I speak about our organization, you know, we serve almost the whole of the United Kingdom, and the whole of the United Kingdom, therefore, is made up of lots of minority groups. 15 to 20% of the population of the United Kingdom, I imagine, would be disabled, very difficult to measure. And therefore, if we don't represent those people, those customers, those parts of society, when we're making decisions, when we're designing products, when we are offering services, how on earth can those people in our communities take us seriously? So I see incredible performance gains when you bring difference into the organization. And to Paul's point on with particular reference to disability, in my experience of working with disabled people, they've often lived a life with incredible hurdles to overcome. And that drives out two fantastic traits, and that's resilience and it's creativity. And I don't know a single leader on this globe that wouldn't want people in their organization to display resilience and creativity.
My job's done, you two, which is my point, is getting 500 of you. And this is Paul, I want to talk to you a little bit about the power of collective. The Valuable 500 began as a campaign, as you both know, in January 2019. I'm looking at you this afternoon saying we just signed up our 359th company half an hour ago.
Congratulations.
Well done.
which represents now, I mean, my figures are going to be slightly out, but it's about 13 million employees globally, because it's global, 31 countries, 56 sectors, and 4.7 trillion in revenue. I mean, and let alone the power of the supply chains of all of us. Look at that power. So when you consider that, that's when we can make the change happen, right? Is when we bring the collective together. So I understand the power of the collective, but Paul, not only understanding the power of the collective to drive this system change, because now this is a very unique community. We're moving from campaign to system change community, right? So it's so exciting. But for leaders, why is community and collective important? Like, what are the reasons? Is it safety? Is it sharing stuff? What is it?
Well, the thing, Caroline, is first of all, the work you are doing is a wonderful thing. With 359 companies already there, you're more than 70% on the way to the 500. And what you see, if you have a critical mass of the best, the smartest, the most forward-thinking and progressive companies that build these enormous trades into their operating models, you get to a tipping point. And tipping points, we need to change systems. To your first question, why are we so frustrated that we don't see faster progress, is because we still have a lot of boundaries in our societies that prevent us from making that progress at the speed that we need. Getting enough people together, what we see is they don't only become more courageous together, sharing best practices, examples, giving each other confidence, but they are also able to change the systems. There are many countries in the world, for example, still, where women or people with disabilities, or actually if you are from racial minorities, you are disadvantaged. You just simply don't have the same opportunities or skills or rights as others. And collectively, you are not only a stronger force, but collectively, you're able to change the system. The Sustainable Development Goals have a very simple objective: to not leave anybody behind. And the word anybody is written in capitals. And that's an enormous opportunity, because it would unlock at least $12 trillion to our global economy at a time that we need it most. And it would create, from the studies we've done, 380 million additional jobs. And many of these jobs should go to people that are currently left behind. Any system where too many people feel they're left behind or not participating will ultimately rebel against itself. So we need this inclusive growth. And these are major systems changes, especially after COVID, which without any doubt has pulled us back a little bit. So collectively working on creating that more sustainable, more equitable, more inclusive society, that is our first priority, and probably is going to be the biggest legacy that the leaders of this generation can make for the future generations to come.
So I get that. And I'm just sitting here and thinking, if I was a leader, and going, okay, that sounds great, Paul, thank you. But I have so many competing agendas and I'm so concerned about so many things. And Jeff, I'm going to ask you to answer this one. Like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but you're asking me to do another thing. Like, you're asking me to put disability into this. So how do you do this as leaders? Like, I mean, in my mind, it's very obvious, an integrated, intersectional approach to inclusion and diversity.
Yeah.
But how do you do that? Because I think just at the moment, any CEO or leader listening is going, oh, hold on, not another thing. I know why I should, because Paul is saying it absolutely, but how do I do it? Like, how do I do this?
So for those of you watching this, Caroline is deliberately pushing my hot button here because she knows that I could start ranting. Right, it's a great question. And my first argument will be, hey, let's stop treating individual characteristics as verticals in your organizational model. And I'm going to explain why, Caroline. So I'm a believer, and I would encourage every leader of every organization to believe in the power of belonging, and belonging in its all-encompassing sense. And therefore, look at creating an environment where everyone can bring their whole selves to work and feel like, one, they belong, and two, that it's a place where they can thrive. Now, I'm going to tell you why trying to break it down vertically is so ludicrous. So yesterday, I was having a chat in my organization with a fabulous lady who works with me. And she is a woman. She's a Black woman, and she identifies as being queer. Now, let's say as a leader, I'd thought, you know what, busy year, I'm going to focus on gender this year, and then next year I'll get to LGBTQ+, for example, or the year after that I'll get to disability. Could you imagine me saying to that lady, look, I really value what you're doing, but this year I'm going to focus on the fact you're a woman. Your queerness and your blackness will have to wait because I'm very busy, and therefore let's just worry about the fact that you're a female today. That's what's important. That is utterly ludicrous. And it also sends a message to people in the organization that their backgrounds, their characteristics, their differences are not as important as somebody else's. So instead of focusing on the vertical elements, the different characteristics, I think if leaders instead decided to focus on belonging and inclusion as a holistic topic, and that is focus on creating a culture and an environment where people can turn up and be themselves, whatever that may be, and thrive, that for me is the key. And can I talk just for 1 second about why disability sometimes is complicated? And maybe I'll make a slight plea to this audience. Unlike some other characteristics, disability is different. It's visible, it's non-visible. Some people will have a disability but won't recognize the disability themselves or want to recognize it. Some will be undiagnosed. Some disabilities will mean there are certain adjustments that need to be made that wouldn't need to be made for other disabilities. It's a highly nuanced and highly complex area. And I think a lot of leaders, therefore, Caroline, choose not to deal with disability because it's more complex. And in my experience of talking to very senior people, they'll often say to me when they put their guards down, I think I'm going to get the language wrong. I don't really want to talk about it because I don't want to make a mistake. And therefore it's easier not to go there rather than be called out for saying something that wasn't appropriate. And my response to anybody that's thinking like that would be, get over yourselves. Because if we can't have a conversation about progress, nothing will ever change. And provided the intent is positive and you're asking the questions or you're trying to make positive progress to create a better culture for people in which to thrive, people will forgive you not knowing every detail of every disability and every impairment and every adjustment that needs to be made. They will instead appreciate you seeking to educate yourself and ask the question. So just get over yourself.
Okay. Thank you for being so honest, because I mean, I'd love to say that, but I can't because I'm trying to get all the CEOs.
Of course you can. You normally do.
Well, you know, I do kind of. But I'm going to give the last word to Paul, because the reason I chased the world for Paul for many years was, I mean, Jeff, we know this, is because this was a leader who really, what I believe is, ignited the sustainability movement in business. And I always thought I'd love to find a Paul Pullman, actually 500 Paul Pullmans. So that was the intention and the idea. Paul, leaders listen to you. I want you to sort of end. When you started this whole movement around sustainability, I'm wondering, did people think you were slightly crazy and go, oh yeah, that's mad Paul Pullman? And now look, do you think this is the same for the valuable 500? You know, that's mad Jeff and mad Paul and the 300 and whatever others. And do you think there will be a moment that leaders look back and think, well, why didn't I get in at the beginning? And what would you say to those leaders out there?
Well, Caroline, just to be honest, I don't only think, I'm convinced that that will be the case. And the reason for that is not only the moral side that we know well. We can only make a society function if we have dignity and respect for everybody, if we fight for equity for everybody, if it is an inclusion where each and everybody can develop themselves to their fullest potential. So there is a clear moral case, but more importantly now, unlike when I started on the sustainability front, what we now also see is we have overwhelming data that it is also an economic case. Companies that are run for the longer term by optimizing their multiple stakeholders would certainly also include their employees or the citizens that they serve with their presence here, with their products, a total inclusion mentality. These companies that understand that integrate that into their business models are more profitable. We now have hard data that clearly shows that companies that are more gender balanced do better, that have a better representation of the racial reflections of society, that integrate people with disabilities. And again, we're talking about 15% of the world population, that these companies simply are not only better run, they're not only having a higher and better corporate reputation, their employees are not only more engaged to work for these companies, but more importantly, they also have a better and consistently better financial return. They understand that 1 + 1 is 11 instead of 1 + 1 is 2, or in the best case of linear thinkers, 1 + 1 is 3. So make your company a 1 + 1 is 11 company. Make your company a totally inclusive company. Run your businesses for the long-term sustainability perspective, multi-stakeholder, which means in harmony with planet Earth, but also in harmony with fellow citizens of this wonderful planet. If we keep that in mind and do that with a mentality of now and for generations to come, we can be proud citizens, and we can be proud leaders or CEOs that can say to any of the future generations, we not only made a great contribution by being here, but we left this world in a better state for others. And that is really ultimately the purpose of why we're here. Couldn't think of a better reason.
I have to say, I love you both, and I'm so proud of you two co-founding business leaders with us and Janet. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you for being the pioneers. You know, thank you for stepping out. I often say to people, you know, for me, watching what both of you did is that you were leaders who stood out and stood alone at the very beginning when nobody did. And now look what we've created. So to you, thank you. And to the Harkin Summit, thank you so much for everybody listening. And I just, as far as I'm concerned, we have 140 CEOs and brands to fit into our community. So come on, let's bring it on. So thank you both, Paul. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Indeed. Credit to you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, hello, and here is the panel discussion on young, feisty leadership on disability business inclusion. My name is Caroline Casey, and for those of you who don't know me, I am the founder of the Valuable 500 and a very distinctive troublemaker. Now, I have described what has been in my background before. For anybody who's like me, who's visually impaired, I'm just going to give you a quick overview. I have a blonde hair. I'm a white female. I've got black rimmed glasses. I look like Edna from The Incredibles, which I love. And I'm wearing an orange turtleneck, as the Americans would say. We would say polo neck in Ireland. So I am absolutely delighted to be joined today by two leaders who I have huge time and regard for. And as I say before, there is no way that I'm going to introduce either of them because actually they best describe themselves. So Jennison, I'm going to hand to you first. Could you tell us who you are, what you're about, and what trouble you're causing right now?
Sure. So thanks for inviting me to the panel, Caroline. I'm Jennison Asuncion, and I am a Filipino male with black hair and dark brown eyes, and I'm wearing a beige shirt. Although the tag that I put on it for me, being someone who's completely blind, made it seem like it was a gray shirt, but I got to confirm that it is more beige. So there you are. Let's see. I co-founded something called Global Accessibility Awareness Day alongside Joe Devon back in 2012. So we will be celebrating our 10th anniversary next year. globalaccessibilityawarenessday.org. It's the third Thursday of May. And what this is it's an opportunity to dedicate time primarily within the mainstream tech community to get people educated and aware about digital access and inclusion. That is my wheelhouse. I've been working in the digital accessibility space for 14 years now, so gone by really quickly. Started out in Canada with the Royal Bank, so word to Royal Bank out in Toronto, but I am now here in the Silicon Valley. I head up accessibility engineering evangelism at LinkedIn. And that's
Great.
me.
We've got an evangelist on
Mm-hmm.
the screen. Yeah, and a rock star. Lizzie, over to you, lady. Tell us a little bit about the trouble you're causing and where you are in the world.
Right. Thank you so much, Caroline, for having me on this panel. My name is Lizzie Kiama, and I am currently the managing trustee at Disability Trust. I am based in Nairobi, Kenya. I am a brown female. I have a crew cut, almost bald head. I am also wearing black spectacles and bright red earrings and a black top. I founded a company in 2012, Disability Consulting, that focused on disability inclusion in the private sector. I also founded a nonprofit that focuses on the rights of women and girls with disabilities, and particularly looking at how to increase visibility and representation for them in Kenya. And I guess that's the trouble I cause. So thank you for having me.
Well, we're really actually happy to have both of you. I mean, you are really, like, all humor aside, really great leaders. And I think pushing and pioneering and breaking those boundaries, which are essential, and when we want to see systemic change. And I think I'm going to come to you, Lizzie, first, because look, you've seen creativity and innovation, and particularly with you're dealing with small and medium businesses. But like, does that get lost when the businesses get large? And how are we going to make this systemic change happen? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
So I think with small businesses, there's a unique opportunity and a lot of flexibility within small businesses that allow us to innovate. I find there's less control mechanisms that restrict creativity in small businesses, and that gets lost in larger organizations. And unfortunately, the system ensures that the bigger you are, the more control there is. So the reduced innovation and creativity that happens, and I feel like that's sad. But there needs to be more understanding in how human beings innovate, and the space and the enabling environment that is needed for human beings to innovate. Disability, regardless of whether it's disability or not, but in all our spaces, we need to feel confident and have the necessary resources to and diversity in teams to ensure that we are exchanging ideas and we're learning from each other's experience. And that gets lost in larger businesses where they're looking at financial profits and not working towards meeting social impact, for example. So that for me is the biggest thing.
And like Jenna, when you're hearing what Lizzie's saying, so you're obviously with Global Accessibility Awareness Day. I mean, are you dealing with all organizations like small, medium and large? And have you seen momentum change and build? I mean, is it reflected in what Lizzie's just said? Are we seeing accessibility at small organizations, but at big organizations, we haven't sealed it down yet?
So I can't necessarily speak about small or large organizations like that, but I can talk about industries. So there's good news and bad news. Okay. The good news, the great news is that, we're seeing a lot more diversity. Primarily accessibility has been the domain of like, let's get the government websites accessible. Let's get the financial websites accessible, e-commerce. But it's like people with disabilities do more than just shop and need government services. So what's been really exciting is that e-learning and gaming have become huge proponents of accessibility. And so they've really been stepping it up. The last couple of years, we've seen more engagement among gaming companies releasing titles that are accessible so people with disabilities can get involved. E-learning companies have been really stepping forward, and e-learning in particular in today's COVID is so important to have that accessible. Now, that's on the positive side, and of course,
that's the good news.
And let me just say, and of course, all the other companies, right, are all like rallying around. But I wanted to highlight, particularly, we're seeing much more on the gaming and e-learning front now. every year, like for the past couple of years, 2 organizations have been doing their own like scan of where we are with the web and accessibility. So WebAIM has done for the past couple of years the analysis of the top 1 million homepages. And they've used an automated tool to check for accessibility. Now, automated tools can only pick up 25 to 30% right now of accessibility issues. But just this in their latest report that they did, top 1 million, they found on average 60.9 errors per homepage. And that's a 2.1 increase from February 2019 to February 2020 to this year. So we're still not where we need to be.
Okay,
like
so explain that to me. What does that mean? Does that mean
so there are still,
websites aren't accessible?
No, like the home pages have, like I said, 60, like almost 70 distinct errors that are detectable with an automated tool are still present on home pages. And that's just the home page.
Yeah.
And now if you look at another company, Diamond, which is Joe Devon, who's my co-founder on GAD, his company does a state of accessibility report, and when they looked at the Alexa top 100 pages, 39% of those sites, 39% of them had issues that blocked blind users from either registering or logging in to those pages.
Madness.
And those are and keep in mind, so Joe's obviously had some manual testing, but when you think about those numbers, it's still like we are definitely not where we need to be. Like there's definitely interest, and everyone is like, we think about accessibility, we keep it in mind, but the data's the data.
Yeah, I mean, and let's be honest, the data's not lying, you know, and
No.
you can't deny that. And I think, you know, one of our biggest fears around this piece around inclusion, inclusive disability business, inclusive leadership is our fear around tokenism and tick boxing. And I mean, what you're speaking to is kind of supports that. And Lizzie, can I just ask, in the companies that you work with and deal with, or are you worried about tokenism? I mean, is that real? Is that happening? Are we being negative?
No, I think it's sad that we have to think about it today, but it is a very real issue. In my experience, the few companies that I've dealt with have been, a few of them have been lauded for, you know, advancing disability inclusion, you know, employing big numbers of persons with disabilities. But, you know, the ability, once you're part of the system, the ability for this individual with a disability to speak out on very practical issues, even on issues around reasonable accommodation, I have found has been lacking. So which you know is interesting for me. And then there's also the conversation around training and career growth. You know, you find situations where persons with disabilities have been employed, but they're stuck in a particular department. There's very limited room for them to grow and advance themselves career-wise. And so, you know, when you look at the leadership of companies, very extremely few have, you know, persons with disabilities at the top leadership or even at management levels. So, which, you know, begs the question, are we just ticking the box and, you know, ensuring we're doing the bare minimum as companies to ensure that people with disabilities get through the door, but once they're in, the environment, you know, is not ensuring that they thrive and that they grow on an equal basis and they challenge themselves. So I've seen situations where the bare minimum is afforded to persons with disabilities. And unfortunately, that cuts across all sectors, not only private sector, all sectors, even in development, where you would think people would have a little more tolerance and understanding towards diversity. It isn't the case, particularly in Kenya, you know, where I'm from. There's a tendency of othering persons with disabilities. Yeah.
Isn't there
So
that great? I mean, I can't believe I'm quoting this, but isn't there a quote about the low bigotry or the bigotry of low expectations around people with disabilities? And I think actually it was Bush who said it. So, you know, once you get people into the organizations, tickets done, and, you know, let's just not make the environment for growth and potential. And I guess that's kind of linking back to Janison, because I'm like, do you find yourself having to sell why we need to have accessible systems? I mean, like, what are the engineers saying? Do they still see it as niche, you know, just for people with disabilities? Like, what's going on there? Are you exhausted with still making the case for it? Is that changing?
Right. So this is Janison, and if I could just briefly talk what you ladies were just talking about when it comes to employment, because, you know, it's one thing to get folks in the door, but Lizzie, as you were mentioning, you know, there's the other pieces of it, and I just read there was an article actually that I shared across LinkedIn. I think it was this past weekend, a study done in the UK where it was shown that there's a pay gap amongst people with disabilities and people without disabilities. We're not talking about that stuff, and because our primary focus has been for as long as I know, let's just get people with disabilities employed. But there's all these other issues. We don't have the metaphor like breaking the glass ceiling.
Because it's a concrete ceiling. That's
right,
why.
But maybe we need something, because I would love to know, where are people with disabilities in the large corporations in management and leadership? That would be a very interesting and very telling study to do. But to get back to your—
Well, can I just say that for a second? A piece of research we did for the Valuable 500 said 7% of our leadership have a lived experience of disability, and 4 out of 5 of them are hiding it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, seriously, what does that tell you guys, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's about owning it.
And I think that you it's Janison here again. I think you hit the nail on the head, Carolyn, in terms of if leaders with disabilities are hiding it and are not talking about disability, really, this stuff has to come from the top, right? It's great to have grassroots at the base level and that kind of thing, but if a leader you know, talking at all hands, talks about disability, talks about inclusion, talks about accessibility, that says a lot. And it makes it, in some ways it might sound weird, but it makes it okay for people to think about those things and to talk about it. Because if the leader's talking about it, then people feel, I'm assuming people feel empowered that, yeah, this is something that's important, or they understand that it's important and they get it. And then there doesn't have to be that discussion as to why we're doing it. Well, look, you know, our CEO is talking about it, and our CEO, he or she is saying this is a priority for the company. So that means there's no excuse not to do it.
Lizzie, do you agree? I mean, is that
I
what
do.
you're saying?
I do. I've found that the few occasions that we have tried to climb up the leadership ranks when we are talking about advocating for disability inclusion, the conversation almost gets nowhere. But when it starts from the top, and our mission has always been to get to the top leadership, and of course there's a lot of gatekeeping because, you know, it is, that's the reality. But once the leadership gets it, then, you know, it trickles down. It becomes the organization's culture, and, you know, they prioritize, they put budgets to support, you know, implementation. So there's a whole, you know, ton of things that happen because of top leadership committing to this issue. So really, what Valuable is doing, targeting leadership, I feel that's the way to go.
And can I just ask both no, Janison, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is Janison here. So now once leadership starts talking about it, leadership also needs to hold their direct reports accountable for accessibility, accountable for inclusion. It's one thing to just talk about it and say it's the right thing to do, but if people aren't feeling it in terms of how they're being evaluated for their performance and all that good stuff, then it really is just conversation. People need to understand that this is something that they are being held accountable for, that they're being measured against, all of those good things, just like you can measured against for anything else.
Lizzie, do you want to
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I totally agree with what Jenison is saying. People need to be held accountable, but in addition to being held accountable, I think there also needs to be some investment in learning or unlearning, some of the concepts that, we hold dear when it comes to disability. A lot of us rely on what we know, and what we know about disability has always been associated with negativity, with a lot of fear. And when we lead with with that understanding, then it presents a problem when we are trying to actualize any, programming towards persons with disabilities. So it's important, that accountability has to go hand in hand with investing in learning.
I know it's.
Go ahead, Jenison.
I keep interrupting you.
No, stop. I want this. Keep going.
I know in my world, in the digital accessibility space, one of the things we always recommend companies that are just getting started and other companies that might be on their journey already to do is to bring people with disabilities in to show the average engineer, the average product manager, the average designer, how it is that, person X with disability Y or impairment Y operates your product, and it's amazing. I find those moments, these lights on moments, are the ones that really get to people, and that make them say, "Oh, I get it now." Because we've got standards, we've got like the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, but it's a huge volume, right? It's a big. It's lots and lots of guidelines, and people get scared. But when you get a person in the room and you see them actually trying to use your product, whether successfully or not, that does something. The other thing is, of course, is then to hire folks with disabilities and to get them involved. Like, hire people with disabilities who are engineers, who are QA testers, who are designers. Get them in the room, provide that context, because it's certainly right now it's not being taught in schools, and that's the next thing. An organization I'm involved with called Teach Access here in the U.S. It's a grouping of mainly Silicon Valley tech companies, higher ed institutions, and advocacy organizations. And we're working together to make sure that there's a base knowledge of accessibility given to, within the computer science, engineering, design curricula, and related disciplines, because we need to graduate the future technologists having a base understanding and having a base comfort of what is disability, what is accessibility. We're not expecting everyone to be experts, but just to be comfortable with that. Yeah. And so when they go into an interview, they're talking about this stuff.
I'm just mindful, this is ridiculous, such a short amount of time. But Lizzie, can I just ask you, because before I ask both of you to do your leadership challenge to finish off this conversation, listen, both of you are very humble and you're not going to talk about the things that you're brilliant about. But Lizzie, like, what good stuff is happening? Can you just share really briefly with us just what good stuff is exciting you that you think, yeah, this is good, this is a game changer? Is there anything that you're coming across in the leadership space?
Right. So for a long time, interacting with private sector, it has been, where do we find persons with disabilities? Where do we find persons with disabilities that are educated and can thrive in the marketplace? And for a long time, youth employability programs in Kenya have not targeted persons with disabilities. So my organization, Disability Trust, designed a digital skills program that is focusing on employability, building digital literacy amongst young women with disabilities. And it's super interesting because we built a learning management system. So what Jenison was talking about earlier, an e-learning platform that is, we hope, completely accessible, or it has been tested by individuals with disabilities. And, we ensured that we were meeting the needs of different impairments. And coupled with the training component, we have an internship program where the women are going through the different departments within our organization. Because of COVID, it's completely virtual. And then the women have a mentorship session with myself, which I think is really amazing because they seem to think that I have skills that I can pass on. So, which is quite interesting. So, but the 6 months we've been with these women have have been totally amazing, and we can now sell them, or they can sell themselves. They're beginning businesses online, they're branding themselves, selling themselves, using social media to advocate for their needs, for their rights as young women with disabilities. And I think it's a model that could be replicated, across different sectors. Government even can take it up, because we haven't completely, in Kenya at least, began looking at technology as an equalizer for persons with disabilities to gain meaningful employment. So I'm pretty excited about this work.
So you're inviting people to scale your idea, right? So people who
that
are
would be
interested,
amazing.
get in touch with Lizzie. Yeah. Okay.
Please do. Yes.
Yeah. And that's how we can do it. Jennison, what's exciting?
Yes.
You, makes you feel?
A couple of quick things. Of course, celebrating 10th anniversary of Global Accessibility Awareness Day, May 20th of next year, third Thursday of May. So that's really exciting. But just in terms of stuff happening, virtual reality is like the buzz right now. And thank goodness we have people working on the accessibility of virtual reality, mixed reality, all of that stuff. So that's really exciting stuff that we're not, I'm hopeful that we're not going to be left far behind. We're going to be left a little bit behind, but as people with disabilities, we won't be left as far behind, because people are actually working on it now that we're still at the initial process. Remember I mentioned to you about test automation only picking up 25 to 30%. I predict that in the next year, or by the end of next year, we will be able to up that number to a lot higher. Just there's a lot of work going on to identify more accessibility errors in automated ways. So stay tuned for that. I think that that's really exciting. So those are two things that I'll leave with.
Okay, well, now you get a minute each. And this is your challenge to leadership. You're leaders, so you know how hard it is to lead and get it all right. So we've got a lot of leaders listening. I could even tell you we've got valuable 500 leaders. We've got leaders all across the world. We've got leaders who are connected to the Harkin Summit and Institute. What are you going to say to them? What do you want them to hear and really do something with? So I'm going to give it to Lizzie first. Your minute of challenge, declaration about leadership. Off you go.
Great. I think what the disability sector needs, particularly given my experience, is we need more investments. It's important it's great to talk, talk about the things that we need, but we really cannot actualize a lot of the ideas, we cannot bring to life, the creativity and the innovation that is in this sector without financial resources. And unfortunately, the disability sector is one of the most under-resourced sectors. So for me, there's a lot of, resources in this world, but for some reason, because of a lot of reasons, unconscious bias, the negative perceptions towards disability, the lowered standards, the double standards, the invisibility, we tend to not invest as much, and it keeps us, lowering the bar. It keeps us small, and we have so much potential. So it's important that if we are committing our time to, advance this issue, this rights issue, that it's important that we put our money where our mouths are. So invest.
Absolutely. Preach to that. Jennison, come on. What's your leadership declaration and challenge?
Right. So within my area of digital accessibility and companies getting on board, we need to stop asking the question of how many people are we talking about. In the 14 years I've been working in accessibility, this is question continually comes up, and I get it. But here's the reality. There's 1 billion people with disabilities around the world. We're the largest minority. Our numbers are always going to be smaller than the numbers of people without disabilities accessing your websites, mobile apps, etc. So just accept that as a given. Stop distracting with that and just move on. People with disabilities, there are people with permanent disabilities, people with temporary disabilities, people who acquire disabilities later in life. We can't count those other groups up. So we need to move away from that and get to the actual business and work of making things accessible.
Wow. Okay. Can I just say, could not have said it better myself. Really, guys, thank you. It was a very short conversation. I was just thank you. Thank you for being so, I think so honest. And I think the call out is, if anybody wants to get in touch with either of you, can we make that open? Because
Sure.
Lizzie, you've got something you want to scale, and Jennison, you're trying to make the world fully accessible, so people can get in touch and talk to you individually if they want. Is that okay?
Yes, that's
Absolutely.
fine.
Right. Well, okay. A huge thank you to Jennison and Lizzie. And
Thanks, Caroline.
Oh, well, yeah. Now we're just going to all go off and have a cup of tea, aren't we, Lizzie? And a huge thank you to the Harkin Summit for this leadership conversation. We really appreciate it. And everybody have a good night, evening, day, or morning.
Thank you, Caroline. Bye.
Thank you to our opening panelists. Up next, we have Amy Frederick, a principal, and Alejandro Hernandez, Dean of the College of Business and Public Administration at our home, Drake University. Dean Hernandez is a fellow believer in business as a force for good, and we're proud to have him at our university and as a part of the summit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for attending. I am Alejandro Hernandez, and I'm very happy to greet you today as the Dean of the College of Business and Public Administration at Drake University. In my role, I lead efforts to ensure that a Drake education is a force for good, contributing to the global economy and to society. I am joined by our keynote speaker, Amy Frederick. Amy leads the U.S. insurance businesses for the Principal Financial Group. She oversees the development and delivery of insurance solutions that serve nearly 100,000 employers and more than 3.5 million people. In addition to leading 3,500 employees responsible for Principal's U.S. insurance businesses, Amy serves as the chair of Principal's Executive Inclusion Council. This council, made up of 11 leaders from across the company, are stewards of Principal's inclusion efforts, as well as champions for inclusion across the company's global footprint. Amy is active in numerous organizations in Central Iowa, including Chrysalis, United Way, and the Greater Des Moines Partnership. She's also a member of the Board of Trustees of Buena Vista University in Storm Lake, Iowa, and just started her term as chairwoman of the Group Insurance Executive Council for the American Council of Life Insurers. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you so much. When I hear all of those things listed, it sounds like a pretty impressive set of credentials, but what I can tell you is I love what I do. I love working with Principal. I love taking care of the people who need our products, and I love taking care of the employees at Principal to give them a great experience.
Well, we really appreciate you taking the time today to speak with us. And I think we've got a unique opportunity to talk about how enlightened companies like Principal are generating positive societal and economic impact through inclusive leadership, the kind of leadership that leads to positive outcomes for people with disabilities. To level set our conversation, I'd like to ask you, Amy, how do you frame up your thoughts about what it means to be inclusive, and how do you all define it at Principal?
So thanks for the question. When I think of inclusion, I think there is a temptation to just simply think about particular groups, particular issues, and then go after those issues. I think the way that we look at it, at least at Principal, that I have found the most helpful is to talk about a deep sense of belonging. That's how you know you've cracked sort of the inclusion question, is when people show up to their tasks at hand. And again, sometimes it's showing up to a physical place of work. Sometimes it's showing up to a conference call or Zoom meeting or Teams meeting. But when people show up and feel like they can offer up their opinions without being scared about the judgment that's going to come with that they can bring creativity, that regardless of how they contribute, whether that's through some sort of assisted device or whether that's in a different way than everybody else, that their contributions will be heard. They'll be considered. They won't always necessarily be the top contributions that get the priority that is, you know, the idea that we go with, but they feel like they belong enough that they will be heard, and they feel a sense of connectivity to the other people they work with, that their team matters to them. So at Principal, when we think about that, that's what we think about.
Well, that's great. You know, as I learned about the work that you all have done, I was really struck by the collaboration between the Principal and a nonprofit organization in the Beyond Face Value project. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that really came from a history of trying to say, we think sometimes learning about other people is best done in a storytelling mode. So, and most people have a story to tell that's honestly fascinating. And most of the time you can't tell that story just from how they appear at work, or even just how they appear socially, or how they appear from a physical appearance. And so Beyond Face Value is really trying to get after how do we use storytelling to deepen human connection at work and in other places, and how do we make sure that we get engaged in understanding that people's life experiences, their health experiences, their experiences around acceptance, their experiences around rejection, their experiences around discrimination are experiences that they carry with them, whether they want to or not, through every single interaction they have. So this was really giving us an opportunity to have someone tell their story and then someone else to be a curator of that story, to learn from that story, and then to play that story back for the rest of our population. So some of those stories were the most, well, they were surprising because some of them were people I thought I knew. And then I realized I didn't actually know them as deeply as I needed to know them. And then they moved me. People had stories about acceptance and rejection and small acts of kindness and small acts of meanness that are, that really got to the center of, I think, what we're trying to get at, which is to help people understand how you engage, even sometimes in the smallest ways, even in those 1,000 small interactions you do a week or a month, they build culture. And so I would say that's what I would come back to is, if you want a culture of inclusiveness, you got to let people be who they really are. You got to look into their history a little bit, and you got to give them a forum to storytell. So that's exactly what that was.
Well, I want to say it really helped me gain a greater understanding of the workplace contributions for people who live with disabilities, and it was very powerful. So I want to thank you all for that contribution.
Well, and I guess I want to make sure to thank, it starts with people being kind of brave enough sometimes to open themselves up, and opening yourselves up at work. You have to have some ability that you'll trust that we will all care for that story the right way too. So I think it was also a learning for us on, how do we sit as allies, as people around them on their teams or as their leaders, and give them the support that they need to, number one, tell the story, and then react to the story to make ourselves better. So it was pretty moving for me.
Yeah. Well, it was definitely powerful. Amy, I wanted to pivot to what we've been facing this year. Over the last 10 months, individuals and institutions have had to make many significant decisions in response to the health and economic implications of the global pandemic. How have you all been able to sustain and strengthen inclusion in this virtual environment that we find ourselves?
Right. So I think it helps when you didn't sort of discover inclusion in the midst of a pandemic. So I think there were some things that happened in the, obviously in terms of social justice, there's some awakening that's happened in terms of, regardless of what your political affiliation is, there's some understanding of societal and, things about social justice that have been really present at the same time we've had a massive health crisis. And so I think what I would say we've learned is that the best time to get yourself set with a culture that's going to sustain is before you have a crisis in front of you. Now, it doesn't mean you can't learn from that crisis and you can't respond to that crisis, but if you've waited to do everything until you've got a crisis at hand, it's not the best scenario. So I would say one of the things that has helped sustain Principal is that we were committed to things around inclusion, to things around getting employee populations to help us understand the experiences they were going through. We were pretty committed to that ahead of time. We were also pretty committed to having, I would call it sort of modern technology that allowed us to collaborate. So the fact that we had really collaborative technology, the fact that we had great physical spaces, but we had also great technology and virtual spaces to do good work, that has served us incredibly well. If we did something like made sure a number of our employees had laptops for business continuity or disaster preparation, we are using every single one of those laptops that we issued, and more, by the way, to help people get their work done in a remote and a safe environment. And so I'd say the biggest things we've seen in terms of inclusion are places that we've learned, it's kind of interesting because physically showing up for a meeting feels a certain way, especially if you're someone who has a disability. Showing up for a meeting is an event in and of itself. What's interesting for me is that showing up for a virtual meeting actually has become kind of a different event, and sometimes much less stressful for people who have needed to, who have found that virtual places to meet are actually almost easier for them to make a contribution. So I'd say one of the things we're learning is we've done more talking about, okay, so for people who can't hear as well or have impairments in terms of hearing, what are we providing for them in terms of translation services? So again, whenever you said translation before, it was like Spanish or Mandarin. And now when you say translation, it's about sort of that, voice to text communication. So our understanding of what it takes to allow more people to make a contribution has grown exponentially.
Well, it must be really interesting to lead people, some of whom are grieving the loss of what was, and others who are thriving in this ambiguity. What's that been like?
Well, so I think one of the most interesting things I'm watching, and I don't think we're through this journey yet. I think historically, I'm going to say definitions of leadership have sort of been defined by interesting things that are sort of bound in their people's personal or physical characteristics a lot of times. So a lot of times, how they enter a room, how you command a room, how you, what charisma you sort of feel when you get people behind ideas. There are no auditoriums full of people to do events like that right now, and there won't be for a little bit. There's no conference rooms really to walk into to just, kind of demonstrate your leadership a certain way. So what I'm seeing is there are some people who are sort of mourning the loss of that. They're mourning their ability to have influence because they're realizing it was tethered to their physical presence. And so then I'm seeing another group of people sort of emerge. Maybe they were just stylistically a little more introverted to begin with. Maybe they were quieter people. Maybe there were people who have a set of characteristics about them that just made it harder for them to physically contribute. What I'm finding is those people are contributing more. I'm hearing a little more from what I would have historically considered the quieter voices in the room. And to me, that's one of my tests of if I'm being inclusive. Did I ask explicitly for the quietest voices in the room to make a contribution? And if I did, I would consider that a good leadership trait. And if I didn't, I would consider that kind of a failure. And so what I'm saying is those quieter voices in the room, historically, they're not needing as much prompting to make a contribution. And sometimes it's even on the side in the notes on things that they're adding and directing. But before, you really couldn't pull up a research study, pointed out that it's a helpful piece of information for people to digest. There wasn't a way in a physical meeting to really add that. There's a way now. So my hope is we don't lose that. My hope is that we see contribution and leadership and inclusiveness forever differently. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I hope that's the case.
Yeah, but that chat function is powerful. It is an incredibly incredibly powerful asset to a dialogue. So I see your point, and certainly it's been, it's been really powerful to see different people emerge in this time. And it reminds me of, I recently heard a profound statement from Laxman Narasimhan. He's the CEO of a large global consumer goods company, and he was reflecting on the times we're in, and he said, there's a renaissance underway. It's just not visible. And he was talking about all we've been able to do in the face of the pandemic and how we've innovated in response to the headwinds we face. He went on to talk about how he sees this as a moment of reimagination, especially as we look at 2021 and beyond. And I really think that he's got a point there. And I want to ask you, Amy, do you see an opportunity in our rebuilding efforts to be inclusive?
Yes, yes. And let me answer that with two hats. One hat is as a person who's responsible for thousands of employees and the experience that they live with every day, at least in terms of the work experience. And then the other hat I wear is that Principal is, we support a whole line of business called disability insurance. And so what that gives me insight into is that people who were not born disabled, but became disabled through an accident or an illness. And so what I'm seeing us be able to do for them is help reimagine what work can be. So especially for like smaller employers, their thought was everyone shows up every day at work, physically at work. And sometimes if someone's had a stroke or other event like that, their showing up at work is a lot harder. But what they're saying is, I'm sick, or I've had an illness, or I've had an event, but I want to make a contribution. And so what we're finding is that when we can help reimagine what that contribution looks like, and a lot of times that's with adaptive technology, it's maybe with something in the middle that's a voice to text function. Sometimes it's actually going on site and helping them do an ergonomic analysis. What we are able to do is say, just imagine work differently. And maybe it's not fully on site all the time, and maybe it doesn't look exactly like it is. The emergence of technologies that help people collaborate and communicate have been a bonanza for helping people understand what's possible in how they do their work. So I would say the reimagining aspect I'm seeing there is incredible. The reimagining aspect, and I liked your quote, and it made me think a little bit about a conversation that I had the other day, which was, there's some people who have said, I don't want to go back to what we were. Mm-hmm. I wasn't heard at that time. I wasn't seen as a contributor or a leader. And so I think we got to realize that a lot of people want to accelerate going back to what we had. And I think if we can accelerate towards the pieces that were valuable about what we had, and by the way, that has to be a discussion. And in a company like Principal, that has to be sort of a corporate sort of values type discussion. How do we accelerate back to what we had, but then how do we accelerate towards new? And I think that conversation right now is probably not getting quite as much play as it should. And I think that conversation could end up helping us really change.
Yeah. I think sometimes for people need to feel that they've recovered before they can start thinking about the future. And, I think in our role as leaders, I want to ask you, how much do you think we need to focus on healing right now so we can pivot that reimagining that we all look forward to?
I think we need to focus a lot on healing. I do think as leaders, though, we're not particularly well equipped to talk sometimes a lot about what healing needs to feel like. So just like sometimes we're not equipped to be incredibly great storytellers, we're usually pretty well equipped to be, have good financial acumen, to have good technology acumen, to have good, business knowledge. But sometimes those skills like, storytelling and, some of the empathy skills that you really need, the listening skills that you really need to create an environment where people can heal. Sometimes those are the weaker skill sets, even on some of our highest level leaders. I'd put myself in that category. I have felt myself pointing harder towards listening and empathy and hearing people, not just what they're saying, but and then going back and checking in and saying, are you okay? I've had to lean on those skills more this past 8 months than I ever had in my entire career. And what I'm finding is sometimes I'm not particularly good at it either. So I think we got to get better at understanding where you have a conversation about how people are feeling. And maybe that means you put aside for just a little bit the technology conversation or the financial conversation or the customer value conversation you were going to have. Because I think in the end, when we have people who feel that deep sense of belonging and who have healed back to something that they love, they convey that out to their customer base. And so I know it's good for us to do that. I think it's hard for us to do that.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that experience. When I arrived at Drake this year with 30 plus years of experience in corporate America, and for most of that time, I was focused, along with a growing number of other corporate responsibility professionals, on a fight for better social and environmental outcomes within Fortune 500 companies. And that work generated in me a belief that business can be a force for good. And I think that our conversation today is evidence of how the private sector can have a positive societal impact. So Amy, I want to thank you.
Yeah, we shouldn't just think it's possible. We should feel like it's our responsibility. And we don't do it for any scorecard. We do it because it's the right thing to do. And it helps everybody when we do it. Our own employees, our customers, our communities benefit when we wrestle with these issues and when we do it better.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, Amy, thank you for your leadership to help create a world that's more just, more caring, more human. Thank you all for listening to us today. And we appreciate your commitment to the work we're doing.
Thank you to Amy and Alejandro for the powerful conversation. Now we're excited to welcome back a number of our speakers to participate in a Q&A led by Dean Hernandez. You can submit your questions for the group in the chat box.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hopefully everyone's enjoying the valuable insights that we've received so far. I mean, to me, it's been very powerful, very instructive, not only on how to frame up the many issues we face, but also how to meaningfully tackle them and get engaged. So thank you, everyone, for participating. We only have a few minutes, and we're hoping to be able to address the questions that the attendees may have. So want to make sure that those folks who have questions, please submit them via the chat feature, and we will seek to answer as many of them as we can. So as those questions are queuing up, just want to make sure that everyone who is watching us, listening to us, viewing us, and enjoying this know who we have here. You will recognize the names, the faces, the voices, but we're going to ask the participants on this Q&A panel to make sure that they state their names when they speak up. Welcome, certainly, Carolyn Casey, the founder of the Valuable 500. We've got Jeff Dodds, Virgin Media's Chief Operating Officer. We have Jennison Asuncion, Head of Accessibility for LinkedIn. And I am Alejandro Hernandez with Drake University, and really look forward to being able to answer some questions here. I believe that we're going to be joined by Amy Frederick. do not see her image, but believe that she will be joining us as we move forward. Before I hand it off to the questions from the attendees, I do want to ask Senator Harkin. As I mentioned, we've had some great conversations with some passionate leaders this morning. I would really like to hear what some of your initial reactions are to what we've heard so far.
Well, Alejandro, thank you very much. Am I coming through all right? I never know.
All good.
I'm still kind of technologically challenged, so I just want to make sure I'm hooked up okay. This morning was just very powerful. I've been taking a lot of notes and writing things down, but to hear people like both Jeff and Paul and of course Caroline, it just re-energizes me. We've got to do more. We've just got to push harder. So just very energetic. I loved Amy Friedrich's talking about leadership in this new environment. I hadn't thought about that before, but that leadership in the past has always been a personal confrontation, or being in front of a group, being physically present. And that a lot of times the quieter voices and the ones that may have something to offer don't really come to the surface. But in this new environment, we're going to have a whole new regime, a new place for people that had good ideas, that could contribute, that could have good leadership, but they weren't physically present. They never rose to that position. Well, now they can. And think about all the persons with disabilities globally that were never called on before to be leaders, that can now contribute their knowledge, their insights, their suggestions, their experiences to infuse a whole new level of leadership in the business community, especially, that we've never had before. That's a powerful insight that I gained from Amy this just now. So anyway, a great morning, and I'm looking forward to the questions. I think the questions will be more for the panelists than for me, but I'll be glad to answer anything if I can. But thank you all very much. You've just been tremendous.
Great. Well, thank you for your leadership, and I think we all will continue to benefit from the remarks from the participants today. There are a large number of questions. Thank you so much for your engagement. As I have read through them, I see a clear theme, and that is around what was mentioned in regards to a glass ceiling or a concrete ceiling, I think, as Caroline mentioned. And you know, and that exists for people with disabilities in the workforce. And I think it'd be important to hear from several of you about how to frame up those obstacles, and then more importantly, how companies provide avenues to go around those walls, to go over them, or go through them. So I know Jennison, Caroline had made some comments to this effect. Maybe you all want to start, but certainly everyone's welcome. And clearly Amy's remarks, as well as Jeff's from the corporate sector, could speak to the different paths to get past some of those obstacles.
Well, can I just,
Caroline, please start.
Yeah, I just want to say, Jeff is the Chief Operating Officer here in this panel. And I loved the boldness of what he said at the end of his discussion. We just need to get over ourselves. And so I'm really interested to hear what Jeff feels are the barriers. Are they the 6 inches between our ears, what we think and we perceive, or is it the processes? And I want you to tell us in business, because this is an activist here. So what do you tell us in business, how we crash this concrete ceiling?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, Jeff here from Virgin. Hope you can hear me okay. In the spirit of 2020, I'm doing this from the British Airways lounge. So you may hear a bit of noise in the background, but we're fully flexible, of course. Yeah, there's a couple of things there, Caroline, and thank you for handing it over to me. I mean, the first thing is I'm very lucky. I work for a business where the founder, so Sir Richard Branson, is neurodiverse. So Richard has talked very publicly about him having dyslexia. On our main board, we have 2 other disabled people, and we have a number of disabled people or people with disabled children that are in our executive. So the first thing I would say is, it's much easier to see a path to the top of the organization when leadership and when there's role model leadership from disabled people. So in our organization, perhaps it's easier than many others because people can look up at the leadership community and see people with disabilities. What's really inspiring me though is 2 things. Yesterday, I was invited by the top 30 leaders in our business to a conference to talk about inclusion, belonging, and how they can raise the voice of minority groups in the company. 12 months ago, I would have been putting that date in the diary and inviting people to join me. And here we are a year on, and our leadership have taken the challenge. And as part of that discussion, exactly to Amy's point earlier, there was a conversation about new flexible ways of working and how that provides opportunities for people with disabilities to be able to not only come and work for our business where perhaps they might have found that challenging because of commuting and office-based working in the past, but how once they come to work in our business, we create a clear path for their leadership development and help them to realize their potential. So I think the first thing I would say is, other than making sure you have a clear path for leadership development, would be, if you can within your organization, role model people from all minority groups, but for the purpose of this conference, people with disabilities on the board or in the executive of an organization will send a very powerful message to the rest of the organization.
Thank you, Jeff.
And I'll just add in there. There's two thoughts I have. One is for the folks like myself who have disabilities. We have a responsibility to articulate to our managers the day we walk in the door where we want our career to go. And if we have aspirations for moving up through the management chain, we need to, like anyone else would, we need to say that we want to be set up for success. And then that way our managers can then plot our career growth in that direction, because that's the, I often hear like these stories where we have people with disabilities who are stuck in these entry-level positions with no real path to go anywhere. And unfortunately, I mean, we have situations where people just don't think that they can aspire to that. So on the other side, it's managers need to see that potential and to encourage, like they would encourage any employee without a disability. Hey, you know what? Why don't you consider, the management track or taking this training so you can move forward? You're not going to turn a customer service rep into the executive vice president of customer services in a year, right? There's pathways that that person, like anyone else, has to go through. But it's the idea of having that conversation and actually saying, it is possible if you want this to move your way up, and this is the path you have to take, and these are the roles you need to go through. So those conversations need to happen equally with folks with disabilities as they would with folks without disabilities.
Thank you, Johnson. Amy, you may have some comments. I know that in your remarks, you spoke to some of the ways to move forward. So I'd love to hear from you if you have some comments.
Yeah, let me just check my sound. Can we hear me okay here? Great. I love what Jennison just said, which is, it's your responsibility to speak up. And then from a leadership standpoint, it's my responsibility to either ask or hear. And so I think sometimes we have I'm going to speak for myself only. I have a misplaced sense of, I don't want to burden people. If this job is already taxing them to the extent that, it's possible, I don't want to burden anyone. I think sometimes that is absolutely misplaced, and we have got to stop thinking about it as a burden, and we've got to start thinking about it as an ability to have someone speak up and contribute differently. So I think that's the conversation I've got to open up, especially for people who have different sets of skills, is what do you want to do? what's the career path you would dream about? What's the type of contribution you would think you could make? And I sometimes have to know it's also my responsibility to open that door for that conversation, not only the responsibility of the person who wants to make a bigger contribution. So it's got to be two ways. And I've been guilty in the past of not wanting to open up that conversation. I think from a misplaced sense of not wanting to create a burden for people. And so that's been a learning for me. And this this remote environment has increased. And I think Senator Harkin referenced it before. It increased my ability to understand how I hear more clearly the quiet voices. And it's been a huge equalizer for me in understanding how I have each of those conversations about what contribution you want to make. So this is good stuff, but it means we got to change too.
If I could just follow up what Amy was saying, a lot of companies have very specific criteria in terms of like how you're measured to move up to that next step. So part of that is not compromising those criteria, but looking at it and saying, like, if a person with a disability or impairment might have, owing to their disability or impairment, it might be more challenging to hit a certain evaluation point. Be flexible in terms of maybe they can do it a different way, similar to how it's done in schools. There can't be this one cookie cutter way to say, okay, this person has to do X, Y, and Z, and then they move to the next step. Maybe it's a little bit of an alternative Z, but it gets to the same, you're measured to the same pieces. I hope I'm making sense there, but it's the idea of not everyone is going to be able to get evaluated the same way, and that shouldn't be a reason to stop them from proceeding up the chain and up the ladder.
Great. Well, thank you all for your feedback to the questions. Often when you are different, you are also alone. You may be the only person with a disability on a particular work group. You may be the only woman in a leadership group. You may be the only Latino who's been asked to take on a particular task as part of a department. And often that feeling of being alone is very challenging, because you do either perceive or actually suffer some discrimination in those scenarios. One of the questions that came up here was, what is the value of cohorts, whether they be employee resource groups or cohorts who are entering a particular environment and are able to have solidarity because of a shared affinity or a shared challenge. How do you all view these cohorts, employee resource groups, specifically in the corporate sector, as tools to help us address some of the issues that we've identified?
I'll give that a start. I think they're really important because particularly there's, first of all, there's safe spaces. And second of all, there's just some nuances and things. For example, so I'm completely blind. If I'm talking to other people who are completely blind, for example, there's certain just things that are left unsaid that we just know. And so when we're talking about issues, as much as I have seeing allies or allies with other disabilities or impairments, there's just certain things which are very unique. And I think people with different disabilities and impairments would agree with me, just depending on what disability or impairment one might have, that there's just certain lived experience or just certain attitudes or certain challenges that we face that we don't have to explain. We don't have to give all kinds of context in order to get to solution. I think from that perspective, it's important. From the other perspective, just being part of a group, a larger group. So joining in, so people who are blind and visually impaired, people who are wheelchair users, grouping together, moving together to get stuff done. There's strength in numbers as well. And of course, having our allies who don't have disabilities, who are champions of ours, who might be in positions where they could influence things to happen on our behalf because we're not there ourselves at the tables, is so important. So I am all about these employee resource groups / cohorts, whatever you want to call them. I think that they serve a valuable role on a number of fronts.
This is Caroline. I have to say, I could not agree more. Listening to Amy speak to that misplaced burden piece, I so know what that feels like. And we have a very different lived experience, but with my visual impairment, I know I did that. And just even this conversation. So if the question is the power of groups and cohorts, I mean, I think this Harkin Summit is a great idea, this global family, around 50 countries, these conversations. But actually, as I'm listening, I listen to Jennison, and I have some level of experience in some shared ways about the things that are unsaid. And then I'm listening to Amy, and I'm like, oh my God, we sound like each other. I can hear myself as you're speaking. And it's like, wow, I didn't expect that. And I'm hearing you talking about a quiet voice and belonging and things I feel passionate about. And look, isn't that incredible? Because we extend the circle out, we have more meaningful conversations, we go deeper. And I think that's where we need to go now, right? I think the conversations need to go deeper, not necessarily even wider, but deeper.
And speaking from a company that I think has really done an excellent job with kind of cohort and employee resource groups, here's the danger in them. Sometimes people think we have a group, so it's done. No.
Yes.
No. The work is you start to give people a forum, and then you find your voice, then you find your issues, then you find your gaps, then you find the things that matter to you that are going to help you make a contribution to your customer base better, to people you serve in your community. Then the real work starts. So the forming of the group is sometimes people think the activity has become the outcome. And I do think that's confusing for people. So I think one of the things we got to keep people focused on is that putting the groups together and letting people kind of have that common experience and experience things maybe a little bit more en masse is simply the starting point. And I know it's easy to say, but it is harder to do. That is the starting point. That is the starting line. That is giving people the voice that they need to kind of feel more comfortable moving forward. But then you've got all the same gaps, problems, issues that you got to deal with. It's just the starting point.
I have to +1 that. I mean, to your point, Amy, it's almost like the group, the employee resource group, or whatever you want to call it, identifies the issues, generates the ideas, all that kind of stuff. That stuff needs to be taken forward like any other initiative in the company. They need to be executed on, and it's almost like that employee resource group then becomes the check and balance to make sure that the folks who are really responsible for making that stuff happen actually do it. Because again, as you said, the danger is there because people will say, oh, there's an issue about disability. Well, we'll just farm it off to that group because they know everything. They might know stuff, but they don't have the budget. They don't have the
investment.
They don't have access to the leaders upstairs who are going to have to, potentially fund the improvement or make the change.
And I think, and this is Caroline, I think this is why it's so important in these cohorts that executive sponsorship exists for the ideas that are generated there, so that we actually do something with them, so that it's not a siloed group, because everybody knows I hate silos. It's the siloed that it is connected to the leadership and the functions in the business so we can see the change.
And sometimes, by the way, an employee resource group can have an idea that's not the best one either.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't mean that every idea that comes from that group we take up on. And no one should use that as evidence of lack of support or progress. Because sometimes when those ideas get put up against all the rest of the ideas, they're not the best ones. So I think we also got to call, that sort of an even playing field as well against, the ideas need to meet each other sort of regardless of where they were sourced.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughts, remarks. This is Dean Hernandez here, going to have to bring this session to a close so we can move on. I want to apologize to the many attendees who asked some great questions I did not have a chance to lift up to the group, but know that we are compiling those, collecting those, seeking to build on both the questions and the insights that they generate to move us forward. Thank you everyone for participating here in the Q&A session. Let's enjoy a great rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back to part 2 of the summit. The global pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement have pushed inclusion and social justice to the forefront of international thought. Importantly, social identities are not limited to just one facet. Too often, a business will focus on some aspects of diverse social identities, such as race or gender, while ignoring others. Next, we welcome Sean Horn to lead a conversation on how corporate sustainability and equity initiatives can be reflective of all facets of social identities.
Hello, everyone. This is Sean or Shion Horn with an X. I'm a half Asian girl with long brown hair. I'm wearing a jumpsuit, but you probably can't see the whole thing because we're a little bit Zoom cut off here. But yes, and it's blue with multicolors. And I am just so thrilled to be your host today for an incredible group of activists and panelists today for the Intersectionality and Leave No One Behind panel. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Shia.
Welcome.
Hi.
It's so good to see you, to meet you, Eddie, especially. I happen to know Charlotte and Claudia from all this work, the great work that they do, and it's just such a thrill to be able to moderate and facilitate a wonderful discussion. All right, so I mean, I feel like they don't need any introduction, but I'm going to do my best to give all of these kings and queens their best introduction. So I had the pleasure of meeting Charlotte in DC, where she works as the Global Disability Advisor at the World Bank. And she's obviously not only been appointed by one president, President Obama, but also Nelson Mandela on their human rights board as well. So I just want to thank you so much for the work you do. And I'm excited to get to discuss more how that came to be a little bit when we get to later. But I also want to just give wonderful love to my sister, Claudia Gordon, who also has been appointed by President Obama at some point in her career. But right now, she is the Director of Government and Compliance at Sprint. And she has a long, illustrious career, which I'm sure we'll get into a little bit later. But I just so grateful to have you and see you and via Zoom. Also, we've got the wonderful Eddie Dapo, who is, he works with the UN. He's spoken at the World Economic Forum. He will be, I'm claiming this for him, the first wheelchair user in space. So anyway, it's so wonderful to have you, and I can't wait to dig in. So we're just gonna go for it. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Okay,
Right.
So since this panel is about intersectionality, I thought it would be great to maybe have each one of you, and we'll start with Eddie if that's okay, each one of you talk about what your intersectional identities are. Not all identities are visible. So yeah, so I was thinking that we could start there. And also, I think we talk a lot about what some of the drawbacks of intersectionality are, but for me personally, as a half Asian woman who's also Jewish and Christian, and I just think that there's so many different parts of ourselves, and actually I find that it brings more opportunities for me personally. So I was wondering what your take is, what were some positives that may have come out of intersectionality for each of you? Starting with Eddie, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Jean. So I'm Eddie Ndokwu from South Africa, a newly minted 30-year-old Black man, currently wearing a green and white striped button-up shirt. And I have an afro that's a little too big, but because of COVID, I've been indoors since March. I am always thrilled to speak about intersectionality. As somebody who embodies a multiplicity of identities like we all do, I think that when we validate the fullness and the totality of who we are better positioned to really go after and design a world that is as open and as inclusive to as many people as possible. And that's really been the point of departure for me in terms of my advocacy over the last decade or so, is that when we look at all of the issues confronting humanity right now, speaking about the COVID-19 pandemic, the same communities that are disproportionately affected by the pandemic are also disproportionately affected by racial inequality, the economic inequality that's associated with the fallout of the pandemic, and they're also on the front lines of the climate crisis. And so in order for us to solve the most pressing issues of our time, we need to take an intersectional approach. And I think as a disabled person in particular, who's also queer, who's also Black, the issues that I think need to be really put at the forefront of the global agenda are issues that affect all of these communities at the same time. So intersectionality is not just another word for identity. I think fundamentally it is a methodology and a worldview and a way of making sense of public policy in a way that's really grounded in the lived experiences of people.
That's great. And by the way, there's no such thing as too much Afro. I just want to say that. You look fabulous. So yeah, so why don't we go to Claudia next? Same question.
Well, first I'd like to say hello. It's such a privilege and an honor to join this panel today. You will hear the voice of my sign language interpreter. I'm using American Sign Language. I am a Black woman with very Afrocentric faux locks as my hairstyle. I'm wearing a soft cream sweater with side ruffles and glasses. My background is blue and behind me, and it's carrying several pictures depicting the American Sign Language alphabet with brown hands as the representation. And I wanted to piggyback on some of the comments that Eddie made. I think back to my younger self, and honestly, there is specific terminology that didn't exist in my vocabulary that I didn't possess at that time. Therefore, I didn't really have a good frame of reference to really understand what this ongoing struggle was that I experienced growing up as far as marginalization. I grew up in my hometown of Jamaica, and then I immigrated to the Bronx, New York, in the United States. And the fact that I was Black, deaf, had a disability, was a woman, and an immigrant, I don't know that I ever really felt that I fit in any particular group. I was a member of several marginalized communities and cross disability communities. And thinking about my own intersectional identities, I did struggle, and I did struggle and continue to struggle at times to fully participate holistically and represent myself in each of those spaces that I participated in and was a member of. So that concept of intersectionality and what it is, it's a topic that to me really benefits the larger landscape of the conversation, for us to have that discussion about how we are present and how we show up and how we belong.
That's great.
It's also a sense of understanding, looking back to me growing up as a young woman, and hopefully this new generation, as they start to grow up, can feel more holistically represented, and that their identities are recognized, because we all occupy many different spaces. We have, in my personal experience, female issues, Black issues, disability issues, and immigration issues. And I'm in all those spaces at different moments of my life as my idea is identity is salient and is represented in each of those moments. But sometimes we address it in silos, and when we do that, there's no way for us to really advance the dialogue and the discussion. And that's what I'm seeing today in society. We're talking about race, we're talking about gender identity issues, we're talking about nationality, but all of those are intersectional identities. And when we talk about them in silos, we don't find a way to include everyone. There's no way to talk about systemic justice if we don't really bridge them all together. So this is the concentration and focus that's important to me. I think it's important for us to address it so that we are not leaving anyone behind and that we can move together as a group. And it starts with self.
I love that. Can you think of a particular instance where your intersectionality was an advantage? I'm curious. Oh, that was for Claudia. Okay.
Sure, let me see. Well, I think throughout my career, I've been able to represent my multiple identities. For example, when I worked in the White House, I was the disability liaison, and I was able to coordinate with other liaisons, whether it was in the Black community or spearheading certain groups. I was able to bring a unique perspective and lens to the conversation. I was able to serve as an advocate. And when certain issues weren't addressed holistically, I was able to bring it to the fore. And for example, when we talk about equal pay for women as a topic, often I found myself reminding everyone in that conversation that it's worse for those who have multiple or marginalized identities, such as those who have disabilities or those who are persons of color. So I feel that often showing up in those spaces, I was able to be a voice to ensure that they were taking this conversation to the next level. I think it's important that when we talk about prioritizing issues, we don't look at any one intersectional identity as a deviation from the whole. We look at it as a holistic approach, and I was able to fight that battle.
And Charlotte? Oh, thank you, by the way, Claudia. But I'm, I think it's a wonderful thing that I don't know. I think it's great that you were able to address both the challenges and the advantages in that answer. I don't mean to cut that off, but I just would love to hear from Charlotte as well.
Thank you. And I have to say, it's just so great to be part of such a fabulous panel. This is so exciting. Just to say my visual description, I have a brown skin. I have long brown hair. I have green eyes-ish, greenish. I'm wearing tortoiseshell glasses. I have a tartan jacket on. And yeah, and that's the way I look. Now, in terms of my intersectionality, I want to say that, as I said, I have a brown skin, but I identify as being Black. And that is important for me. It's important for me to say that I am Black, I am a female, and I am a person with a disability. So those are my immediate intersecting identities. And you asked the question, how has that benefited me, or how have I experienced that? For me, it's been an absolute strength. And it's been a strength because it's enabled me as a woman that has these different domains to have the lived experience and draw from those into the work that I do. And so, like Claudia, I'm able to work with women, work on issues around race, work on issues around disability, and bring it all together. Now, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention Kimberly Crenshaw, because she really is the person that coined this term in I guess, in the 1980s. And at the time, she looked at it as an analytical tool, or as Eddie said, a methodology for really exploring this intersection of disadvantage at the time, really focusing on race and gender, but it's begun to be used as we use it today. And I think for me, the value of using an intersecting lens is that it enables us to really understand the multiple forms of experience and disadvantage that different populations have to go through. And it allows us to analyze around these intersecting identities, right? And that's really important. I think it's also important for us to recognize that when we think about intersectionality and when we think about leaving no one behind, we need to think about it as structured or layered. I think that there's a differentiation between kind of the structural intersectionality, so what Claudia was talking about, how the criminal justice system, how employment systems work, and then there's the more personal versus, or personal slash identification, part of it, right? And that's what we've been talking about. I do think it's important for us when we think about aspects around exclusion, discrimination, and stigma, that we really understand these overlapping disadvantage, right? And the intersection. And I think for me, the beauty of this amazing methodology is that it really allows us to bring our whole self to the table. It allows the whole person to come through. And why wouldn't we want to do that, right? I want to be all that I am. I don't want to have to choose to be one of my identities. So I'm so glad that you guys have picked up on that question for this discussion.
Oh, and what beautiful answers. I mean, I think I agree. I mean, as a half Asian woman, I think people tend to lead with that. And, so I have to bring up the fact that I'm also Jewish, that I'm, you know what I mean? And I think I love the idea that we can bring our whole self. That's a really wonderful point, Charlotte. And I think that, I mean, obviously, I think everyone here that advocates is really about celebrating who we are, not just the disability part of us, but all of the spectrum of the things and people that we represent when we speak, when we go out there. And so I think this is a wonderful way to start the discussion. And each one of you has this incredible career. So, it's very easy to look at you and say, oh, wow, I can never be that, or maybe they never struggled. So I would love to start this next section with maybe, this is an employment conference, obviously the Harkin Summit. I wondered if there was some point in your career or as you were starting out where you might have had difficulty getting the dream job or issues with the job interview. Does anyone have any horror stories that they'd like to share maybe, or at least moments where things didn't go so smoothly? You know what? I can start with saying this too. I remember going on a lot of interviews where they would act like I was getting the job tomorrow. Oh, you can sit here, you can write for us, you can do for our website. And then I would never hear from them again. And then I had a particular interview where the woman was completely monotone, gave nothing away, told me right away, we're talking to other people, seemed so disinterested. I thought I bombed the interview. And the next day I got a 3-page letter about how much she wanted to work with me. And that ended up being the job that led me to all the advocacy that I'm doing today. So that's what I think of when I think of, obviously you guys are already established, but yeah, if you're comfortable, I would love to hear, maybe times for everyone. I think there are times where things are not as smooth.
Yeah, if I may, Jeanne, it's Eddie speaking. It's a really hard question to answer because one of the things I've been thinking about quite deeply recently is that, whenever, I often describe it this way, just when I think I've reached the summit or the peak of a mountain, when I arrive there, it often feels like the base of yet another mountain to climb. And I think that very often, even when things do work out, to carve out a space for oneself within a broader structural context. And I loved what Charlotte said earlier about thinking about, analyzing the structure of society, that there are still forces beyond my individual control. Lately I have beef with the idea of reasonable accommodation slightly, in the sense that, I use this metaphor that it would be completely unreasonable for us to expect a whale to survive in an Olympic-sized swimming pool when it needs the entire ocean, right? In a sense, I use that metaphor to sort of say that beyond the importance of compliance, because we do need compliance, because we need a precondition, a prerequisite for us to thrive. But beyond that, I think there's an invitation for institutions and for societies to really look at the self-actualization of people with disabilities, look at our dignity, and look at our role, frankly speaking, as leaders, right? That goes beyond ticking a box, right? There's so much that is required there. And so, the struggle is, it's constant, right? It's in every facet of life. It's everywhere, I think, because the benchmark continues to be so low in terms of what is possible for the attainment of dignity for people with disabilities. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but that's sort of the space that I find myself in lately.
So even with accomplishment, you're saying you feel that it's an uphill battle. Can I translate that in that way for you?
Absolutely, it continues, and it's an uphill battle precisely because of disability. I mean, I could look at my non-disabled counterparts, right, who are exactly at the same level that I'm at, and they don't deal with some of the additional institutional barriers that I need to deal with and get through, even at this level, right? And so it becomes important that we take a system-wide approach and look at the entire ecosystem of exclusion that continues to make life difficult at all levels of society.
If you're comfortable, do you have an example for us?
Yeah, I think that the example that stands out to me was probably my time at Oxford University. I had enrolled in a master's program, and I was the first African with a degenerative disability to be admitted into that program. And when I arrived, I mean, it made for great headlines, but of course the reality of the situation was that, the institution was completely ill-equipped. I required 24-hour care, in order to survive. And I was saddled with an $80,000 bill for care, despite having received a full scholarship, right? So these are the gaps. These are the sort of, structural inadequacies that continue to confront people with disabilities at all levels of society.
Thank you. That's a horrible and great example of exactly what we're talking about here. And I thought I saw Charlotte's hand up. Do you want to go next, Charlotte? What are some challenges that you've, faced along the way that maybe people don't know about, whether it's employment related or any kind of barrier?
So, I think I was thinking hard about employment related, and I think in many ways I've been very strategic about the types of positions that I've gone after, right? And perhaps it also has to do with the fact that I come from a human rights background. I studied human rights law, and so I was really looking to those places of work. So I wouldn't say that I experienced discrimination in terms of accessing job opportunities, but I do think to Eddie's point, systems are just not built to be inclusive, right? And so you still find that even once you have your foot in the door, so to speak, there are loads and loads of barriers. So for instance, one of the issues for me has been my work, international work requires a substantial amount of travel, right? It's part of the work that I do. And the World Bank where I work makes a lot of accommodations for me to have, comfortable travel. However, I've been to airports and tried to board, fly on your own because I use a wheelchair, or we will not take passengers in wheelchairs if you're not accompanied by medical staff. And that then disables me, right? From doing what I need to do. So I found that there are these system things that push, that make it really difficult for you to advance, and there are many of those. And then I think the other issue is the issue around attitudes, and attitudes that colleagues and people have towards staff with disabilities, right? They always seem really surprised when you do something great. And it's like, well, why should you be so surprised? Are you surprised by everybody else? And there's this bit, there's a bit of a double standard here, right? It's like, the whole inspirational piece. And I'm just getting my work done, and that's what I want to do. So I do think there's a whole issue around in the workplace, how we look at shifting attitudes so that people really see the whole person.
That's great. No, and I think it's about expectations, as Eddie said as well. I think part of the reason that all of us here, if I can hope to speak for all of us, is I think all of us are trying to shift culture in some way, whether it's shifting the culture at NASA or the world, right? So so we're even talking about universes here too. But no, I that's very powerful, and I appreciate your candor with that. How about you, Claudia?
Yeah, it's really fascinating listening to my fellow panelists answer this question. And I wanted to add a little bit as well, a little bit of my perspective to the commentary. I was thinking about the trajectory of my career up into today, to this moment. And a lot of it was blind faith. I think people use that. I really should just be called faith to get me where I am today. I never dreamed that I would get to a point where I'd have a successful career and that I'd be blessed so abundantly because of all the barriers that I faced. And there were one after another throughout my career. And for so many people who have intersectional identities, they go through the same experience. I look back to high school with my guidance counselor, and they treated me the same way, that I couldn't become college material, that I wouldn't be able to get an advanced degree or pursue an academic career. And part of that was because what they expected or what they assumed my abilities or capabilities were. So I didn't think it'd be possible for me to pursue my dreams. And that started way back when I was young. So when you look at our service delivery system as a whole, it's problematic. It's designed to give people with disabilities opportunities. But really, people have to fight for it. When you think about vocational rehabilitation, which is designed to help people segue into the business world, to give them a fighting chance at a career, it really actually leads to more barriers. And we think about the impact that causes on someone's self-worth and self-esteem. And that's what happened to me. So the dreams that I had, and going to vocational rehabilitation and expressing my dreams, they ended up becoming part of the barrier to the system that prevented me, possibly could have prevented me from pursuing my career. And so that was my experience. I had to rely heavily on my inner strength and my courage, and not be afraid to disrupt that cycle. And I had to persevere and be a determined individual to break through those expectations, those low expectations people had about my capabilities. And I still have to do that today. I also don't want the conversation about jobs getting lost, because I think sometimes, going back to my story, in order to get people where they are, to get them qualified, for the competitive workforce, we have to provide them with the tools that they need. So employment is a huge conversation in this overall dialogue about how we can help people arrive and get to the point where they can get competitive, gainful employment. And often there are barriers to that. People are not trained with how to go through interviews. And when I look back to my experience at Howard University, I really had to work in my dorm because I didn't have a lot of the financial resources. And I also sometimes didn't feel as safe because I didn't or wasn't able to hear. There were a lot of things that weren't available to me. And I didn't really commune with all of my dorm mates because I didn't feel as comfortable and I didn't have as much access. And so when you think about that and translating that into how people feel comfortable transitioning into a workspace, this also was another barrier. I remember when I attended American University College of Law, pursuing my passion, I heard wonderful things about the DC Public Defender Service and their division. And I heard it was the top in the nation. So I pursued an internship there. And I pursued it in a particular ward. And I remember showing up, it was at St. Elizabeth, and I applied for the internship and with a group of lawyers. And it's just funny looking back because it was really comprised of wonderful people in that group. And I really enjoyed what they did. And the interview was amazing. But at the end of the interview, I felt there was a little bit of nervousness or hesitancy. And even though they were enamored with my background and my motivation, I kept getting hit with a but. And as much as they wanted to hire me, however, or we do want to hire you, but this is what I kept getting hit with. And what it was that I was going to be visiting the wards and interacting with all the residents who were confined. And the concern with me getting hired into that internship is that my using sign language as a deaf person and having the interpreter present would be a disruption and a distraction to the patients. And I really wanted that internship so badly. I wanted them to give me a chance to see how it would work out. And at some point, they did accept because I was planning to leave. And they did give me a chance. And let me just tell you right now that it was one of the best experiences that I have had and that they had, because I was able to bridge a connection with the residents in the ward. And I was the first person that showed up on the ward when they were brought in. And I would sit down in my role in my internship and I would do the intake with them. And I would do that triage. And I was the first person with a disability, along with an interpreter, that they were able to see, who was their first line of communication. And so we really made a connection. And that was a bridge. My disability ended up being a bridge to that connection. So that, going back to the assumptions that we make or predeterminations we make about people's abilities, really, it wasn't an issue here. So that is a serious blockade to allowing people to succeed. So that's just my short and long answer to that question.
I think the fact that you brought up self-esteem is so important. I should preface this by saying I started out my advocacy running workshops on self-esteem for girls and women and people with disabilities at NYU. So obviously that didn't come by accident. That came out of actually meeting my colleagues and peers and people of all ages struggling with disability identity. And, you know, I was an only child and I had all the supports that I needed. I went to the right schools. And so I actually think that the one area of my life that I had sort of almost, complete confidence was my disability. It was everything else, you know, as a girl becoming a woman, that was a difficulty. But I realized that that was not the case for most people. And especially around employment, I think there are a lot of factors that we don't necessarily talk about. For example, transportation or even professional wear. right? A lot of my friends and colleagues can't find the right clothes, so they don't feel like they're showing up to the interview or to the office the way that they should. And so I think we need to talk about, in terms of the, going back to Eddie's idea of the whale in the swimming pool. I think we obviously need to expand, the ocean, so to speak, to make it a more conducive environment. But that's very powerful, and I appreciate that very much. And I was also thinking about, because Claudia, I know that you grew up in Jamaica. This is actually a great segue to our next question, which is, I think the United States of America is often used as an example, because we have the ADA, of a country that are doing things right. And we still have so many barriers here. So I'm curious, on an international plane, since each of you has done work internationally, what you feel needs to be done internationally. I mean, to even catch up, and we're all catching up, right? Even supposedly, the United States, I think, has a lot still to do, as we all know. But what can we do to make sure that internationally people with disabilities are supported? Eddie, do you want to start?
Sure. So I think the first thing is that when we recognize that those, I think it starts with ensuring that those who are furthest behind the line of opportunity are also not left out as line items in terms of development spending. This is a very large segment of society. 15% of the global population constitute communities with disabilities, and yet when we just look at spending, the spending is not commensurate with the size of this demographic. So I think it's about leaders stepping up their efforts, frankly speaking. I think also one of the first things that we could do is we could really support organizations on the ground that are working with people with disabilities, and also really push for meaningful representation at the decision-making table. I think it's not good enough that there are only a handful of us that are advocating on the global stage. I think that's indicative of precisely what's wrong, right? So we need to work on a pipeline of disabled leaders that will be able to really be in the rooms where the decisions are being taken. I know we're pressed for time, but those are some of the first, few things I think that can happen immediately.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I find even in New York City, where we have hundreds of thousands of people with disabilities, it's the same 100 people I see at every event. Same 50 to 100 people I see at every event. And actually, that makes me want to talk about something that I know each of us is passionate about, and that is leadership. What do you think it will take for more leadership to be present in the disability community and around the disability community, in terms of the way people see us as leaders? What do you think it will take? Would you like to take that? And anyone want to answer the international question too, if you want to? I realize I didn't mean to cut us off, but I think that your comment really made me think about, how do we make sure more people are in the room?
So Sharon, this is Charlotte, and I'll just say, on the international piece, what are the things that we can do? I think one is to ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We're up to 182 ratifications. If we can get to universal ratification, that would be great, because then we have, as a globe, a collective set of rules that we ascribe to. So that would be the one. I also think it's really important, when we think about leaving no one behind, that within the disability sector, that we recognize that there are persons with disabilities and types of disabilities that are often not part of these our discussions, and are often not part of the workforce, or if they are, they're in a separate type of a workforce. So I think thinking about people with intellectual disabilities, with developmental disabilities, is really important to ensure that we are leaving nobody behind. And I do think there's value in looking at invisible disabilities. I think, the tendencies to look at the three of us, the four of us on the call, who all have visible disabilities, but there are hundreds and thousands of people who have invisible disabilities. And I think it's important for us to address that both within in the space of employment, but just generally. And then to Eddie's point, I think, there's a need to hire more people with disabilities. And that leads to the issue around leadership. Because I think you can become a leader when you have a certain level of assurance yourself, right? You have a basis from which to depart. And that's really important. So it's about looking to see who the new pipeline is, finding younger persons with disabilities, enabling them to grow, giving them opportunities, platforms, and ensuring that that growth is happening. I think that that's really, really important way of looking at leadership. And then I'll just say lastly on leadership, I think for me, leadership is not just about being leaders in the disability community. It's about being leaders in everything you do and every sphere out there. So, we should have leaders of who are persons with disabilities that are leading work in Silicon Valley, that are leading work in Wall Street, that are leading work on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, or in Jamaica. I think that that's really an important piece for us to think about how we look at ensuring that persons with disabilities are really mainstreamed into employment processes all over the place. Thank you.
Fabulous. How about you, Claudia? I know there's a lot to unpack there.
I know that we're up against the clock right now, so I just want to reinforce what Charlotte and Eddie both mentioned. Just from my personal experience, I would say that, just to keep it simple, that we need organizations that provide funding to other countries in development. These organizations have to hold the recipients accountable for the development. Often what happens is that this work is happening on the ground, but it's not being led. It's not being, those who have disabilities are not at the forefront taking the lead. So we have to be able to have the respect for the community and allow them to grow, and we need to do it with our funding. Like, for example, World Bank and USAID, there are dollars that are given to these countries, but sometimes there's no accountability. It's not measured. We're not getting tangible results. So we need to be on the ground and making sure that these people are being held accountable, not only just giving funds, but also making sure that those on the ground are taking the lead and are represented.
Wonderful. No, and actually, I know you've talked a lot about what's not being done, but is there anything else you think that leadership, both with and without disabilities, hasn't thought about in terms of what's being overlooked in the cultural, I think, liberation of the disability community? And I'm curious, what else do we need to think about that maybe people aren't talking about right now? Would you like to?
Was that for me?
Well, no, that's for all of you. Actually, I've been doing this thing of calling on people. So Eddie, I've been picking on you a lot. If you want to start again, that would be great.
Sure. I think what people are not missing. So, Charlotte mentioned at the very beginning, Kimberly Crenshaw gave us this formulation of intersectionality, right? And what I would say is that, intersectionality is not just standing at the crossroads of compounded inequalities. It's also really about being able to inhabit compounded genius within our bodies, right? So it's the idea that the fact that we have all these experiences and we embody so much, that is actually a site of tremendous innovation for institutions in both the private and public sector. So I think it's about reframing leadership, that leadership actually, that when we have people on the margins of society who are able to influence the center, that benefits the whole. And so I think, yeah, people are still asleep to that, unfortunately.
Yeah, before we get to, I want to hear from Claudia and Charlotte on this, but what you're saying makes me think too that intersectionality actually gives us unique expertise as well, because of the multiple identities. And I think that, I want to encourage anyone with intersectional identities that is watching this, that if they haven't stepped into leadership, there is something that you uniquely offer that the world needs. And that's one of the things, I realized, and how I got so passionate about employment myself was through this self-esteem work I was doing. I realized that there were so many, kids I was working with, so much potential, but they had never been talked to about some of the basic things. Some of them were even like just happy to talk about their day because nobody at home was asking them, how was your day? How are things at school? Not talking to them about their future. And I think that, one of the first articles that I wrote for Forbes Women was called, Is Leadership a Luxury? And the reason I wrote that was I realized that when you are not sure if your child's going to make it to next week, maybe make it through a surgery, or you may not be talking to them about what they're doing in 10 years. And I think it's something that needs to happen, is that we start talking to people with disabilities about their leadership and those possibilities. Because I think a lot of my students never thought about, outside of their home, what they can do, after school's over, what happens, so anyway, but your comment about intersectionality made me think about the expertise that we all hold. And I think that's very powerful, Eddie. Thank you. And ladies, maybe Charlotte?
Sure. So, I think Eddie said it really well. I would just add that I think for me, leadership is a journey. Leadership is a social process. I do think that it's important for us to begin to think about leadership differently. I think often we hear about the glass ceiling and we tend to think about it in terms of women, right? How we ensure that women are able to take positions of leadership. And that's great. Of course, we want to see that. But we're not hearing that about disability yet, right? So I think for me, that's going to be the test when we begin to have metrics that look to see where persons with disabilities are in terms of leadership in their companies on various boards. Then I think I'll say that we're moving towards an inclusive workplace and inclusive employment. Because right now, I think the bar is still really low. The bar is just get in and have a job. And it's not looking at a trajectory for somebody's career or necessarily seeing that person as a leader. And again, a leader outside of the work around disability.
Wonderful. And anything you want to add to that, Claudia? Because that was very powerful, and I think it's really important, especially the women piece. I think it would be interesting to talk about, because I find that a lot of times when we talk about equal pay or ERA, women with disabilities get cut out of that equation so often.
Oh, yeah, I think for me, it's, no, you can hear me. Sorry.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think speaking to audiences who are younger, who are women, who are persons with disabilities, and talking about leadership, I think it starts with just showing up in spaces. Just showing up in spaces where perhaps you are made to feel that you don't belong. And that's how I started initially. I had to really be courageous and imaginative and creative. I had to really put myself into that space mentally so I could get from point A to point B. But growing up in Jamaica, in an impoverished country, and then migrating to an inner city in the Bronx, New York, I really couldn't get out of that space. But in my mind, I could imagine better opportunities for myself. I was motivated. There was a fire lit within me, and I had dreams before me. A lot of barriers, yes, but I did have dreams. So the important thing is to show up. I had to learn how to surround myself with people who would reinforce my dreams and encourage me, and ignore those who would say that my dreams were too big for someone like me, who was brown skin, who was a woman, and who was a person with a disability. So I think I had to start from within, and that's what I would encourage others to do. Just don't listen to the running rhetoric that people would tell you otherwise.
Wonderful. Well, I think that's actually a great place for us to maybe wrap this up. If we had more time, Claudia, I'd love to find out how did you get out of the Bronx? How, you know, what made that happen? Actually, if we have a few minutes, maybe could you just briefly tell us?
I mean, I don't know if we have the time for that story.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we need another panel. I guess that's what we decided. But I was also I'm so thrilled that we all were able to have, I think, a very meaningful conversation. And I wanted to say, on the note of leadership, each one of you is a role model. And I think a lot of what leadership is, it starts with representation. So I want to thank you for representing the disability community in what way, in your intersectional way, in all of the realms that you inhabit, whether that's at the World Bank or UN or Sprint or throughout the globe and the universe, because we're going to see Eddie up in space soon. I know that. But I just want to thank you for just everything you're doing as leaders and role models for the rest of us to follow in your example. And I want to thank the Harkin Summit for having us. It's been a thrill. You know, a lot of us are in isolation, so I look to moments like these of togetherness, and you know, hopefully the audience has questions for us coming up. But I just really want to thank you all for your time, for your honesty, and for a really moving conversation.
Thank you to Claudia, Charlotte, Eddie, and Sean for engaging in a timely and challenging conversation with us. Our next group of leaders will expand on this discussion to share firsthand stories and best practices for sustainability and equity initiatives in the workplace. Julie Christensen of the Association of People Supporting Employment First is our moderator.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Julie Christensen. I'm the Interim Director of APSE, the Association of People Supporting Employment First, and I'm also the Senior Disability Policy Fellow for the Harkin Institute. I'm so excited to moderate this next discussion about creating inclusive business cultures. As was just discussed in the previous panel, a truly inclusive culture is one that is reflective of all aspects of social identity. To achieve Senator Harkin's goal of doubling the labor participation rate of people with disabilities, we must be cognizant of not addressing disability in a vacuum. Disability is just part of the human experience and coexists with other identity factors such as race, gender, class, sexuality, marital status, political and religious beliefs, just to name a few. So how do we truly create inclusive cultures that embrace these intersectional dynamics? That is what this amazing panel is here to talk about today, the strategies and the best practices that lead to success. So without further ado, I'm honored to introduce our panelists. We have David Casey from CVS Health, Hector Minto from Microsoft, Scott Manis from Procter & Gamble, and Andy Imparato from Disability Rights California. Welcome all of you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and experience with us today. We will kick things off, and as you introduce yourselves, if you could also give just a quick description of your environment and where you're coming from, that would be fantastic. But we'll start with David. Would you be willing to share your organization's culture of inclusion? How do you ensure it impacts all levels of the agency?
Good morning, Julie. Let me start off very, very quickly by saying thank you to you and my good friend Andy Imparato for inviting me to be a part of the Harkin Summit. This is very important dialogue and always timely. So I'm just honored to have a role to play in our dialogue today. I'm coming to you from my home office. I'm sitting in front of a picture of me as a 19-year-old Marine up on the wall, the best investment of US tax dollars you will ever see. That's my current environment. And as Julie mentioned, I'm the head of diversity and workforce strategies for CVS Health. And the way we approach leading diversity and inclusion at CVS Health, Julie, is I'm going to cover three things that I think are important. One is that you got to have top-down buy-in. And so for us, it starts with our board of directors. Our board has diversity as part of its charter and part of its oversight. And as such, I report out to our board of directors, several times throughout the year, may engage some of our board members on specific issues that they have an interest in. So for example, one of our former board members was a military veteran. So we would always engage on military matters. So having top-down buy-in, starting with the board, is important. The next level down, we have what we call our Diversity Management Steering Committee. And that's our CEO and our CEO's direct reports and a few other key senior executives in the organization. And one of the primary roles that they play as our steering committee is that they all serve as a sponsor for one of our colleague resource groups. Some companies call them business resource groups or networking groups. We call our employees colleagues, so ours are colleague resource groups. We have about 15 of those, including one focused on people of all abilities. And we have about 23,000 of our colleagues who are participating in at least one of our colleague resource groups. So that in and of itself speaks to one of the channels of inclusion that we leverage is definitely our CRGs. If you think about an org chart and you go one layer down from the steering committee, you've got our corporate team. So I lead a corporate, we call it the Strategic Diversity Management Team. And on that level, we also have an executive diversity committee made up of about 17 vice presidents and above from different business units around the organization. They help give us guidance on what we're trying to do across the organization from a diversity perspective. And they also serve as our internal and external spokespeople. Then we also have a number of business unit diversity councils or diversity teams. And as I mentioned, we have colleague resource groups. So one thing, Julie, that I try to have in place is a way for every single person in the organization. We have 300,000 employees, our colleagues. We try to create a structure that every single one of them could have a path to get engaged in how we're trying to execute diversity. So that top-down buy-in and then bottom-up engagement, I think, is critical. The other one is we try to approach diversity and inclusion holistically. So we have a 4-part strategy, 4 strategic objectives. One is to ensure that our workforce is representative of all the people and communities that we serve. And that's a lot. We conduct about 6 million transactions daily. So we touch a lot of people on a daily basis. So we want to look like the people we serve. Disabilities and all abilities included, and all the other demographics that we have to care for. The second pillar, we actually call it inclusion and belonging. And that's ensuring that everybody in our company has a seat at the table, their voice is heard, and that they, again, see a role that they can play in being a part of our solutions for managing diversity and inclusion. The third pillar is what we call talent systems, and it's really guided by what we call the 4 Ps, our policies, programs, practices, and procedures for ensuring that everybody has equitable access to growth and development. And then the 4th pillar is what we call diverse marketplaces, or our 4 Cs, and that's dealing with our customers in our stores. Most people think of us as CVS Pharmacy. We have about 10,000 of those. So it's addressing the needs of our customers in our stores, addressing the needs of our communities. So how do we show up as a good corporate steward? Addressing the needs of our clients on the B2B side of our business. We manage pharmacy benefits plans. We have health insurance plans. So we have clients that we have to serve. And then all other constituents. And that is purposefully broad. That includes suppliers, legislators, regulators, investors. So all of the people outside the organization that have a stake in how well we manage diversity. And then so I think, those 3 things, Julie, top-down buy-in, bottom-up engagement, having a holistic strategy, and then also, having a role for everybody to play. I think is critically important.
That is such a great framework to kick us off. I really appreciate that thought. Scott, I'm hoping we can build on this. And could you share, from your perspective, how do inclusion policies support the employment of people with disabilities?
Well, good morning and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Scott Van Nice. I'm from Procter & Gamble. I'm deaf, and what you see me doing, I'm signing using American Sign Language. I'm wearing a blue shirt, and for those who are visually impaired, I'm wearing a blue shirt. I'm bald. I have a beard. I'm white. My day job is in cybersecurity, but my favorite job is focusing on people with disabilities recruiting on a global scale. And with that said, for P&G's inclusion policy and how that helps impact or influence the hiring of people with disabilities, the way to frame this, and it took me all day to talk about this, but I think the best way to approach this is that P&G as a global company, we have over 65 different products with many that make over billions of dollars in profit. So what we're always very mindful of is how do we reflect our consumer? And we respond and listen to our consumers. We talk about how we reflect the environment and the diversity of our consumers. And so one of our main cornerstones is that we're all unique and united. So as a result, we have our E&I strategy, our equality and inclusion strategy. And we first frame that by looking at 4 different areas. What are we doing in those 4 areas with our employees, with our brands, our partners, and the community? And then from there, we branch out even more. We break it down even more. And we look at what we're doing with the LGBTQ community in terms of equality and inclusion. We look at the racial and ethnicity equality and inclusion. And then also third, we look at gender equality and inclusion. And finally, the people with disabilities group for equality and inclusion. So those 4, and employees, we also, with that last group, we include employees with disabled dependents. And what's interesting is that this group has a lot of intersectionality. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're male or female, transgender, and so forth. If you have a disability, it impacts everyone, regardless of what other barriers you might have. And so no one, at one point or another, at some time in your life, you will have a disability. You might be born with a disability, or you sometime later in your life might or will have a disability. It might be temporary or permanent, but unfortunately, it happens to all of us as we age, but we will develop some kind of disability. And what Procter & Gamble has done is looked at their inclusion policy. We love data. And we have tried to figure out how do we approach this systematically in a way that our policies will help benefit and empower our employees to succeed at their peak, and as well as reflect the makeup of our consumers. So as part of our data, for example, people with disabilities make up 28% of the United States population. And there's a lot of talent out there. At the same time, we've also done a lot of studies and recognized over 45 leading companies that if we hired people with disabilities, as well as made sure the employees who have disabled dependents have the resources they need to succeed in the workplace, that translates to 80% higher revenue. It doubles their net income. And it also results in a 30% higher profit margin. Now, the neat thing about this is it's not only about doing the right thing, which is important, and we believe in it, but it's also about doing the right thing for our shareholders. It's one of the few proposals where you can say this is clearly a win-win. So as a result of that, we have developed a lot of in-house inclusion policies, whether it's from recruiting, retention, promotion, and recognition of employees with disabilities. So it's been very helpful.
Mute.
I was muted. Scott, you're speaking my language because I consider myself a reluctant academic, but the minute you brought up the word data, I was like, yes, data decision making, and we have such a great story to tell, so thank you for that. And I'm fairly certain, Hector, that you're going to build on that point as well. Hector from Microsoft, can you talk us through how businesses can talk about issues of inclusion, inequality, and injustice, both internally and publicly, and thinking about the ways in which your organization uses data as a way to tell that story?
Absolutely. Firstly, thank you for the invite to speak here at the Harkin Summit. It's an honor to join you from over here in the UK. My name is Hector Minto. I'm the accessibility evangelist for Microsoft in Europe. I'm a 40s bald man with a longer COVID beard, I would say, than was before we went into lockdown. And I'm speaking to you from my home office with some eye gaze art over my right shoulder. This was an amazing bit from an amazing artist. So let me just build on that a little. My role is essentially to build confidence in business, to talk about accessibility and disability inclusion. But what we know is that we cannot go and have a conversation with governments, with industry bodies, with the people writing the software that will run digital society moving forward, unless we internally have a strong voice of disability within our organization. And it's all very well for us to have a strong US voice, I might add, but increasingly we're recognizing we have to have a strong global voice on disability inclusion. So a lot of the work we've been doing has been about building that confidence of our local areas to build their employee resource group network, but with the clear focus that we can then, it will then lead to customer engagement, partner engagement, supplier engagement. So we take our responsibility on accessibility and disability inclusion very seriously at Microsoft, but as much as we get excited about our own employees driving this message forward, we're just as excited about the people that sell our software. If you think about the UK as one example, we have about 3,500 employees in the UK, but we have about 250,000 people working in the technology companies delivering technology out there. If we can influence that world on disability inclusion, then we will truly drive impact. So I just want to share with you that we have a measurable goal on that impact. So we spend a lot of time, not just obviously measuring our own internal confidence to disclose disability, our own disability hiring, but what we're also now doing is really working on readiness and knowledge. And maybe the thing I could just want to share with you is that people really want to learn about accessibility. When we offer it up to just our general employee base out there, they take our training. We have a badge, you can go and look at it on LinkedIn, where essentially Microsoft employees earn a badge to say they care about digital inclusion and they've learnt about accessibility. Over 40% of my UK area have taken that badge, whether they work in marketing, HR, engineering, sales, customer success, doesn't matter. The numbers are actually pretty even across the board. And so I say it's interesting for us to measure that data so that we're not too policy led, or we're not just always talking about innovation, but we've just got a strong base of awareness across the whole organization that accessibility, particularly accessibility, is a responsibility that Microsoft holds dear, and that we do measure it. Now, in terms of the kind of the advantages for us as a business, by building this muscle, we're holding meetings with top level government officials, with the people making the decisions about policies of digital transformation, with people working in the banking industry looking at the vulnerable customer agenda or the regulations to support digital transformation. So it's opening up a whole host of conversations with what we would call business decision makers about disability inclusion. And this is all then feeding into the feeling that people can trust Microsoft on, as a platform provider, as a software provider. So I don't want us to move fully towards just the business benefits and the business imperative, although it's an incredibly important angle to work on. But it has to be built on strong policy, strong processes, and an amplified voice of people with disabilities across the Microsoft offices and partner networks globally. Hopefully that adds some color to the conversation.
Oh my goodness. I'm excited for the discussion part, but before we get there, I want to give Andy an opportunity to also speak to the not-for-profit sector. And Andy, I know you've led multiple organizations in the not-for-profit sector that with a very strong commitment to hiring with a lens on diversity globally. So can you kind of bring us home from your perspective, what value diversity brings to the workplace? And then it looks like we'll have some time for just some general reactions.
Sure, thank you, Julie, and I'm really honored to be part of this panel. I am a former Tom Harkin staffer, so speaking at a Harkin Summit is always fun for me, and it's been fun to be able to play a role in planning the summits, the last 4 and this first virtual one. Description, I'm a white guy in my 50s with short brown hair. I've got a white background behind me, and I am wearing a rare tie. It's hard to see, but I'm wearing a rare tie during COVID today. It's a kind of a fall color tie with gold and maroon tones. I've got a blue shirt on and a maroon jacket. So I am the executive director of Disability Rights California. We're a $35 million nonprofit funded mostly by the government to provide direct legal services and policy advocacy for people with disabilities in California. California, as the audience probably knows, is the largest state in the United States. We have 40 million people in California. We're bigger than most countries, and we are very diverse. So it's not hard to make the case in California why Disability Rights California benefits from having a diverse workforce. I inherited a very diverse workforce from the person who was the executive director for 26 years before me, Catherine Blakemore. She set hiring goals for the organization along with the board of directors, and right now, 1/3 of our employees self-identify as having disabilities, and the board has set a goal that over half of our employees will self-identify as having disabilities, and about 2/3 of our employees are people of color. We have lots of language capacity. Spanish language capacity is particularly important in California, but we have native language speakers in more than 12 different languages that are spoken in the state. What I would say is our organization is a law firm providing legal services, and we inherit some of the barriers of the bar in California and nationally. Going to law school, graduating from law school, and passing the bar is not an easy thing, and there are structural barriers built into that whole process that can make it harder for people with disabilities and people from other diverse backgrounds to succeed. So the pool that we hire from, over 100 of our employees are attorneys. The pool that we hire from does not reflect the diversity of California. So we have to kind of be more affirmative and intentional to find and cultivate people with lived experience with disabilities. Ideally, people with lived experience with disabilities who also have other connections to other groups that are underserved in California. And our board just passed an advocacy platform for Disability Rights California that really centers the lived experience of people with disabilities who are also Black or also transgender or also Latino or Native American or Asian Pacific Islander, because we want to make sure that those populations are getting the attention that they deserve and that we're addressing the disparities that exist in our state. This is a state with huge inequality. And a lot of the people that have been most affected by COVID, most affected by the economic downturn, were already at an economic disadvantage at the beginning of the pandemic. So we're trying to take affirmative steps, and our governor is trying to take affirmative steps to remedy that. We're excited about President-elect Biden's theme of building back better. We don't want to just go back to the economy that we had before COVID. We want a more inclusive economy. And just hearing CVS Health, Procter & Gamble, and Microsoft talking about what they're doing gets me excited. I feel like if all of corporate America was showing the kind of leadership that we heard on this panel, we'd be in a much better place in terms of inclusion in the workforce.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Andy, for bringing the current moment and the current context into the conversation. So we have some time just for general reactions, and I'm sure you all have a million questions, as do I. But I did want to take a moment to put a little bit of intentionality on the impact of COVID-19 and the global pandemic and the disproportionate impact that it has had on people with disabilities and people from various groups. And then also for those of us who are US based, this has been such a traumatic year in terms of racial equality and feelings of safety and connectiveness. You know, here in the United States, I know that's not specifically a US issue, but has been front and center. So wanted to just offer up for all of you a moment to kind of reflect on how has 2020, all things that are 2020, influence the work.
If I can jump in first, if that's helpful.
Go ahead, Hector.
So one thing that I can honestly tell you has been a learning is the amount of covering of disability that has been uncovered through COVID in society, and not least by major employers. And I think for all of the horror that we've seen out there, I think it's really important that we don't miss that learning and pick up on it as we recover. Many people who've been covering disability in the workplace have been forced to uncover due to the forced working scenarios they find themselves in, mainly through screen-based engagement. And I think that's going to give us a real opportunity to actually say, look, you were already employing people with disabilities, but you weren't having a strong enough conversation about it. Now's the time to invest in your employee resource groups, as Scott's been talking about, and you're from an HR perspective. And then let's build our confidence to go after this more proactively as organizations as we recover.
Yeah, this is Andy. Just to build on what Hector was saying, I neglected to mention I have lived experience with bipolar disorder, which I've been open about throughout my career. And one thing that I've found during COVID, I started to get depressed like the week before Easter, and I went about 5 months depressed as a new CEO. And I found just by being vulnerable with my own employees, many of whom were dealing with either long-term mental health issues or situational mental health issues connected to COVID, it enabled me to connect and be a support for my employees in a different way. And as I was kind of introducing myself to them as their new CEO, I think it helped them see me first as a human being. And as we tried to make management decisions during COVID, we really tried to start with the idea that we needed to be kind and we needed to be supportive of our workers who were going through an unprecedented challenge, and that we would never be able to predict which of our workers were going to be affected the most by it. So I really like Hector's point about it uncovering things. And Hector, I guess what I would add to that is we're trying to create a culture at Disability Rights California where people want to uncover their lived experience with disabilities because they see it as a strength and they see it as connected to our mission.
Absolutely.
And this is Scott. I would also like to add that Procter & Gamble, I've heard that P&G is being described as, a brand company, which is not far from the truth. because P&G is very cognizant about our brand, but we always have a mission behind our brand, a statement behind our brand. And this year, I thought that's become even more relevant for P&G over the past several years. We focus a lot on talking about representation in the workplace and pay inequality. You know, who shares the load at home? You know, for example, doing the laundry. And so as a result, we've developed a lot of brands and videos talking about that. And there are some people in the audience might be familiar with our commercials, like, and it's quote, like a girl. One of our popular campaigns or commercials shows how a girl grows up without any bias, and or talks about love without or choose equally, choose equality. When they see us, you know, the choice, love without bias, out of the shadows. So there are a lot of messages behind the different brands that we use. And are we focused on sending positive messages and the importance of respect and equality, inclusion, and those are being part of our DNA, part of P&G. And it's not always about our product. It's about developing those kinds of messages for our employees as well. So that you just happen to have a disability, or the employee with a disabled dependent. And so recently P&G, for example, set up a conference internally, and it was called Disability Confidence Conference, which I really loved and appreciated. And over the past several years, there were conferences that talked about disability representation, or how people can do better in terms of hiring and recruiting people with disabilities. But this was the first time where you really saw P&G take a stand and talk about the importance of being confident in your disability and owning it, and talking about how your disability makes you really unique. And there were some people even framed it like some kind of superpower. You know, what you get and what you get out of it, and that you bring to work, that makes it like your superpower. And I love that theme, the disability confidence, you know, and encouraging people to own that. And I think that's critical if you think about it. I remember reading somewhere, it said that the statistics of disabilities, that 30% of disabilities are visible. The other 70% are invisible disabilities or hidden disabilities. And so it's important to develop that theme of disability confidence, because if people see a company or an environment that promotes that, encourages people to step out of the closet, so to speak, and become more confident, I think it's common sense to think about it, that if a person feels the burden removed, then they can go into the office and into the workplace and not have to worry about bias. They are recognized and encouraged to speak up and own their disability. And the more productive they can become, the more they can contribute and give back in the workplace, as well as help build the community. So at the end of the day, it's about encouraging and promoting that confidence.
I'm seeing lots of head nods, my own included. David, it looks like you have something to say.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Yes, this is David. And to follow up on all the great remarks that everybody made, I'll try not to be duplicative, but hopefully reinforce some of the great points that were made by all of the panelists. And, you know, Julie, you had asked about the environment of the, you know, social justice conversations that we're having and inequity conversations we're having as well. And I think that there's a tie-in when you think about the issues that we're dealing with from a race and ethnicity standpoint and disability, because there's some intersectionality there, right? Blacks and African Americans do have disabilities as well. So I think it's an opportunity for us to leverage and acknowledge that intersectionality and where, various demographics can come together to help amplify that message even more. So where I think we are right now with this conversation, and many people are calling it a racial reckoning in America, the conversation we've been waiting for 401 years to have, right? I think I heard one of the pastors at George Floyd Memorial say that he believes that America is at the intersection of pain and potential. And what he meant by that, I think the pain is pretty obvious. His point around the potential was, how do we make this different than another hashtag moment, another 24-hour news cycle event? How do we make sure this is a lasting dialogue with measurable systemic change? And I think one of the things that'll come out of this, you've seen corporate America step up in ways that corporate America has never stepped up before on that issue. Even at CVS Health, we've made a $600 million commitment to investing in really strengthening the experience of our Black and African American colleagues who work at our company, strengthening the community, and then also shaping and helping to inform public policy and leveraging our corporate voice. $600 million, and every company has stood up, most big companies anyway, have stepped up to that level, right? So I think what may come out of this, what I hope comes out of this, one, I hope that murder hornets go away. That's something from 2020 we need no part of. But I think the other thing that I hope comes out of this is, as we are now engaging in deeper level conversations than I've experienced in my 20-year career as a chief diversity officer, I hope that carries over up into other conversations about diversity and disabilities in particular. We have not had real conversations about disabilities. We touched upon them on the surface level. What can we do to make sure, our facilities are accessible, our products are accessible, but we've never had deep, revealing, even painful conversations about disabilities like we're having with race right now. And I hope that the muscle that we're building around these conversations with race, that we can apply that to having these conversations about disability. To Scott's point, 70% of disabilities being not visible. We launched a campaign before the COVID outbreak called Stamp Out Stigma, and we were encouraging our own employees to tell their story. In many cases of disabilities that people can't see, that they were living with. It has been incredibly powerful. And I think Scott had mentioned, as well, having, building that sense of courage around having these conversations going forward. Hearing people talk about living with depression, having lived experience with, being bipolar, or, the things that you may not readily see. 5-10 years ago, I don't think that anybody, or not many people, would have had the courage to divulge that. They would have tried to keep that secret. But now, we're creating this environment where it's becoming commonplace that people can have that courage and tell that story. So anyway, I'm gonna stop talking, but I really hope that we can leverage some of our learnings and experiences from all of what's happening in 2020, and not just focus on the negative, but think about what it's really causing us to do. The ability that it's given us to take a step back and reflect. And even though we're physically separated, I think we've had opportunities to come even closer together than we've ever had before through the use of technology. So I'm hoping those will be some of the key takeaways and learnings from 2020.
Hector.
Yeah, this is Hector. Here, I would absolutely say. One thing I would say that the disability community can learn from some of the other issues, specifically when you talk about the Black Lives Matter and the race agenda, a lot of the conversation moved on to things like workplace mobility. It wasn't just good enough to give somebody a job. It was about promoting voice within the organization and creating space underneath for more people to follow. And I hope that's where we go, honestly, in the disability space now, as we see leaders with disabilities take up some of those senior roles. Workplace mobility is a big challenge for people with disabilities, because there's almost a feeling of safety that you've had all of your accommodations, you've got everything sorted, so the workplace is accessible, but people tend to stick. So I think all of the evolution of that narrative, David, that you talk about, I would love us to grab some of that as we come as we move forward.
Great. And Andy, any last reactions from you?
I guess one thing I just want to mention that we haven't really focused on is the diversity within the disability community from a disability perspective. It's a very diverse category, and there are a lot of people that have disabilities that require more support at work. Some of that support can be done through technology, some of it can be done through people and through teams. But I think as employers get serious, and I really appreciate David's point that we're not having the serious kind of personal, painful conversations that we need to have in corporate America, recognize that you are going to have to do more for some of your employees with disabilities than for others. And your disability strategy should include the whole community. There should be people in your workforce who have intellectual disabilities and might need a job coach, at least when they're starting the job, where they may need a job coach long-term. And really thinking about those populations as you're building a job strategy. And I know that's what Julie's organization is focused on, but I just want to bring that up, that that's an important part of the conversation.
Thank you, Andy. That's very important. I know we are at time. I wish we had several more hours to dig deeper, and hopefully we'll find some opportunities and some venues to do that moving forward. But I just deeply want to thank all of our panelists for their time, for the work that you're doing. It's so important, and it's been an honor for me to spend this time with you.
Thank you, Julie.
Likewise. Thank you, Julie.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm sure you're eager to engage with our panelists after those segments. Up next, we will have a Q&A with our speakers from part 2. You can share your questions in the chat box.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Right.
Wow. What beautiful faces we have. Great
Give it
to
a
see
second
everyone.
to let everyone pop up, and
yeah.
Then we
Hi,
will get
Kyle.
going.
Great to see you again. Hey, Andy. Hey,
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Claudia.
Hi, Claudia. Hi, Zion. How are you? Julie.
All right.
Great work, guys.
Yeah, that was a superb panel, guys. Really brilliant.
Is that a vest you're wearing, Andy? You're looking very smart.
Yes, I got this vest with Caroline Casey at the Harkin Summit.
At the
in
Harkin
Paris.
Summit in Paris. I remember.
Oh my goodness. No wonder. Paris chic always.
Oh, yeah.
So how is everybody? Oh.
All right, we are live. We're going to go ahead and start the Q&A, although as you can tell, we have a very energetic group today that has already jumped right in. But I have so many questions, but my questions are not the ones that are as important as the ones that have been popping up in the chat. So I wanted to start, if we could, great question earlier in thinking about this virtual world that we're living in and the ways that we're all coming from different, parts of the globe right now. How do we make sure, as we're talking about promises of inclusion in the workforce, that our policies are going to be fulfilled when we have this physical disconnect between our corporate offices and our employees' physical locations? Wondering if we could start there.
Well, Julie, this is Andy. I'm happy to just share. As Disability Rights California has 26 offices across California. And in a strange way, the pandemic has actually brought us closer together as a staff. Each of our offices have their own cultures. And because those cultures aren't happening in the same way around COVID, we are creating a bigger cross Disability Rights California culture. We get together as a full staff over Zoom once a month, and we're getting together in different configurations. We've launched a bunch of employee resource groups this year that are getting together. So I think even though it seems like it would be harder to change a culture in a COVID environment, there are some circumstances where you can leverage technology to build a stronger culture that might have been harder if people were spread out physically across 26 offices or 260 offices.
Yeah.
Can I add to that, Julie? One of the things that's been really interesting, and particularly picking up from your panel, what Hector was speaking about, the uncovering. I think it's become more obvious around the issues of disability and accessibility that might not have been brought up before. I've been on several meetings and calls where it has actually been really good to be able to say, listen, I'm not going to participate unless there's captioning. And I personally don't need captioning. I'm visually impaired and I have my own issues with how it's done here. But that conversation has started to help organizations connect more in a way that they may not have before. And then we have to link that back up to, it's something very small, but it starts the question about the investment and the strategic investment into inclusion right across the supply chain. And in a way, it's opened up more conversations that might not have been open before, because people are saying, well, actually, I'm not going to come to a meeting if it's not captioned, just as a small example. So I've seen that where we didn't have that opportunity, over a year ago.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know we have a limited time, and I want to pivot to where we kind of landed on some of the intersectionality issues and how businesses address that. But a really good comment was made in the chat about also thinking about this moment as not being an excuse to say people with disabilities can only participate in the workforce if it's done virtually. And so I would love to hear some thoughts and reactions to that. Caroline and Scott in particular would love to hear your thoughts.
Well, this is Scott, and just so you know, this is my interpreter's voice. So if you wouldn't mind repeating the question for the interpreter, that would be great.
Yes, so as we've been having some great discussions about the ways that technology is making the workforce more accessible to people with disabilities, how do we make sure we don't stop there and that we continue to make workplaces themselves inclusive for those individuals with disabilities who want to come to work in the office with everybody else?
Okay, well, this is something that P&G has actually invested a lot of research in. And, one good thing about this pandemic, as we've brought up previously, is that P&G has realized that everyone is working from home, right? And so we don't have a choice. We have to work from home. And we have to make sure that our environment in general is more inclusive, more diverse. And P&G has been looking at different tools such as captioning, interpreters, and encouraging people to invest in a higher model. And just a second for the interpreter. Buying a second monitor, rather, if we need be, whether it be different office chairs, whatever it is for your home office to become more ergonomic. So just providing workshops and how to handle stress in this time, if that would help with a person with a disability, and it might help with accessibility as well. So P&G has HR support ready and in place that you can walk up to and kind of, they'll take your order, if you will. And so, in fact, right now, previously, before the pandemic, we relied on, I had 1 or 2 interpreters. And now, because of this pandemic, because of COVID, I have a team of 4 to 5 different agencies that we work and partner with, and we have contracts with. We also have a contract with a nationwide company, so we can have access to interpreters 24/7. And honestly, we actually had 2 deaf hires that have recently been hired full-time, and 1 in the Philippines, actually. And so we're actually working on hiring another deaf individual in Japan. So all of this because of COVID. And so the reason that, I think working from home definitely is no excuse. I think P&G has taken a very proactive approach to this, for sure.
Thank you for that, Scott. Carolyn, did you want to add anything?
I just want to say, we know why P&G are a valuable 500 company, because the intention is to look at, it's not these piecemeal pocket solutions, but to start looking about integrating disability inclusion. And I love your question. It's such a good question. It's like, we have to ensure that though it's working, that people with disabilities may be able to work from home, and I say maybe, that needs to be in the workspace, and make sure that the learnings from the pandemic are brought into the business in a systemic way. And the way that we can do that is to ensure the business leadership are supporting that, because the solutions are there. We just need to scale them and integrate them. And I'd love to hear what Claudia has to say as well about this. It's just about, so much of this is already here. It's just, how do we interweave it, and how do we systemically make it a part of the business?
Thank you. I was just going to turn to Claudia and Chen. So Claudia, can you pick up there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I didn't get the cue. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's so great to see so many familiar faces and to be an additional voice to the conversation. I work with T-Mobile, formerly Sprint, and in general, just working in the physical workplace, the environment, in T-Mobile, I was always in place, but now I've been working remote, and I see the result of the pandemic and how that's impacted the workspace, and how we've actually expanded inclusion due to the effect of COVID, and figuring out how we can make accessibility not just in the virtual space, but also in the in-person space, the office space. And working remotely is not something that's new. But now it's presented a new opportunity to actually increase and build upon. So post-COVID, I think the question stands, what will we do? Will there be better functionality? And I think it's right back to what Scott said, there won't be any excuses to be made. It will no longer be considered an accommodation, rather a best practice. And I look at my own personal example as a deaf person, but I also think about others who are low vision, deaf, blind, or have other disabilities. So I think it's really important for companies, and I think we have done well at T-Mobile, not perfectly, but I think we've done well by establishing a point of contact that can basically filter accommodations and assess the needs for them. And then that way we can meet the needs of individuals. And I think we have to also be mindful of the platform we choose to use when we're holding this video conferencing. It is a great tool, having video conferencing, but not all are built equally. So I think companies have to really assess. They might be hesitant to switch platforms because there might be a preferential deference towards a particular one. However, we have to think about how this impacts our employees with disabilities. Are there certain reservations or restrictions that limit their full participability in the meetings? So I think we have to analyze it based on the suggestion, based on the environment, and then also getting feedback from the employees to provide this accessible accommodation. And I think when we start doing that, and we have tried to do more so often in my workspace with T-Mobile, we do have someone who joins the meetings who provides visual descriptions for the employee that might have a visual impairment or disability. And that is so impactful. And I think it just gives a nuance and an additive to the meeting and the participatory ability of that individual. And so accommodation inclusion is so important, even when we're working in the remote environment, and we have to work on making it fully inclusive.
Thank you. Shin, I saw you take yourself off mute, so I want to open the door for you to add to that.
Well, I'm just, obviously everyone's points are really potent and powerful. And I think going back to Caroline's point about insisting on captioning and welcoming environments, I believe it comes down to allyship. Honestly, I think we have a lot of things that we get wrong about both allyship and privilege. Privilege itself is not a problem. It's when you're not making space for others and you're not using your privilege to give the mic to somebody else or make room. So I think that's where companies can really make a difference in being allies, being that support system, and having people like Caroline say, I must have captioning. There must be audio description. You know, I think a lot of it is awareness, but what I think we get wrong often about allyship and privilege is, you know, if we want our moment of reckoning, as we see with BLM and we have seen with the LGBTQ plus community, we have to give grace on both sides. We have to make room to make mistakes. Making mistakes, it's more about how do you react once you've made the mistake. Once you get that feedback, how are you stepping up? You know what I mean? I think we can't assume that everybody knows what we need. That is really up to us in the community of people with disabilities to advocate for those things. But when we do know better, we can do better. So I think, so I look forward to the day that we can all include everybody in the conversation, where it's not just the choir, because I see the same 100 people, or in this case, 1,000 maybe. But I'd like it to be something that the entire world, that billions are talking about. And so I think that that's going to happen. But in order for that to happen, we have to make room on both sides. We have to make room for mistakes, but also make space for those things that we don't know as allies. There's so much I still don't know about the disability community. I'm constantly learning. So I think to realize that nobody knows everything and we need each other. We need each other to be better.
I want to lift up your statement, and I'm probably going to misquote you, but when we do know better, we do better. I love that. I'm going to write that down and put it on a t-shirt. I know we're coming up against the break, but Senator Harkin, get ready to take yourself off mute because I have some questions for you. But I also wanted to give Caroline a chance to just kind of comment broadly. We've kind of covered a lot of content since early this morning, and before I put Senator Harkin on the spot, I just wanted your reactions to the day and what you're thinking.
I, like everybody, I've been sitting in front of a Zoom lens for months. I've really loved listening to this conversation. And for the people that co-created it and all the panel conversations, and I don't know, is it just me in our echo chamber, but I actually feel a fresh energy. And many of us have known each other for a long time. But I wonder, are we reflecting that this breakdown is going to be a breakthrough? And I totally agree. No more excuses. We can't unknow what we know. This is inflection moment on human inclusion. And it feels like it's bouncing off the screen. And I feel very privileged to be part of it. But I do want to say, I really appreciate people calling out. We have to make space for us to fail. And we've got to make space for us not to get this right, because it's the only way we're going to get through this, because inclusion means everyone for everyone. And that's very hard based on the tribal truth of human beings that we don't like difference. So I just feel really energized on a Thursday night late here in Dublin. So thank you.
And to pick up on that note, Senator Harkin, there was a great comment in the chat earlier about some of the speakers and panelists today with lived experience and why they're not running for office. And so I want to pick up on this piece of, not being afraid to fail, and would love your thoughts and wisdom. It's been a long road to get to this day, Harkin Summit 2020. What is your challenge to us, your continued ask of all of us who are gathered here today?
Well, Julie, thank you. And again, thank everyone. This has been a fantastic day. In fact, of all the summits I've attended, this is the only one where I've actually been able to be present at all of the presentations. Most of the other ones, people drag me outside and they want to talk to me about this and talk to me about that, and somebody from the press. So this has been, for me, a wonderful day. So I just revel in that, and it's just been great. I I have to tell a little story on this, not being afraid to fail. I was having a hearing. It was in conjunction with changing the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act before I left. I had a provision to engage young persons with disabilities who are on IEPs. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's an individualized education program in school for kids with disabilities. To engage them and get them with summer jobs and after school jobs and job shadowing, because kids with disabilities just weren't included in that, and therefore they didn't have any kind of work experience. So I was having this hearing, and I was talking about how I was going to change so that kids could not leave school and just get into what we call a sheltered workshop, a sub-minimum wage, dead-end job, no chance for improvement or advancement. But they would have to go out and try competitive integrated employment first. Well, one father who was on the panel said to me in the hearing, he said, Senator, don't you realize you're setting these kids up for failure? I looked at him and I said, and what's your point? Is your point that people with disabilities should never experience failure? But failure is a part of life. It's a part of human life. We all have failures that we try things and we find out we can't do them, so we do other things. That's just a part of growing up. Why would you deny this one part of life experiences to people with disabilities? They can grow too. They can have a failure and learn to do something else, learn to do something that they might be more adept at. Well, anyway, so when I hear that thing about not being afraid to fail, that brings home this idea that no, we shouldn't be afraid to fail. And young kids and people with disabilities shouldn't be afraid to fail. We all do. And so, but that can't be held as the ultimate deciding factor. Failure is a part of growing. It's a part of learning, a part of adapting. So that has to be built into our structure, our business structure also, and that there should not be this expectation that if they hire a person with a disability, that person can never fail. We all do, and it must be built into that structure. There are two things that I missed on the hearing on this last panel, and it was that I wanted to hear. Hector Minto brought it up, measurable goals. And I asked Caroline Casey this in the Valuable 500. It seems to me how do we measure progress if we don't have goals? I keep insisting to businesses, set goals. Think about your operations. Set a goal. That way, you know what you're doing if you're meeting that goal. So measurable goals. And I didn't hear David Casey say that, but I just wonder about the other businesses about if they have measurable goals. The other thing I didn't hear was outreach. What are businesses doing? What's in their business plan that is a positive outreach to the disability community to let them know they are not only welcome, but we want them because they're going to be better for our business. They're going to be better for our community. They're going to help us be more profitable, do a better job. And so what's their outreach to the disability community? I just think a lot of people, they print something up, they have a proposal, and then they wait for people with disabilities to come in the door. That doesn't happen, and we know why. What's their active pursuit going after persons with disabilities? I didn't hear that discussed today at all.
So Scott, can I put you on the spot and ask you to take a stab at the questions around measurable outcomes and outreach?
Well, as far as measurable outcomes, I think that's a difficult one to put into words. I don't think we can legally ask a person with a disability to do that. But the best way, I guess we could put it, is to say that we can't necessarily do that, but what are the things we can focus on as far as outreach? Kind of go on to that second question first, and really advertise and kind of self-identify individuals with disabilities that are employees with the company. I think that, you know, doing that and encouraging and developing an environment within P&G to encourage people to feel confident about their disability. You know, within our workplace environment, just recently, we actually established a conference, I guess about 2 or 3 weeks ago, called Disability Confidence Conference. And so we do have a panel of P&G employees that have come and shared their stories and the confidence that they have in their disabilities. And there's a lot of visible disabilities, as discussed previously, and some are invisible disabilities. And so talking about the different options, the different ways we can kind of reach accommodations, support, and it's really important just to recognize, you know, the promotion and retention of employees with disabilities as well. So we have a lot of support from the executive level, top level down. And from that being said, that encourages people within every recruiting event, just to make sure that we have a person there that represents and can talk about P&G's support of employees with disabilities. So that's one way that we kind of approach that. We're very active in that space. And I think at the end of the day, we really want to make sure people are confident about their disabilities, and that will shine through. And especially when they come into their workspace, they don't have to worry about asking for help or asking for an accommodation. Or, you know, studies have shown that the more capable a person, the more confident or able a person is in their workplaces, if they can put aside that burden of asking for support, asking for an accommodation, the more productive that they will become.
Thank you for that. And
it's, sorry to interrupt, it's not necessarily about doing the right thing. You know, it's about making great business sense, you know? So at the end of the day, that's what our outreach program kind of does. It's the disability confidence that we're emphasizing there.
Thank you, Scott. And I have learned, I know we're heading up against time, but I've learned that when Senator Harkin asks a question, we have to do our best to answer it. So Claudia, you posted in the chat about, you know, what gets measured gets done. And I was wondering if you could kind of close us out with just a little bit more on that piece.
I think we might be frozen. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Judy, could I step in while we're waiting for the unfreezing?
Please.
We do have solutions around this measurement issue, and we're really happy to share them. So I'm more than happy to put in that information into the chat after, if that's helped, Senator Harkin.
Great.
Thank you.
Looks like we have Claudia back.
Well, I actually have my interpreter on a back channel, so I'll try to use the interpreter on FaceTime because I'm freezing a little bit on the screen. Yeah, I did type that comment in, what gets measured gets done. And I believe strongly in that sentiment. I believe that measuring goals is important. We need milestones to be set and passed. And I think it's important when you think about civil rights, we have to make sure that we are measuring based on gender, based on race. And I think that's extremely important, especially for people with disabilities. We have to hold companies and ourselves accountable. And I think beyond just having the talk, the incessant talk about the needs and hiring persons with disabilities, I think we have to move beyond that rhetoric and actually have tangible outcomes and get stuff done. And that's the only way to make it, bring it to fruition.
Fantastic. Thank you. I know we're going to hear from Senator Harkin and Caroline in the next session. So before we go to break, I want to thank Scott and Claudia and Jen and Andy for participating. And one last question, Senator Harkin, before we go on break. And I'm just going to say that this was not my idea, but I was asked to ask you to give a visual description of your COVID hair.
I probably should have given a description of myself. Absolutely. Well, you know, I spent all my life either in the military or in Congress, and so I always had to have short cropped hair. And so this COVID gave me an excuse to grow my hair long enough to put it in a ponytail, which I can do now. But I guess I'll probably get a haircut. I don't know. I'm ambivalent about that. But anyway, I have long white hair. I'm getting less hair in front and more in back at my age. But it's been interesting. My wife says I look like Clouseau.
Now you can join a band, Senator Harkin.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Enjoy your break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Bye.
Much love. Thank you.
Brilliant job. Thanks.
Bye.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Harkin Summit. Most all of us have seen the way we conduct our work change over the last 10 months. And if many of you are like me, you've used technology to connect like never before. Technology is an important part of any plan to address the employment needs of individuals with disabilities. We welcome Sachin Pavarthan from Utah State University in a discussion of the current state of technology, both new innovations as well as obstacles to overcome.
Welcome everyone to this session on technology. My name is Sachin Pavitran. I'm a dark brown individual from India. I'm blind myself. I'm wearing a navy blue blazer with a button-up shirt in my home office with a credenza behind me. I work for Utah State University. I'm the policy director for the university. I also serve as the president of AUCD, the Association of University Centers on Disability. I also had the honor of serving under the Obama administration as an appointee to the U.S. Access Board, where I was the chairman of the federal agency, and worked quite a bit in the ICT space and accessibility. I'm excited to have our great panel today. And to start off, I want to introduce our panel, Jessica Rafuse from Microsoft. Jessica.
Hi, Sachin. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Rafuse from Microsoft. At Microsoft, I lead strategic partnerships for accessibility, including policy as well. Let's see, I am a white woman. I have blonde hair. I'm in my home office with a bookshelf behind me that has some odds and ends and books and some frames on it. Great to be here. Thanks, Sachin.
Thanks, Jessica. Next, we got Larry Goldberg from Verizon. Larry.
Hi, everybody. I'm Larry Goldberg. I'm the head of accessibility for Verizon Media, which is a division of the Verizon Corporation. One of three units, Verizon Consumer, Verizon Business, and Verizon Media. I originally joined the accessibility team when we were Yahoo. Verizon acquired Yahoo a couple of years ago. I'm a white male with a white beard, a blue shirt, and I'm beyond drinking age. I started my career in accessibility and public broadcasting at WGBH in Boston, where captioning and audio description for the blind were invented.
Thanks, Larry. And last but not least, it's Christopher Patnoff from Google. Chris.
Hi, my name is Christopher. I'm head of accessibility programs and disability inclusion at Google. And our responsibility is to make sure all of our products and all of our corporate culture is supportive of people with disabilities. I'm a white male with gray hair wearing black glasses and a black headset with a yantra behind me. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So to start off, I want to throw a question out to all of you about where mainstream technology is going right now, the emerging technology when it comes to accessibility and this, in mainstream technology. How do you think technology, what role is it playing right now when it comes to emerging technology, and what is that going to do with employment for people with disabilities where design is concerned in these technologies?
But let's just start with what current state is. We know that the COVID pandemic has really disrupted much of our lives, and it particularly impacts people with disabilities. But the thing that we know is that this pandemic is digital. Information is being delivered rapidly online. All of us are really at the front of this digital pandemic, including the over 1 billion people with disabilities around the world. And I think what is really exciting about this opportunity is that there are people with disabilities that are leading the way on innovations that we're using today in a pandemic, but also that we're going to be using post-pandemic. A few examples. Allow me to introduce you to one of my friends at Microsoft. Her name is Swetha. She is a brilliant engineer. She is deaf. Swetha primarily uses captioning and lip reading in meetings, which is really hard work. She tells me that it is very fatiguing. And I will never forget sitting with Swetha in our hack tent. And the hack tent, this is a good thing. This is somewhere we go during the summer months and we all innovate the future with lots of pizza and coffee. And we were sitting there and she told me that when she talks to her parents on video chat, she asks them to turn down the lights in the background so she can really focus on what her parents are saying and focus on their mouths so that she can lip read. So Swetha's hack all those years ago is now what we know as the blur feature. People are using the blur feature all over, whether that's someone with a disability or without. Maybe you want to blur the laundry that's in the background, or at my house, if there's kids' toys everywhere, you turn on that blur feature and you can focus on the person that you're talking to on the other side. So there's a lot of these really cool examples of where people with disabilities are innovating those technologies that we're using today, but we're also going to be using when we come out of this pandemic.
Thank you, Jessica. Christopher, you wanted to make a point as well?
Yeah, actually, it dovetails nicely with what Jessica was talking about. One of the technologies, the enabling technologies for this blur feature is machine learning and artificial intelligence, understanding the world and the person. What's the person, what's not the person. So these machine learning technologies are really powerful and can really enable many different things, like the automated captions that you would see in Google Meet, for example, or Live Transcribe. But these are also useful for different things as well, like speech to text or automatic speech to text that could be used to really enable someone who is having challenges reading for whatever purpose, distraction or whatnot, to have the text read for them. Or even image descriptions, like Facebook and Google both have these image descriptions built in. So if you don't know what it is, it can tell you it looks like something. So even if someone is creating an image and not providing an alt text, technology can make up for that and provide this information for someone so they can participate in this digital environment.
This is Larry. To add to that, the challenges for all of us working from home or working from an odd space have been enormous. For people with disabilities, it just highlights so many areas of both barriers, but also, interestingly, I think the world's learning about all of these new technologies that are enabling us to work from anywhere. We had this woman in a call center in Utah who, when she's blind, and she had a complete setup in her office for all of her access. And when she was told she had to work from home, she felt, well, I guess that's it for me, I'm done. But no, in fact, the Verizon tech team swooped in on her home and was able to set her up for a fully accessible home environment, really in just a half a day. So in many ways, the fact that we've got this digital online challenge has opened some interesting doors for us.
Thanks, Larry. Now, all three of you touched on something that I want to discuss a little bit about. You know, the COVID-19, the pandemic is on everyone's mind. And with the pandemic, the way we work has changed significantly compared to how it was in the past. A lot of people are working remotely. And one of the barriers people with disabilities have had faced in the past is finding employment, because transportation is a barrier, different barriers that people with disabilities face. What do you see happening with what has changed with the pandemic, with the remote work environment? How are these barriers going to be eliminated by technology and people with disabilities getting more opportunities?
It's interesting because I come from the world of captioning, and I used to say that automatic speech recognition for captioning will really just never serve the purpose. I think I have to bend that now, and Microsoft and Google are two who have taught me that it is going to be and is an option, has to be in many ways, and it's driven the tech world to improve it. That's really the essential part. Is it was okay. Automatic speech recognition was passable for the longest time, but I come from some of the best editors in the world at WGBH, and today I'm actually seeing that ASR is and is going to be a mainstream solution for people who are deaf or hard of hearing.
I love that, Larry. I totally agree with you. A couple of years ago, I would have told my friends who are deaf and hard of hearing, you know, stick with CART, stick with your human-powered captioning, but it's really improving, and the more that we continue to use it, the better. I think there are, what we've seen within Teams, for example, is that the use of captioning has increased by 30 times since the beginning of the pandemic, 30 times. And this could mean a couple things. It could mean awareness that Larry spoke to. More people are aware of the option out there. It also could mean an increase in the number of people with disabilities. And this is something very serious that we need to really think about, to Sachin's point about what employment looks like. We know that there will be more people with disabilities when we come out of this pandemic. First, directly, about 1% to 2% of people who have COVID, they acquire a permanent disability long after the virus is gone. And then secondly, and indirectly, COVID can also increase the instances of mental health conditions, anxiety, stress, depression. These are real folks, and we're seeing a lot of that come out from the pandemic. And I think that the problem is exacerbated when we see how many people have lost their jobs during the pandemic. 1 in 5 people with disabilities versus 1 in 7 without. So nearly 1 million people from the disability community have lost their jobs. But there's also an opportunity. Here's the fun part that we can get excited about. These unintended consequences that I think Sachin really alluded to are really exciting. This remote work opportunity is chiseling away at the stigma that exists. So for me personally, you can't even see my wheelchair in this camera angle. So I'm a person who uses a power wheelchair, but when I'm remote, that part of my identity isn't on film. On the one hand, it's really critical that people with disabilities continue to talk about our disabilities as a strength. And on the other hand, it reminds us that more than 70% of disability is non-apparent. So most of the time you're talking to someone on the other side of that video call, their disability wouldn't be visible. So I think, what is the responsibility here is, as technologists on this call, on this panel, we have the responsibility to build in accessible technologies for everyone so that people with disabilities have that choice. They have that option to personalize, and they can experience that both individually and privately. And I think that the demand that we're seeing, so immersive reader is up 560% since the beginning of the pandemic. So this is a tool that has highlighting parts of speech, text-to-speech, picture dictionary, syllabification, which is just a word I really like to say whenever I can because it's a fun one. I use immersive reader every day, and I don't have a learning disability, but I'm a lawyer. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. So I read boring things. You feel me, you understand those boring things. Well, immersive reader can help you get through that more easily. But I only bring that up because I think it's really important to recognize that yes, this is the right thing to do, but employers, if they set the foundation of accessibility, they can become an employer of choice to this huge pool of candidates with disabilities that's going to come out of the pandemic.
And this is Christopher, if I may, what I find really interesting is the competition between the different companies is really advancing the state of this art, really empowering and enabling new features that make it easier for people to work remotely. Google had the first ASR with Meet, and then Microsoft came up with a really good one as well. And this competition allows the technology to go faster than we've ever seen to date. So that's really exciting. And then the side effect of these things getting better that much faster is more people are willing to take on and try these new technologies. People who don't identify as being disabled, oh, I'm just having a hard time hearing. These are the people who are really benefiting. The situational disabilities, the non-recognized disabilities, these are the people that are having a surprisingly powerful impact with these technologies because they're getting so much better so fast.
I want to just quote some wise person, and someone's going to have to look this up for me, but never waste a crisis. That might have been President Obama's chief of staff from Emmanuel. But that's what we're looking at right now. let's take advantage of recognizing new barriers and finding ways to knock them down. And this is a crisis that we shouldn't waste in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Good point, everyone. In regards to, Jessica, you mentioned about your wheelchair. I've been doing this, like all of us, we've been doing these remote phone calls or Zoom calls for the last several months. And it's amazing that I've met so many people that have no idea I'm blind. I have these meetings and these conversations, and unless my screen reader speaks up, they don't realize it. But in pre-pandemic, during these meetings, most of these individuals find out as soon as I walk in with my cane. So it's interesting that the disability conversations sometimes don't even come. It's not like I'm hiding it. It doesn't even come up. So it's I think it's fascinating how some of the conversations takes place in spite of the disability is not the main focus in some of the conversation, where in the past always people want to know about my blindness as soon as they're walking. After the pandemic is done, and whenever that is done, there is going to be a going back to some form of reality for pre-pandemic, where people want to get back into the workspace. And then there's going to be a group of people who like this remote work environment. So having a balance of both in-person working and remote working, it's going to be a new adjustment for employers. How do organizations and companies support this two different work environment, and also help maintain some of these new ideas and ways of working, strategies that companies have implemented over this last several months?
Ask them. That's kind of a flippant answer, but I think there's truth to it. There's never going to be a solution that meets everyone's needs, even in a specific category of disability. Everyone is intersectional with something, and you need to have an answer for each person. So if you don't get them involved in the process, you're never going to get the answer that meets their needs. So when it comes to building policy, co-design, consult, co-create, come up with broad categories of things that make sense for a group of people, but then take the extra step and work with the individual. It's similar to what Larry said about the person on their team. Work with them, empower them to build the environment that they need so that they can thrive. And you're never going to get that unless you actually ask and listen.
I love that. This is Jessica. I think post-pandemic, well, Harkin Summit's one of my favorite events of the year. I love going to DC. I love seeing folks that I don't get to see throughout the year. So post-pandemic, we're all getting together for happy hour after the Harkin Summit. But I think when we look at what the world of employment is post-pandemic, I think we do have to recognize that a lot of people will be working from home more often, or perhaps permanently. During the pandemic, Microsoft has adjusted our work from home policy to forever. Forever is a long time. But how cool is that employees can work from home up to 50% of the time, really indefinitely. And what I'm seeing internally is kind of interesting. The employees with disabilities are actually leading the way on educating others on best practices for working from home, from productivity to work-life balance to managing stress and anxiety. So I think, like Christopher said, if you want to know what it's like to work from home and how to do it the best way, ask someone with a disability. I think I would just add two other best practices, or maybe tips, or things that I've tried that have worked for how to support employees, whether they're in the workplace or they're at home. I think first is manage accessibility like a business. When you build accessibility into your organization, just like you would your commitment to privacy, your commitment to security, develop those business processes really really into the fabric of who you are, and all employees will have a more inclusive experience. It's kind of like that field of dreams moment. Build it accessible and they will come. You will tap into that pool of candidates. And then the second piece would be modeling the way. I think this is incumbent upon all of us, whether you have someone on your team with a disability or not, develop those accessible habits. Before meetings, send out materials in advance. Yeah, someone with a screen reader is going to love that. People with learning disabilities are going to appreciate it. But you're also going to allow your team to prepare in advance, and you're going to look like you've got your A game on. So it's going to make everybody look and work better. So those little micro habits are really what can ensure that you're creating a space that's accessible for everybody.
Thanks, Jessica. To make all these work when it comes to technology, high-speed broadband is an important piece of infrastructure that we need in place to make this a reality when it comes to remote working. And when this all started earlier this year in March, April, one of the big things people were facing when they're working from home, most of the homes didn't have the high-speed bandwidth that they need, or there was overload of broadband, and all the different problems people were experiencing because we were just not set up. So what do we need to have in place to make this a reality as far as high-speed broadband, having the infrastructure?
Did I just hear someone say 5G? This is Larry. Obviously, Verizon is totally dedicated to high-speed wireless broadband, and how that can help people in so many ways, productivity and business, of course, but for social good. And that is now a core part of our business, is looking at what this magical, low latency, high speed wireless technology can do for people. And we are wide open to listening to stories from people in the accessible technology field, in business, and people with disabilities to say, what would you do with unlimited, high-speed, phenomenal bandwidth? And don't just talk about downloading the Marvel Universe in 5 seconds. We're talking about things that really will impact your lives. And that has been and will be even more of an impact on us. I recently got Fios gigabyte broadband in my house. Picture looks pretty good, doesn't it? But in fact, when I finally get the 5G, it's going to be go outside, walk around, and have that level of quality and instantaneous response. And I don't know if we can even imagine what that's going to do for us, but it's pretty exciting.
Imagine that and take AR and bring those two technologies together. Then you have instant access to the cloud, contextual awareness. That just makes me want to get up in the morning.
Yeah, I think this one's going to take partnership. Just like when we think about AI and the data desert that exists, especially around people with disabilities and intersectionality, it's the same when we think about high-speed internet broadband. This takes partnership with internet service providers. And part of the work that we're doing at Microsoft is to create accurate maps to really understand where the gaps are, where people have access and where they don't. And what we're seeing right now is that 157 million people in the US don't have access to internet at broadband speeds. So you can't download your Marvel videos, like Larry said, you can't use your AR. And I think importantly, you can't access education. You can't access employment in a pandemic. So equally as important is donating hotspots and wireless connectivity so that people can really access the content that they need in order to live their lives.
I recently heard the term accessibility as a service, like software as a service, but the notion that what you need, when you need it, in your own personalized way, could be available wherever you are, that's not far away. And I think that's going to help for employment and so many other purposes.
Good points, everyone. You know, like I said earlier, when this pandemic hit is when we all realized how our infrastructure really needs a boost. You know, with multiple things happening within a household, you know, virtual learning, you know, people working from home, all happening at the same time, definitely put a toll on our bandwidth. So there's definitely a long way, especially if you live in a rural area. There's definitely a long ways to go for making this, you know, feasible for everyone. We got 5 minutes left, and the last thing I want to put out there for all of you, you know, I want to ask all of you to take your organizational hat off. As a person in this space, as an individual in this space, tell me what you think employers should really emphasize and prioritize so that, you know, we have more career opportunities for people with disabilities that traditionally was not possible.
Well, I would take the opportunity to talk about the work we're all doing. That's Microsoft, Google, and Verizon Media, and Facebook, and Intuit. And so many companies are joining in on Teach Access. And this notion that there are so many workplace technologies flooding in these days and startups, and are they accessible out of the box? Well, not enough. So we banded together and said, you know what? We need every new employee to be exposed to accessibility during their higher ed years. So we created this collaborative, Teach Access. We've got universities all over the country and people with disabilities helping get into this notion of you need to be exposed to this early on. So as soon as you graduate, you will go into the workforce, and when you create something new, it will be born accessible. And that's going to help tremendously in the workplace. I didn't even hear about Zoom until the pandemic started, and they were okay on accessibility. But if their developers had learned about this early, we would have been much better off. And every other new tool that we're going to be facing in the coming years, we need it to be born accessible, and it's the coming generation of developers and designers who are going to do that for us.
Yeah, I think when I think about what can an organization do, I could speak to the folks that are watching this right now. Ask yourself, what can you do as an individual first? So we talked about modeling the way, modeling an accessible team culture. If you can commit to checking the accessibility before you send an email once a day, twice a day, every email, those baby steps, those micro habits will really make an impact for the person on the other end. Maybe it's just saying your name before you speak or giving yourself a visual description, but those are things that you can control as an individual. As a leader, as an employer at that organizational level, I think it is committing to including disability within D&I efforts. I know most people that are watching this already understand disability as a component of D&I, but a lot of organizations do not. So this could mean sharing disability representation, which is something that we did for the very first time at Microsoft. Which was kind of exciting when we shared our disability representation numbers. And we got really great feedback. On one side, the feedback was, you've made great progress. And then I think equally as important, the feedback was, thank you for your transparency. We know we've all got a long ways to go. And then I think it's really about, and we talked about this too, managing accessibility like a business. And what you can do as a leader is run your accessibility through a maturity model. Look across your whole company and ask yourself, what's the current status? Measure what matters, accessibility matters, and then you can build some really innovative strategies around it. We created our full-time employee ASL interpreter program based on that model because we heard the feedback, because we understand the current state. And that's how you get from conformance, from compliance to cutting edge, is to really be transparent about where you're at and take on a growth mentality and a growth mindset to try something new and something exciting in accessibility.
Yeah, this is Christopher. I really like that measure what matters. We also shared last year we shared our disability numbers, and it was one of the scary moments. What does it mean? Is it good? Is it bad? And it's unclear. But I think what's important though is that you make the commitment to get people involved in the process. It's the never about us without us. If you don't have people in the process, you're never going to understand them. Like I mentioned a while ago, ask them, get them involved, understand the needs, understand what's broken. I said this to someone earlier today. If you're doing something on behalf of someone else, whenever you have else in a sentence, you're doing it wrong. You really want to get people involved and ask the questions, well, what do you need? What's working? What's not working? And then make a commitment to do it, follow through and measure. And then you're really going to see the progress. You'll create a culture where people can thrive. And again, through the magic of curb cuts, it's not just the people with disabilities. It's everybody everybody will be lifted up because of these things that help people with disabilities also end up helping other people as well.
Thank you. Thank you, every one of you, Jessica, Christopher, Larry. Thanks for all your comments. It's well taken. And thank you all of you for making time to attend this session. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of the Harkin Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Harkin Summit is built on collaboration and creative problem solving across industries and sectors. This next portion of the summit is focused on those factors outside of traditional business practices that can prove to impact employment outcomes for people with disabilities. Members of this panel are from diverse backgrounds representing different sectors. Harkin Institute Fellow Robert Ludke will help us to highlight the similarities and the uniqueness that can move us all toward a more inclusive world.
Hello and welcome to the Spheres of Influence panel. I'm Robert Ludke. I'll be the moderator for our session today. Spheres of Influence is a discussion about how we can go beyond traditional business practices to achieve competitive integrated employment for people with disabilities. As you'll see, we've assembled a very diverse and accomplished panel of experts with backgrounds in investing, education, higher education, brand marketing, product design, and communications. The goal of this conversation is to foster the relationships needed so we can scale our ideas, our work, our backgrounds, our passions into something transformative and something that transforms employment for people with disabilities. A question we'll be driving towards throughout this conversation is, then what? As Elizabeth Daly Torres of JP Morgan Chase said to me recently, what comes after people with disabilities get hired? What about access to leadership development, advancement, and career pathing? If we aren't asking those questions, our bar is too low. Another question we'll be driving towards today is why disability inclusion is so important for the value creating ability of companies, those that invest in them, and frankly, more important, society as a whole. What is most unique about the panel that we've assembled is that it is our diverse set of backgrounds. We each approach the issue of competitive integrated employment from a different perspective, with different experiences and different skill sets. We each have our own spheres of influence that we can bring to this effort. Doing so is critically important. There's no single solution to achieving disability inclusion, and there's no single solution for achieving competitive integrated employment. Rather, it takes people with all different backgrounds and a diverse set of experiences working together in collaboration. Now let me introduce our panel. Again, I'm Robert Ludke. I'm wearing a blue blazer, and I'm moderating the panel. I'm the founder of Ludke Consulting, and I actually have the honor of once having worked for Senator Harkin, and I started my career in the US Senate as an intern for the Subcommittee for Disability Policy not too long after the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law. I also have the honor of today releasing a paper that was commissioned by the Harkin Institute entitled Solving What Then? Empowering Investors to Achieve Competitive Integrated Employment for People with Disabilities. The premise of this paper is that investors, be they pension funds, asset managers, investment banks, venture capitalists, are a powerful yet untapped force into helping people with disabilities achieve competitive integrated employment. Dr. George Haggerty is wearing a white shirt in front of a very distinguished looking bookcase. Dr. Haggerty is the president of Beacon College, Florida. Beacon is the first accredited four-year baccalaureate institution devoted to the preparation and career success of neurodiverse colleges in the arts, sciences, businesses, and technology fields. Dr. Haggerty's background in government, business, and education has afforded him the privilege of living and working on 5 continents and working on issues of disability and the critical transitions of emerging adulthood. Dr. Haggerty's commitment to toppling barriers to inclusion and education in the workplace is a personal one, rooted in his own life experience with the loss of functional vision early in adulthood. Our next member of the panel is Regina Klein. She is also in front of a very distinguished looking bookcase, one that clearly is well thought out, well designed. Regina is wearing a dark blue sweater. Regina is the founder and CEO of Smart Job LLC, a global company dedicated to closing the disability wealth gap by making jobs smarter through expanded access to investment, entrepreneurship, and better public policy. Gina is also a lawyer nationally known for her litigation and policy work in advancing the rights of people with disabilities to work in competitive integrated employment and to access the workforce development system. She previously served in the Obama administration as senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the US Department of Justice, where she provided legal and policy counsel regarding efforts to implement the Americans with Disabilities Act. As a trial attorney at the Justice Department, Gina filed the nation's first cases challenging the use of sub-minimum wages in segregated sheltered workshops under the ADA and the Supreme Court's Olmstead v. LC decision. Our next panel is KR Liu. KR is wearing a dark black top, sitting next to a white shaded window. Diagnosed with severe hearing loss at the age of 3, KR has spent over 2 decades of her career in technology being a strong advocate for amplifying the voices of disability and LGBTQ community. KR is a nationally awarded advocate in accessibility marketing, policy, and inclusive design. She's been awarded a US Congressional Award, a 2019 Future Women's Leader by Yahoo Finance, Silicon Valley's Top 40 Under 40, and 2017 Women of Influence for her work in disability inclusion. KR has given talks at the White House, the UN, and on Capitol Hill. She sits on multiple boards such as Deaf Kids Code, Consumer Technology Association Foundation, South by Southwest, and the American Association of People with Disabilities. As a head of brand accessibility at Google's Brand Studio, her role is to help bring a disability lens to the marketing of the products we make and the stories we tell so that everyone sees themselves. Our next panelist is Christina Mallon. Christina is wearing a white top and also sitting in front of a very distinguished brown bookcase filled with some very interesting looking books. As the head of inclusive design and accessibility at Wunderman Thompson Global, Christina helps brands reach the 61 million Americans living with disabilities with authenticity and compassion. Her work has received nationwide attention, and she has been featured on PBS, Vice, Fast Company, CNBC, Vogue, Forbes, and Yahoo. She has been asked to speak about inclusive design in numerous settings, from South by Southwest to the United Nations. More recent, her team won Designer of the Year 2019 by the Smithsonian, and she is one of Ad Age's 40 Under 40. And finally, joining us from London, England, we have Marianne Waite. Marianne is sitting in front of a very nicely decorated Christmas tree and wearing a royal blue blouse. Marianne is the director of inclusive brands at the Valuable 500. She was with Carolyn Casey when they launched at the World Economic Forum in 2019 and have been building the campaign and brand ever since. Marianne has been working in the field of inclusive design and media for the last 5 years and is the UK Government Disability Sector Champion for Brand and Design. Designer turned brand strategist, Marianne has worked for a number of leading global agencies over the last 12 years. Her clients have included Burberry, HSBC, Tommy Hilfiger, and Essity. Marianne founded Think Designable, an inclusive design thought leadership collective. This initiative earned her a place on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list 2017, the Woman of the Future for Media 2017, and a Woman Ahead of Tomorrow 2018. With that, Marianne, I would like to ask you the first question of our conversation today. The phrase inclusive brand is being used more and more. Explain what that means and what it means to be an inclusive brand, and how some of the inclusive brands that you and the team at Valuable 500 partner with to change the way society thinks about disability.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited about this panel. So what is an inclusive brand? An inclusive brand is essentially one which has invested in removing unnecessary barriers to access across not just its employee experience, but also the customer and consumer experience. Global brands are in this really privileged position of having significant influence in today's society, and they've got more power, scope, resources and opportunity to change the way that society thinks about disability, more so than many governments, in fact. And so by collaborating with disabled people and by considering the needs of people with disabilities in product and service design, and by reflecting their lives in campaigns and media, brands have the power to make sure that no disabled consumer is left behind. Now, the key to creating these, as I call them, barrier-free experiences, is inclusive design. And it's so exciting to have so many experts here today, because I'm sure we'll have a good discussion. But the UK government defines inclusive design as products and services and environments that include the needs of the widest number of consumers. So put simply, inclusive design is just good design. And insight from disabled consumers will drive this much needed innovation. And that's what creates meaningful experiences and creates them for as many people as possible. So I just want to make the point that this isn't simply the right thing to do for disabled people. I know we have, especially today, when we've been speaking about International Day of Persons with Disabilities and all of the activities that have been surrounding it this week, it's easy for us to see it as disabled people talking about disability to other disabled people or people who are interested in this. But actually, this is about unlocking opportunities for society as a whole. Because if you do create an inclusive brand, it also makes brilliant business sense as it boosts the bottom line and drives brand awareness and enhances differentiation and reputation. So like I say, a lot of people will still think that this is maybe something to do with doing something nice or kind of CSR-based activities for a very new niche group in society. But actually, when you take into account carers, friends, and family, disability touches 73% of people. But even that market aside, we're all getting older and we're all going to die. Sorry to depress you all, but it's true. So this is really about promoting participation and autonomy for all of us as we age, because by using disabled insight as its creative starting point, an inclusive brand can improve products and services for the masses and crucially achieve sustainable growth. So what's really exciting is that we've got a number of different examples of brands that are opening their doors to inclusive design and starting to embed it across their organizations. We have a number of examples in the Valuable 500, including Microsoft, Kurt Geiger, PVH, Procter & Gamble. And what's really exciting is that our next phase of work will be working with our signatories to embed inclusive design even more effectively across their entire supply chain.
So that brings me to KR. You work for one of the most influential brands in the world, in Google, and you are the head of brand accessibility for its brand studio. On a day-to-day basis, what does your work look like in your efforts to bring the disability lens to the marketing of Google products?
Thank you, Robert. It's wonderful to be here. And I'm Kara Liu. I'm a white female. I have short blonde hair, and my pronouns are she and her. And I'm very happy to be on this panel with some amazing people that I've had the honor to meet throughout mostly the last couple of years. So my role at Google is Google has a rich history of creating incredible products for people with disabilities. And we've been a great innovator in that for many years. But what we recognized was that people weren't seeing themselves in the stories that we told and the marketing campaigns that we launched about those products. And so my role on a daily basis is to look not only across the product marketing of products we may be launching, but in the campaigns that we do. And Google launches many different types of campaigns. That can be anything from, today, International Persons with Disabilities Day, we have a campaign that we launched on a partnership we did with a organization called Champions Place, which is a new assisted living for young adults community to live independently. And we helped not only support that community to be built, but also incorporated Google's technology throughout the home so that people with disabilities who live there can be independent as possible. But also in the major campaigns that we may do in the future to make sure that disability representation is included. If you look at disability in the media, it's represented less than 2%. And that's pretty sad number when you think about even today, you've seen evolutions in commercials and campaigns of same-sex couples or interracial couples, but you still don't really see disability. And to Marianne's point, right, when people see themselves represented out there in the world and they see themselves in the campaigns and advertising and marketing of products, that really helps them trust the brand. It helps them really believe the brand is thinking about them, listening to them, and incorporating them not only in the product that we create, but in the stories that we tell. So my role is to make sure that we are consistently thinking about disability inclusion in our work, because we do have a responsibility as a brand who accessibility has been a big part of our DNA since we started, is to make sure that we are accessing all users, everyone, and representing them authentically and giving them a platform and a voice. So my role is to kind of be that, that champion throughout, an advocate throughout the company, to make sure that we are consciously thinking about that. And that work has only become even more important during times of COVID. And how the disability community has been deeply impacted. We want to make sure that we are looking at economic recovery, we are looking at employment, we're looking at disabled-owned businesses even, and how can we help support them. So those are things that are really critical and important to us in the community, and personal to me, having lived with a disability my entire life. I want to continue to let people know that I didn't see myself for many years in campaigns, and that's why I didn't disclose my hearing loss. So now it's more important than ever that people start to see themselves out there in the world, and that we are paying attention and that we are listening.
Thank you. Christina, through your work at Wunderman Thompson Global, I mean, you are working with, advising companies all over the world, global brands all over the world on disability inclusion and how to engage and reach consumers. Can you talk a little bit about how brands have both the ability and the responsibility to ensure that no disabled consumers left behind?
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Mallon. I'm a woman with blonde hair, and I use the pronoun she, her. I think, that's a really good question. At Wunderman Thompson WPP, we make 1 out of every 7 ads in the world. So we deal with a lot of brands. And the reason why I got into advocacy within inclusive design is because I feel like brands can really make a huge impact because they create culture. And that's the thing that people don't realize is the advertising and the product design really influence how people think about different topics. So from a moral implication, I would say brands do owe the world and society and even their employees to be more inclusive. And then from, the business standpoint and their shareholders, they owe their shareholders to be inclusive. Disability, as Marianne said, everybody is going to experience it. And brands want to have a consumer for a lifetime. So if you want to have a consumer for a lifetime, you need to understand and create commercials and communications and products that reflect that. And, I really believe, and the numbers show that companies that are disability inclusive have, better bottom lines.
Thank you. And I want to build on this this point about the the culture of companies and how you develop a culture around a brand with Regina. You and I have had, Regina, a lot of conversations about how to actually impact companies at their very early stages. Frankly, when they're not even a company yet, they're a vision that an entrepreneur has. Can you talk a little bit about how you can, as an early stage investor, integrate the concepts, the ideas, the approaches around disability inclusion into the DNA of a company before it even scales into the next Google or something or of that scale?
Thanks, Bob. And you could call me Gina. I want to reiterate, I don't know how I snuck onto this panel with these esteemed colleagues that are here. This is so much fun for me. Bob, your question has as its predicate that I am an impact investor. And I want to explain, I'm known as a civil rights lawyer. So how did I bridge that gap? And the reason for Smart Job, the reason for wanting to bring into existence a platform to link investors to disability-led solutions and ideas is because it seemed evident to me in representing workers with disabilities that many people around the country had a side hustle, had a dream of entrepreneurship, but they were relegated to positions in mostly manual skill labor and in sectors that are the very sectors that are receding from the forefront of the economy and that are not growth sectors. People with disabilities are clearly overrepresented in the sectors that are not marked as the future of work. And so what we need to do about that is a collective question for us all. But one of the most core missing elements in these public conversations that we have about disability unemployment is we all seem to want to go to the 22nd floor. The ground floor thinking is compliance. It's about meeting the requirements worldwide of what it means not to discriminate. We got to get beyond that now. The 22nd floor is job creation. How do we get there? Well, it's as if we want to fly up there without the infrastructure in place, and I mean the market in place, incentives in place, and the basic investment in people. There's something happening right now, Bob, and you and I have talked quite a bit about this. There's a revolution in thinking about what it means to create new forms of employment. And that conversation has to do most pertinent to this pandemic. We've seen people who both are find great objection to the inequalities that they see in the country and in countries across the world. That the inherent inequalities that leave people out of the definition of human capital. But we've also seen investor interest in gauging and measuring companies' performance based on who they include rather than just the bottom line, even though who you include is now a conversation about the bottom line. The need for flexible capital, however, has often in these conversations that I've had recently, people begin and end with very large companies. And the reason for Smart Job is this notion that there are people who have great ideas that need flexible risk capital, experimentation. They need a platform by which there might not be a sure bet. Traditional VC might not have taken a look at these disability entrepreneurs because they're risk averse to, and think there's an irony to that because the VC field was created to take educated risks, in particular in the burgeoning technology of Silicon Valley. But now those very VC investors often do not see disability entrepreneurs or are risk averse to making an investment. So what is the next wave of a bottom-up approach? And that is a discussion about making sure that those that are responsible for capital take educated risks and to provide flexible capital to entrepreneurs with disabilities from the bottom up. And what I'm trying to do, and what many of my colleagues are helping me to do, is take educated risks to find entrepreneurs who will change the future of work, who have innovations that will materially change employment outcomes and materially change the employment experience for people with disabilities. Now, let me pause. When we do that, it is my theory of change that will change employment for everyone. And that is why we're talking smart jobs, not some other disability label approach. We had in the 19th century, in the 20th century, approached disability as if we needed to solve for disability, both in the legal framework, in the policy framework, and the markets, the market-based approach. It was a functional deficit view of disability. In the 21st century and beyond, we need to be asking ourselves how disability can help everyone solve for the future of work. People with disabilities are our greatest innovators, most imaginative, but unlike any other market segment in the history of our markets, they've lacked access to flexible, available risk capital. And so it's time to develop a platform by which impact investments can be made in disability entrepreneurs that have ideas and solutions, whether it be products or technologies or small businesses themselves, that will not modify existing jobs as a more 20th century paradigm, but will create a new way of working, will create new jobs. And when we do this, we're going to repaint the canvas for what work is and how we all can work together.
Thank you, Gina. And George, if I can now turn to you, you really are at the kind of the forefront of this next generation of the workforce that Gina has been talking about, the next generation of the entrepreneurs in your role as an educator. Can you talk a bit about the three features that you see of colleges and universities that endeavor to, as you say, narrow the distance in the successful transition from a post-secondary education to competitive integrated employment?
So if I could crystallize this into three areas. The first one, for institutions that really are taking on the issues of disability and workforce development, and there are some. The first thing that they have is consistency in outcomes, a consistency in expectations for students, whether they are individuals with disabilities or without. And that is not only graduation rates, but it's also post-graduation employment rates. And to do this, they have to do it in writing, they have to reinforce it in their daily operations, and they have to measure it. Because as in any initiatives, any new initiatives, it's not what's expected, it's what's inspected. So I find that they have some very good evaluation programs in place that are not only academic oriented, but also developmental, including workforce development. Another aspect is that these institutions have wraparound services, and they would include things like learning specialists, but also career development, and that they begin the process early, recognizing that many of our students have had difficulties in the K through 12 experience. And they do not impose this, but they almost organically integrate certain features of workforce development, career exploration, and such into the curriculum. Here at Beacon, we have a different course inserted in a liberal arts curriculum every single year that takes them a step further, and then it goes on to a very intensive career preparation aspect to it that can go not only during junior and senior year, but into their post-degree years. And the final piece is that we've developed some very good relationships with companies, national companies, international companies that have really have the heart for individuals who are neurodiverse. And so we seek them out on a regular basis. But as I share with other presidents how they're going about it, we all see this as an open field for us, because the jobs that exist right now likely may not exist, or there'll be new jobs 10 years from now. So we're constantly trying to push out the diversity of the kinds of companies, the kinds of agencies that we work with, because we do not want to limit and pigeonhole our students.
You know, George, you touched on or you used a really, really important word, relationships, which are so critical in achieving any kind of positive outcome for society. And I would like to maybe direct this to KR, Christina, and Marianne to each answer. You know, KR, you work for what I would argue the most connected, networked, relationship-driven company in the world in Google. I mean, it is the definition of a network. And Marianne and Christina, you're working with, you're advising, you know, companies of all kinds with, you know, global reach. How can we better foster cross-sector collaboration to achieve a vision of competitive integrated employment?
Bob, I'd like to start with that. This is KR. I actually want to go back to a point Gina made, right? Is it first starts with getting disabled people into the positions of power and leadership within these big companies to help utilize their own communities and network, to bring them to the table, to help connect and network across industries. In my role, right, I am not the only disabled expert, right? I can't speak for every demographic, every gender, every race. Like I'm not positioned to do that. I can speak on my own expertise, but because I have incredible relationships, not only across the industry with other leaders in disability, accessibility, and other sectors, but I have deep relationships within my own community who can come to the table. And that's my responsibility, is now that I do have a seat at the table, to open the door for my community, to bring them to the table and get their voices heard and get them known within the industry, to open doors for them, right? And I think that's how you start, is giving disabled people a seat at the table in those positions where you can influence change and open doors and perspective across industries, and then partner with them. Because one thing we say within the tech industry, whether it's Microsoft or Amazon or Google, is when it comes to the accessibility and disability inclusion conversation, we don't see ourselves as competitors. We see ourselves as going after the same goal, to help disabled people get employment, get access to technology, and to see themselves in the work that we do. And we collaborate and share ideas and partner together to move this forward, right? And so I think it starts with, one, definitely to Gina's point, we need to be getting disabled people a seat at the table within these big companies, right? And I'm fortunate to have a seat there, not just in product design, but it can be in policy, it can be in HR, it can be in marketing where I sit, right? We need to start thinking about where disabled people can play a role, and then use that position of influence to partner with other companies. And I would consider like Marianne and Christina also partners, because we met each other in previous conversations and sharing ideas and figuring out how can we help disabled people move forward, and how can we get them opportunity and a seat at the table.
Christina, Marianne, do you have thoughts on that very powerful observation by KR?
Christina was unmuted, but I didn't want to jump in, but I just wanted to echo what KR was saying, because at the Valuable 500, we're all about leadership. And hey, in an ideal world, we would have disabled leaders at the top of every FTSE 100 company, every Fortune 500 company, or, we'd have greater representation. And very sadly, I think of the 365 companies that we've got signed up with the Valuable 500, maybe 2 or 3 identify as having some level of disability. So there's a really big opportunity for non-disabled leaders, both CEOs and C-suite leaders, to understand what their role is in removing barriers for disabled talent and disabled insights within their departments. To KR's point, usually this conversation only happens within D&I teams or D&I department meetings and events. And so, this really needs to just be on the agenda of, other departments, marketing, procurement. Procurement is such a big part of this. And when we talk about cross-sector collaboration, investing, and who we kind of procure in terms of suppliers is such a big way of of kind of creating the step change and forcing people to think differently about this. So I totally agree. Leadership and embedding fully within different departments within organizations.
Yeah, I agree with both, what KR and Marianne said about this topic. I think also what is interesting is that, as Marianne, only 2 leaders identify as being disabled, but 20% of the world has a disability. Right. So I think there's also a key of education of what disability is and why not to be ashamed to be disabled, and that it's a strength. FDR, Elon Musk, they have had disabilities and they're extremely successful. So I think we need to also educate on what disability is and why it is, a positive thing to have a disability.
And it's kind of like this vicious circle, isn't it, Christina, where you need businesses, you need CMOs and people within business to understand what disability is and how important it is to represent people with disabilities, so that they create brand experiences and marketing campaigns that are representative. That will then change and change the way people see it, destigmatize it, and then that will remove barriers for kind of progression within organizations. Because you're dead right. I think, again, as an aside, we talk a lot about entry-level roles, I think, for people with disabilities too, but why are we not talking about kind of, again, higher level C-suite roles?
It's not a charity, and that's what we need to change. Yeah. Consistently, I'm an advisor of, it's like a LinkedIn version for people with disabilities called Inclusively. And constantly we meet with clients and they think we're a charity. Yeah. No, we're not. It's not a charity. We need to start thinking about inclusion as a business objective. And unless that's our mindset change, it will always be kind of a second thought, and it cannot be. And we've shown so many great innovations that have happened because we design for the edge cases. And we really need to start being inclusive if we're going to move forward in this world.
I'd like to add to that, Christina. Also, I think we need to be educating on the intersectionality of disability as well. I think a lot of times, unfortunately, people think disability is an older white person. And that's absolutely not the case. And we have a lot of social barriers that we need to start to help break down. And that's why it's also important that when we look at leadership and putting people in position within companies, we need to look at the intersectionality of disability. And for myself, I'm not only a disabled woman, I am a queer disabled woman, right? So there are other parts of society that are important to me, social changes I want to see, and in different aspects of who I am. So I think it's also really important that we need to look at also being better about including people with disabilities and other parts of the race or gender or socioeconomic status as well, because those are big barriers that are barriers to entry right now for a lot of people.
And people don't think them. Oh, sorry, Christina, go for it.
No, I was saying the exact same. They like to, pit them against each other. Yeah. I think, what a really interesting stat was the percentage of Black Americans killed by the police, a high percentage of them are disabled. So if we are trying to fix racial inequalities in the police force, we also need to try to fix their understanding about disability. And then also what kind of support are we giving, police people when they are into these situations. I think we need to really start to understand that intersectionality. We're not going to fix both of the problems that we want to fix.
Totally agree. And I believe the statistic is 50% actually. And that was one thing that was really important with Google when we did our racial equity campaign back in June during the Black Lives Matter movement. We made sure that our campaign talked about disability, talked about mental health, and that the campaign itself was truly, truly inclusive so that anybody could understand the important message and commitment we were making towards racial justice, racial equity. And that's a great example of how do you start to amplify disability in different areas of, social justice issues, which definitely is a hot topic in disability. So totally agree with you.
Yeah, I would like to ask maybe the last question to George and to Gina. to get, right down to brass tacks, and we only have a couple minutes left. Unfortunately, our time has passed very quickly, but, what would be Gina and George, your one recommendation for how we can leverage our spheres of influence to address many of the issues that KR, Marianne, Christina just touched on in their observations?
George, I'll let you go first.
Oh, certainly. There was a great study done by the National Center on Learning Disabilities about 3 years ago. And they actually asked students, about 2,000 of them, about their transition from high school to either college or to work. And they found that they could differentiate 3 different categories of these learners: thrivers, copers, and strugglers. And what they found was that the difference between a thriver and a struggler was based on 3 drivers out of about 15 drivers, 15 measures. 83% was driven by 3 things. Number one, that you had the abiding presence of an individual. It could be a teacher, it could be a boss, it could be a mentor, it could even be a grandparent that really cared about you and that believed in you. The second one was self-awareness and self-advocacy. They had the ability to self-advocate. And the third was that they felt the embrace of a community to which they could make a contribution. 83% were based upon those 3 drivers. And I think that if we could have a K through 12 system and a collegiate system, some kind of post-secondary system, and then an employment world which took a look at those 3 items, we could have an incredibly inclusive environment across a person's lifetime. And they're fairly simple. And in a high-tech world, they're fairly high touch. So that's probably what I can take from this.
Gina?
I would say, Bob, as a concluding thought, there's a $2 trillion hole in the worldwide economy from the absence of people with disabilities from the labor force, which means when we're having these conversations with such esteemed colleagues, what we're talking about is what it means to have human capital in the work, what human capital is. We have the ability together with collective knowledge and talents at this moment in time to change who works and who doesn't. And it's not a calculus about ability. There are countless people worldwide who are qualified for employment and yet not in the workforce. And the answer is allowing people the infrastructure and the flexibilities to be included. And it won't be just any one of our pieces of this pie. It will be all of us. It won't just be Fortune 500 companies or small business development. It will be those 2 things meeting in the middle with the banking system and with the support of the financial markets and the financial community, with the support of, as George was talking about, entrepreneurship education and K through 12 education that supports economies of the future, not of the past. Professions that people with disabilities are not present in yet, but will be. It will take collective imagination to change how we work in the future, but it's really important to note that this is the perfect time to be thinking about it at a moment when great efforts towards economic recovery will be happening.
That's a wonderful way to end the discussion, Gina. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for this really wonderful conversation that has just given not only a lot to think about, but I think more important, a lot to take action upon. So thank you all. And I look forward to continuing the conversation in future venues with all of you.
Robert.
All of us need a little disrupting at times, and there are a few that have proven to disrupt quite like the disability community. In this final session of the summit, we welcome again Caroline Casey in a discussion with a group of movers and shakers that are disrupting business as usual in a way that should motivate us all.
Well, welcome everyone to this panel conversation on disrupting disability representation. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Caroline Casey and I'm the founder of the Valuable 500, who are delighted to be partnering with the Harkin Institute on this virtual summit. Now, for those of you who can't see me, I'm going to describe a little bit what I look like. I have a massive smile on my face because I'm actually really excited for this conversation with these four fabulous disruptive women. I have blonde hair, I am white, I have a pair of black glasses which make me look like somebody from The Incredibles, I believe. And behind me is a beautiful piece of wallpaper with flamingos on it, which I'd like to say is just outside our toilet here at Dublin in Ireland. The reason I'm sitting here is because for me, I kind of guess when I sit with these flamingos, I feel like I'm rocking my beautiful difference, which is exactly what this conversation is going to be about. In preparing for the conversation with our four panelists, something came to us, and I just love this piece that stuck with me, which is disability is our identity, but it does not define us. And as we have this disruptive conversation, we want to try and move the dial from where it has been traditionally and how we see ourselves as the disability community turn up in our organizations, in pop culture, in development aid, in the institutions that exist that support us, in legislation, in fashion. Now, one of the pieces of research the Valuable 500 communities have popped up for us is, despite the fact that the disability community with two people that love them represent 73% of our global population, business only uses 11% in its advertising of images or the voices of people with disabilities. What we see and what we hear really affects the way we behave. So I am going to do the most important part of this panel, which is I am not going to introduce our panelists, because I gotta say there's nothing worse than people, I don't know, describing me. I far prefer to describe who I am. And my role is, yes, I'm the founder of the Valuable 500, but I'm Irish, I'm a great dancer, I love a cocktail, which you could hear more about later, and I'm a dangerous dreamer. And I'm now going to pass on to each of our panelists for them to tell us a little bit about what they're doing now, who they are, and what kind of is in that little postage stamp that you see on your screen. So I'm going to first call on Cara. Over to you, my friend.
Thank you, Caroline. This is Cara Yarkhan speaking from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a cisgender, biracial Indian woman who was born in India and raised in Canada by a multi-ethnic and multi-religious family of immigrants. I have green eyes and dark brown hair that's tied up. I'm wearing a lilac dress and multicolored earrings. Behind me is a pink sofa in front of a pale blue wall covered in gold picture frames. I'm actually a two-time immigrant with onset quadriplegia caused by a rare chronic illness called HIBM that I was diagnosed with when I was 30 years old. I'm sitting in a power wheelchair that's also pink, affectionately known as Khaleesi. My pronouns are she and her. I speak multiple languages. I've lived in 11 countries on 5 continents, and I love to travel. I also love cooking, fashion, the glam stuff especially, Latin music and adventures, the most bold being a 12-day expedition in the Grand Canyon. Most of my 20-year career, I've worked with the United Nations in corporate partnerships. I have always been a change maker and a booty shaker. Today, I am a proud disability and inclusion advisor, public speaker, film producer, and author. Last but not least, I am a wife and a mummy to our cat named Bubba, who rules our house.
Okay. Now I feel deeply insignificant, but you are so welcome. And I have to say, if Bubba wants to join in, please bring her on. It's lovely to have you with us, Cara. Thank you so much. To another fellow troublemaker and disruptor, because all of us are troublemakers and rebel-hearted women here on this panel, Lauren, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. I am Lauren Rotolo. I am coming to you here in wonderful New York City. I have McCune-Albright syndrome, which affects 1 in a million people. And what is behind me is a kind of yucky wall. I'm actually here in a studio. And so I have a gray colored wall with a gray colored couch, but my vibrant red hair is making it all pop today, and my fabulous new eyeglasses. And so I'm really excited to be with you all here. Like I said, I have McCune-Albright syndrome, which affects 1 in a million people. And so what I love to say about myself is that I'm 1 in a million, and I walk with these fabulous crutches, which are my arm jewelry, or bangles, as I call them. So thank you. I'm really excited to be here today.
And can I just say, for those of you who are not with us on just as we were coming on, she also showed us the height of her boots, which are seriously amazing boots. Oh, here she is. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Lauren. Now on to the next troublemaker disruptor is Janine, who has really caused waves in the fashion industry. I'm going to leave that story to you. Janine, take it over.
My name is Janine D'Onofrio. I'm a global supply chain executive and the lead for the adaptive clothing line at Tommy Hilfiger. I am coming to you from Bergen County, New Jersey. I have brown hair. I am wearing glasses. I have on a navy blue turtleneck. I am a mother of 3 girls. I am also a sister to 5 siblings. And I'm super excited to be here today to disrupt the disability conversation. I am a huge advocate, and I'm hoping that we can impart change as we continue this narrative.
Thank you, Janine. And last but absolutely not least is our friend who's just moved into our apartment in New York, Angela. Take it away. What are you going to say about yourself in this new apartment? Where are you?
Thank you, Caroline. My name is Angela Kohama. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a cis woman. I'm biracial with black straight hair and brown eyes. I'm a young person and a millennial, but I request that you leave your judgments about millennials at the door. And I could be considered youth. I might not be a young person. It depends on it depends on your definition. I'm wearing a dress with black and white patterns and a black sweater. And I'm sitting in front of a wooden room divider, which is hiding all of the boxes behind it from our moving. So thanks for your patience with that. I'm also in New York with Lauren in a different spot though. And I came to Brooklyn by way of the West Coast where I grew up. I've spent the past decade working on programs across the globe that promote equitable access to employment for women, men, and gender nonconforming people with disabilities. And I'm lucky to have lived similar to Cara all over the globe and worked all over the globe, primarily focusing on Asia and East Africa. Maybe I'll just close by saying I'm passionate about inclusion and representation and intersectionality, and look forward to bringing a global lens to our discussion today. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you all for those great introductions. So much better than reading out a stuffy old boring bio, right? I'm going to start with you, Angela, because when we were speaking and preparing for this conversation, you brought up something really important that we need to be mindful in this conversation about global disability representation and how representation turns up in different cultures. I think, will you speak a little bit to that and the world of development aid and how we can start bringing together those different identities?
Absolutely. So I think it's really interesting to look at how disability manifests in different countries and more broadly how it intersects with different identities of people all over the globe. So in my work, I focus on employment, specifically looking at companies of all sizes, ranging from MSMEs, so micro, small, and medium enterprises, to larger multinational corporations. And I think it's really interesting because we're seeing pockets of investment from corporations focusing on disability employment, but they're just that right now, they're pockets. So we're seeing it in the United States with within D&I initiatives. We're seeing it a little bit in Europe, looking at D&I through a more European lens, but we're not really seeing companies go beyond compliance in relation to disability employment and more broadly think about diversity, inclusion, and intersectionality across the globe. And so I'm excited to talk about today the different types of initiatives that are happening kind of at a grassroots level all over the globe, thinking about how local organizations are partnering with corporations to help them on their disability inclusion journey and really owning local disability rights movements in relation to employment. Maybe I'll stop there.
Well, no, because I want to follow up with that, because this thing about these pockets of examples, and what we want to see is systemic change, right? We want to join all of these pockets of good practice up to not be these fairy lights around the world, but to actually be a blinding light, right? What do you see as being that trigger or essential to making that happen, to making this mainstream? And how do we get it from niche to normal?
I mean, I think thinking about taking kind of these pockets and I suppose making them into systems, making them into standard operating procedures, and making them into policy is really important. There's no blanket policy that's going to work for every single employer everywhere, because the realities on the ground in different countries are super different. But that being said, you can leverage what's happening in one country to replicate and contextualize it for another. Maybe as an example, I have a project that I work on with an insurance company in the Philippines, Indonesia, and now it's going to be scaled to Malaysia. And that project was born quite organically along a similar process where there was a pocket of interest in the Philippines. So we looked at how to ensure that that company had all of the resources that they needed to be inclusive employers, to get people in the door, but then to make sure that they were happy at work, to bring them their full selves to work, and then beyond that, grow in that workplace. And so the company liked that. They were investing in inclusive employment and equitable pathways for employment. And they said, okay, how could we contextualize this to our offices in Indonesia? How could we contextualize this to our offices in Malaysia, where the culture is similar, but a little bit different? And I think maybe looking at these pockets of excellence and how they tie together, but at the same time differ, because cultures are different and identity is different in different places, is a really interesting way to start to take these small grassroots but really important initiatives and tie them together.
Yeah, it's that joining the dots. And I think it's that there's a lot of intelligence in our companies to share. That's the thing. It's that if they would speak to each other, that's a good place for us to start. And speaking
don't you think the Valuable 500 is going to help to do that, to bring these voices together in a way that will help it become scalable and find the common ground? And that's what we're hoping this very fabulous new initiative of the Valuable 500 is going to do, because everyone is struggling with the same challenge about how do they systematize it? How do they create a workplace where everyone can feel embraced and welcome? And part of it is, the hard part is just getting started and knowing what to do right versus getting it wrong. So I think hopefully the Valuable 500 is going to start that call to action. And that's what I'm excited about.
Did I pay you to say that? But I did not, but thank you so much. Sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
Oh, no. And I mean, I will definitely ditto what Janine said and what Angela said, but I also think that it needs to start within the community too. We need to feel that we can go after and get that job. I am 44 years old now, have worked in corporate America for major Fortune 500 companies. I never see anyone like me, ever. I have worked in fashion, I have worked in film, I have worked in television, I have worked in radio. I have never seen anybody that looks like me. And when I have gone to the HR departments and I have said to them, how come we don't hire physically disabled people? They always said, oh, we're thinking about it, but it's not on our roster just yet. Well, how long is it going to take to get on that roster? You know, I only have hopefully another 40 plus years.
40
or 40 more, 45 plus years. I want to see in my lifetime that I can walk into a boardroom, or I can walk into a meeting, or I can walk through the front door of any building and see somebody that looks like me.
And Lauren, I was just going to say that when it comes to compliance, I think part of the challenge is if you ask every single company, they have a platform around sustainability and environmental sustainability. And that's table stakes. It really is about social compliance. And that's where these boardrooms have to start to make it a priority and impose it on the community within the company to make sure that they're making it as important as environmental sustainability. And then
absolutely, just as important as other diverse groups. So LGBTQ, African Americans, Latino X, like we need to be included in the mix.
And I think this intersectionality piece is where we're finding, this is the disruptive thinking. And Cara, I'm coming to you, so do not think you're being left out here. This intersectionality piece is we have to end this single categorization of humanity where it's pitting against each other, where disability has traditionally lost out. And to see who we are within our corporations, I'm going to just turn to Cara, because we were talking last night about, okay, Cara, you were talking about pop culture and about seeing, let's just even just talk about The Crown, and what you were saying is what we see and what you hear, and you were there kind of raising your arms to the TV. Tell us a little bit about how you identify what you're seeing in pop culture, which can then infiltrate our business systems.
Yeah, this is Cara speaking. I am thrilled to see more representation, but it's definitely not enough. We're still seeing where we are tokenized, where we are vilified, or people with disabilities are being represented by people who don't have disabilities and don't have that lived experience. That's dangerous. But the latest season of The Crown, season 4, I'm a huge Royals fan, half British, grown up with them all. I was cheering and elated that an entire series, episode was devoted to the issue of institutionalization in the UK. And that has happened all over the world. What is so significant about that is that this has happened or happening in our lifetime. And I really don't believe, and I speak from experience, because the first 30 years of my life, I grew up without a disability, grew up without anyone with a disability or a chronic illness in my immediate family or friends, community. People don't understand how bad the situation is. And when I talk about how bad that situation is, I'm talking about to the extent that we are excluded, not represented, not included, do not have equal access, opportunity, equal pay, or representation. And I'm at a point where I was like, dude, it's 2020. World, smarten up. We want to see ourselves. And the best way is that let us speak on behalf of ourselves. Like our international motto, nothing about us without us. And I really think, one, when the world listens, pay attention, and puts the effort in to learn the situation and issues that people with disabilities face, they're going to say, wow, I never knew that. And two, they are going to be blown away by our enormous talents and capabilities and what we are already contributing in our lives. Because I'm not just a woman with a disability. I'm a fantastic wife. I'm a loving friend. I'm a great dancer. I love fashion. When am I going to see me, hello Vogue, I'm waiting for you, on the cover of Vogue magazine, and that it isn't a token project only for International Day of Persons with Disabilities? Because we are beautiful and we are powerful and we deserve to be there.
And I think that, go ahead.
And I think that it's also,
go ahead, Lauren. Sorry.
No, what I was also going to say is there have been multiple studies when you include people of our community that your ROI is actually higher because they are thrilled to be there. They are honored to be there. They want to be there. And so they are going to work for you. Not work against you, work for you.
The spend. The statistics prove it's 2.5 times the spend if you have a loyal consumer who sees them being represented in your narrative. That's
disability or not, they see themselves. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, when they see themselves and they identify that they're part of your community, they're part of your company, they're part of your aesthetic and what you're offering, when they can assimilate to that, they will spend 2.5 times that of a regular consumer who's able-bodied.
But it's also we're the largest and most diverse community in the world, too.
Well, we are. This is the point. The stats are proving.
And the point is that everybody in their lifetime will feel disabled. You could break an ankle, break a toe, whatever it may be, you will feel different at some point in your life. So you have to think about that and think about the whole world, because the whole world has felt disabled one time or another in their lifetime.
But the one thing that I'm really interested in, and I think we should talk to Janine a little bit about Tommy Hilfiger in a second, but Angela, I want to come to you about this pockets of examples of employment, okay? Because listen, the Harkin Institute is completely dedicated to increasing the employment, the mainstream competitive employment of people with disabilities. And just to this conversation that we've all been speaking to about consumer, it's our belief, I guess, that unless that we understand the value of people with disabilities in the market space, to insight, to innovation, for brand differentiation, when we get that right, then employment becomes easier than asking simply companies to employ disabled people because. Have you seen that connection outside the US in more developing world or in Europe? Are you seeing that connection growing more now, the link between employment and consumer?
I think it is, but it's not the same as in the United States or North America or Europe. I think in Asia and Latin America and Africa and the Middle East, a lot of the world, there is that connection being made, but I think the narrative is coming from high-income countries, to be honest with you. There's not similar statistics that currently exist about purchasing power, for example. There's global stats, and then there's US-based stats or Europe-based stats, but I haven't seen global statistics on purchasing power, for example, of people with disabilities and families in Bangladesh, or people with disabilities and their families in Jordan, or thinking about different countries around the world where employment is equally important. There's many, many people with disabilities. There's more people with disabilities living in low and middle income countries than in high income countries. Statistically, we know that. But there's not the same data that exists. And so what I've seen right now is the kind of taking data, I suppose, from the United States, from Europe, from places that have more reliable data and adapting it for different contexts. And there's a big movement around disability data as a platform for representation in countries across the globe. So hopefully that data will exist very soon.
Yeah, because what we measure, we treasure. I mean, that's Paul Pullman, who's the chair of the Valuable 500, he says that. And I mean, Janine, to this point about, did you really have to prove this data to the bottom line when you were, creating Tommy's Adaptive? Was that essential, or was it a combination of head and heart and doing the right thing and the business thing? Where did data come into that?
Yeah, so Janine speaking, and by the way, everyone, I have glasses, brown hair, and I'm Irish and Italian because I did fail epically before to identify myself, and I'm wearing a blue turtleneck. So to Caroline's question, yes, we actually did a business case. We did a proof of concept with BCG, Boston Consulting Group, and we went out and not only looked in the Americas, but we looked beyond America globally, and we identified that the spend for this community, and it is consistent in 1 in 5 across the globe, identifies with being disabled. And the statistics are actually changing, and it's going to be more 2 and 4. Because to Kara's point, there are people later on in life with aging and with other disabilities that come about, whether you're, you're struggling with diabetes, there's plenty of other things that make you be ambulatory as well, that it's starting to be 2 and 4. So the number is growing, more and more people are identifying. But what we found is that in many countries, it's hard to do the census because they don't actually track it in the way that we do in the States. But still, through our analysis, it was an $8 trillion spend, which is significant. And the bottom line is this community has nothing to buy. So when we went and pitched to our global CEO to offer a clothing line for people with disabilities, Tommy himself was like, how can this never have been done before? How is it possible this entire community of people, of which he has 2 children who are impacted, do not have clothing options? And he said, if we can do anything, let's at least start here, and hopefully we can influence other industries. So that was our goal. Our goal was really to start with fashion and help to advocate and help people learn how to do it, because it is hard. And how we learned was we built it with the community. Everything that we did for this initiative was done with the community's help, with their guidance, with their support, with them prototyping and telling us what we did right, what we epically failed at, and we just kept failing forward until we got it right. And to this day, everything that we initiate and start with the community first. So I think for other industries to get involved, part of it is if you bring these people into your workplace and they're part of your community within your workplace, they can help to influence how you can reach them in the other parts of their life. And I think that's the important part of employment. And I think when Tom Harkin, put the ADA Act into a law, he did it because he had a brother who was impacted. And sometimes it needs to be that personal connection that creates the call to action. But I think all of us can be advocates. I'm not somebody with a disability, but once I met this community, I fell in love with how hopeful they are. And I became committed to what we could do to drive, this forward, not just in fashion, but in these other industries, and influence people to start to serve everyone and give everybody options, no matter what part of their life they need them.
This is Cara speaking, and I'm so glad that you just said that. Thank you, because I think a huge important part of it is the cultural shift among people who don't have disabilities. Just thinking of fashion, just to give one of you don't realize how bad it is. There are more clothes for dogs than there are for people with disability.
Yeah.
I mean, and people don't think about how we're labeled. I once heard Caroline say something, and correct me if I'm wrong, that labels belong on jar jams. I can't forget.
Jam jars.
Jam
Jar
jars.
jams is good.
Sorry. And
no, not at all.
But they say label is disabling, right? Labeling is disabling. That's another one. And it's you shouldn't be labeled. It's everybody should have options for every part of their life, whether you want to be dancing, Cara, or you want to be standing at the UN and giving a speech, right? You should have clothing options that make you feel independent and beautiful, no matter what your ability is. And that's the goal.
And I think that it spans every single industry. So for example, I went to go get a new car a few weeks ago, and I cannot test drive a car. I cannot buy a car off the lot. I cannot do any of that. And the car dealerships have no idea what to do with somebody when they come in with a disability. So I say to them, I need left-hand controls. And they go, oh, well, I don't know what to do with that. Do you have somebody who can put those on for you? And I said, well, how can I get the car from A to B if I can't drive it myself? And they said, oh, well, let me look into that. I've never had anybody that made that request before. It should be part of the curriculum when you are hired, for no matter what industry you're in. If somebody comes to you that is physically disabled, you should know what to say, or you should know where to have them turn to. It is embarrassing that we are in 2020 and you are still being left out of the conversation. You're being left out of cars, you're being left out of fashion, you're being left out of jobs. And we need to change the conversation. And I think it's helpful for conveners like us to get out there and say, we need that change today, because if we were of any other diversity and background, people would say something. So we need to take this. And I think that people look at us, and I say it all the time, that they look at us as this invisible community because they're afraid to say something. So we need to take the invisible and make them invincible.
Agree. And I think it is awareness and it is education. So both of those things are critical to being able to move the narrative forward when it comes to this community, because even in the definition of diversity, disability is not included. So it goes back to the core of just identifying this group as part of the larger whole to begin with. It shouldn't be something separate. Nobody wants to be separate. It should be universally for all. And I think that's the goal of us having these conversations and starting to influence others to have these conversations as well.
And I think what I'm interested in hearing what Cara has to say, because Cara acquired her disability. And Cara, can I ask, is the world very different for you, for your choices before and after? I mean, you don't mind me asking you that, do you? But I think that is really important to say, what is the difference in the world that you face now compared to what it was before?
This is Cara speaking. My world is turned upside down, inside out, and everything is different. There is nothing I do, no relationship I have, that I do not either have to take into consideration my impairment or someone else is considering it for me. I think first and foremost, when I was diagnosed with this condition, there are only 2,000 people in the whole world known with this condition. It was the limitations that other people were putting on me of what they thought I could and could not do. Oh, no one will marry you this way. Well, you have to quit your international career. Oh, you'd be selfish to think you could be a good mother if you're going to be in a wheelchair one day. I mean, but it's also some of the daily things, getting out of bed, not being able to afford the medical equipment we need so that I can be independent. And so I heavily rely on my husband. And hopefully with the new administration in the United States, we will see a tax break for caregivers. But putting on my clothes, this lovely dress I'm wearing today, I needed assistance. I mean, it'd be fantastic if I had some metal buttons on the back of this, please. I think
okay, listen.
We have that offer for you at Tommy Hilfiger. There's ease of dressing, and every dressing challenge is recognized and supported. So keep it in mind.
But that's just it. I make choices. I will choose companies, and not only products, but services, whether those are financial services or whatever they may be, if I know that they are focusing on people with disabilities, hiring us, and also putting us in leadership positions where we are creating the demand. And it makes a difference, as I said, and also I feel like I have to prove myself every time I'm in a new job or in a new circle that I am smart and capable and I have something to contribute. I'm so tired of being treated like a child. I'm a full-grown 44-year-old fantastic woman. Like I said, cake shaker and booty shaker. So seriously,
well,
start
Cara,
like
I totally hear you, and I too am 44. So here's to the 44-year-olds.
I'm 49. I beat you guys.
And it's interesting.
I have a whole decade on that.
I was born, I was born with a disability. I was actually diagnosed at 9 months old, started walking with crutches at 4 years old, and made a commitment to myself that I would always be vertical. I have had to work day in and day out to tell people, most people want to say to me, what can't you do versus what can you do? And you're taught in business to always start with a positive, but in this world that I live in, everybody starts with a negative with me. So it's a constant no, it's a constant can't. And I have, I'm an author of a book called Unstoppable in Stilettos. And in my book, I say that I have eliminated the word no from my own vocabulary because everybody around me wants to tell me no, but I will always tell myself yes. And I think that's what we need to tell others because we are constantly being given a negative, and we always need to turn that negative into a positive. So no, I'm 4'4" and 44, and no, I can't reach the top shelf. But you know what? I have something that will help me get that. But I don't need anybody else to tell me these things. And this is what consistently happens. And so I agree with you, Cara, that everybody makes you feel disabled because they say that you can't do things. I can make myself disabled because I actually am disabled. I actually physically cannot walk. But you know what? If you got to know me and you gave me 5 minutes, my disability would not be present in the conversation by all, and you would just fall in love with me.
We already do, but I want to come to that point of, and I mean that. And Angela, in the conversation that we had last night, you talked about pride, and I really want to come to this. I hid my disability for so long, and I only came out of the closet 20 years ago. And you were excusing the millennial generation. Can I just say, I'm all for the younger generation. You guys are the best chance that we have to completely shake up this system, amplify the voice, using the tools that we as 44-year-olds did not have when we were younger. And I'm loving now this sense of pride, disability pride. We don't hide the pieces of ourselves. Will you just speak to a little bit of what you were talking about last night, about that sense of pride and owning our identity, but not being defined by it, and where you see that coming in? Because I really stuck with me last night.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. In terms of kind of identity-based pride and perhaps more broadly young people and intersectionality, one thing that I think is really exciting is just seeing all of these young people show up to large companies and say, this is who I am. And I think everybody is going through their journey and everybody will show up in different ways at different times. But the intersectional, pride, we'll just keep using that word, around the pride around intersectional identities and the pride about young people saying, yes, I am this race, this gender, this sexual orientation, I am disabled, non-disabled, going through and talking about different identities and not being afraid of that, I think is going to change culture. And so I think it's really exciting to see young people in these large corporations going in and saying, hey, this is who I am not ashamed, and in some ways holding corporations accountable for ensuring that representation isn't just about diversity, it's about actually having influence and power in a company and having a voice. That being said, I don't want to discount all of the work that was done from previous generations. So perhaps a huge thank you to all of the previous generations that put in so much work and are still putting in so much work to change things. But yeah, I'm excited about the unapologetic power of young people and what young people are bringing to the table right now. So maybe I'll end there.
Well, I don't hear you trying to cancel out anything that was done before. I think you're trying to build on it, and with that new unapologetic way, which is exactly what we need. And as we're coming towards the end of our time, guys, I could have so much more chats with you. But I just want to say, I want to invite each of you to have an unapologetic minute, okay? There's a lot of people listening out here right now, and a lot more people who will hear this in recording later. You get an unapologetic disruptor minute to say what you want to change disability representation, what you believe needs to happen. And you get your full minute, off you go. And I'm going to go in order of, will I say age or wisdom? Janine, off you go. You get a minute.
Okay, my minute is, let's pull together. Let's use this moment in time where so much change is happening. We're at an inflection point to really eliminate the stigma of disability. Let's include this community in the conversation, give them a seat at the table, and also change legislation as well, because it starts there, to Kara's point, in terms of having the resources you need to live your fullest and best life. And my goal is to be an advocate, to continue to be an ableist, and to help to influence others to join this mission so we can move this movement forward.
Thank you. And thank you for all that you do. I really mean it. Cara, over to you, my friend. What is your disruptive statement, unapologetic request?
This is Cara speaking. So this disruption looks like no more excuses for not employing innovative capacities, enormous talents, and despite the plethora of barriers we face, our valuable contributions. No excuses for people with disabilities not being in positions of power and leadership and at the decision-making table, especially if the discussions are about us. No more excuses from mainstream pop culture, media, film, and television who vilify, tokenize, and don't accurately represent us in the full spectrum of the diverse roles in which we live. No excuses from any industry that does not include us in the design and marketing of products and services. No excuses from any organization not complying with the full extent of disability laws. No excuses from anyone with influence who is not insisting that disability inclusion is a non-negotiable requirement. No excuses from the fashion and beauty industry for not equally representing us as gorgeous and powerful beauties that we are. And to our community of people with disabilities, I call on you to disrupt the world by being unapologetically proud. With so many of us stepping into the spotlight, united we can normalize disability and shine in our own right.
Woo. Lauren, take it away, girl.
Oh my God. Well, thank you, Cara, for that. This is Lauren, and I just want to say that it is our moment in time right now, that there has never been, at the 44 years that I have lived in this world, that I have never seen people who want to communicate and who want to be part of something. It is time for us to convene these conversations. I want to be on a billboard. I want to be in a magazine. I want to be in film. I want to be a CEO. You know what? I want to do everything. And everyone has told me no, but you know what? I have proven every single person wrong. They told me I couldn't walk. I walk. They told me I couldn't wear stilettos. I wear 4-inch stilettos every single day. And you know what? I am proud to be disabled, and I am proud to show off my crutches every single day. They sparkle as bright as my eyes. And I am, again, proud. And I want the world to showcase how proud they are. And I want everybody to take a moment. If you see somebody on the street, if you see them in a restaurant, if you see them on a plane, if you see whatever it is, do not stare at them. get to know them. Disabled people deserve the same chance and the same conversation as everybody else, because we can be that model, we can be that singer, and most of all, we can be that CEO, because Caroline is going to allow us to be that CEO. I want to see disabled people as CEOs of Fortune 500 companies.
Well, you know, there's probably some of them there already, but they're not talking about it.
Yes.
Truth. Angela, you're going to take us away. You started. You're the youngest generation. Get in there. What is your disruptive statement?
That was great. I would love to, first of all, just acknowledge and echo everything that was just said, which was amazing. And maybe just build on that and say, I want to see a Lauren in China and a Cara in Brazil, and I want to see this happening all over the globe. So when we're talking about companies, especially multinational corporations, but also companies that are large, or even MSMEs who employ a lot of people around the globe, I want to echo what Cara said. There should be no more excuses. If you're saying that you're a disability inclusive employer, but you're only talking about the United States and you have 70 offices across the globe, there's no more excuse. You need to be thinking about all of your employees, regardless of where they live, and how you can be an inclusive employer everywhere. And so maybe I'll close with that and turn it back over to you, Caroline.
Guys, you're just great. Can I just say, you know, the Valuable 500 as it moves into its second phase of, which is going to be shaking up the system. I hope you're all going to be with us. But actually, you know what our tagline is? No more excuses. Disability is your business. And I think I have to say, who wouldn't want to employ all five of us? Seriously, we are the talent you need, let alone the consumers. Can I just say thank you for bringing your full heads and hearts and energy and passion and sass and innovation. I really mean it. What a great conversation. Cocktail stilettos are all on for our next visit. A massive big thank you to the beautiful Janine, the beautiful Lauren, the beautiful Cara, the beautiful Angela, the beautiful Flamingos, the great tech team. Thank you, Harkin Summit. It's a wrap from the Disruptors.
Bye, everyone.
Now, to help us wrap up and look ahead, Senator Harkin and Sean Fitzsimmons.
Well, Joseph, thank you very much. I hope I'm on now. I never know if my system's working or not, but I think I'm coming through because I see my interpreter interpreting my words. Got it. And I see Sean. Sean, you're up. Good to see you. Joseph, thank you. First, before I introduce Sean and we get engaged here a little bit, let me thank everybody for today. What a great day. This has been fantastic. As I said earlier, at all the other summits I've been at in person, I can never attend all the panels because, well, as I said, people want to talk to me off the floor or this and that. Today, I got to be here and listen to every panel, and it was just inspiring all day long. And the last one on the disruptors, I always kind of like to think of myself as a disruptor for doing a lot of different things. And all the business community and the others that were on, it's just not only an informative day, but an inspiring day for all of us. So thank you to all who work so hard to produce this, people at the Harkin Institute, Caroline Casey at Valuable 500. Thank you for being such a great partner in this summit. Thank you to our sponsors. And thank you to all of our attendees. I understand that we broke over 1,000 from over 50 countries. So thank you for being with us and making this the best attended summit that we've ever had. And with that, I'm going to introduce my longtime friend, Sean Fitzgibbons. I see him up. Fitzsimmons, yes. Yeah, Sean's up. Okay, I got him. Sean has been with us for every one of our summits. He is a professional with a disability. He's working in the field of disability rights. He is aware of the barriers and the challenges and social injustices that disabled people face. He's with the Disability Action Network. And right now, he is currently appointed as a member of an expert advisory panel set up to advise the Minister for Communities and her department on the development of a new disability strategy for Northern Ireland. So Sean comes to us from Belfast. It's good to see you. Thanks for staying up late tonight to be with us.
It's good to see you, Senator.
And I hear you have some things you want to talk about.
Absolutely. Just absolutely. It's good to be here from a very rainy and very dark Ireland. Let me say it's a pleasure to be able to join with you again this year and a privilege to be part of the ongoing work with you and the Harkin Institute team. I have indeed some very exciting news to share with you all in attendance today at the minute. Senator, you and I have known each other for a number of years now, and what has always struck me has been your commitment and your interest in disabled people on the island of Ireland. And that has been a constant through our conversations and the work we've been trying to advance. And I know you and I and others have been back and forth. I'll take you back to Washington in 2018. You and I had sat down with my colleague, Miriam Bacon, and we were floating this idea that I'm going to come to now. And you'd said 3 words. He said to the 2 of us, let's do it. And I left Washington and I made a promise to you that I would do everything in my power to advance it. So I'm saying to you today, I've kept that promise. And Senator, I'm very pleased to be able to say to you, today is the day we can formally say the Harkin Summit will be held in Belfast in June 2022. Our beautiful city of Belfast will now be gearing up to welcome disabled leaders and our allies from across the globe. The Harkin Belfast will be delivered as an exciting and groundbreaking partnership between Disability Action and the Department for Communities. The commitment of our Minister for Communities and her department to advancing disability employment as we build back better is truly exciting. So that's something that I've been waiting for a while, and I promised you we'd get there. And I know we've worked very hard as a team. So I'm very pleased to be able to say that to everybody. Harkin Belfast is go.
Okay, Sean, tell us what's the target date?
The target date is June 2022. So we're firming up exact dates in June, but it's definitely going to be June 2022.
Wow. Well, I can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. And thank you for working on this for so long. I know we just talked about this, 3 or 4 years ago, I know. And so I know you've been working on getting this done. So it's going to be a great summit in Belfast. It'll give me a chance after the summit to go visit my roots over in, my great grandfather came from over in the Inishowen Peninsula, which is just west of you out there. Well, it is beautiful, Sean, but I was there one time, and someone once said that you could experience all kinds of different weather over near Buncrana, where they were from. And one day, this is very true, one day I was over there, this is 20 years ago, and in one day, I experienced every weather phenomenon: rain, sleet, snow, and sunshine, all in one day.
I can't even promise you sunshine in June, but if there is one month where we might get sunshine, it'll be June. So fingers crossed we'll have sunshine for you, Senator.
It's going to be wonderful, and we'll keep working with you at the Harkin Institute to plan for this event in June of 2022, and of course for all of our attendees who are still with us, who's with us today, and of course people who will be following some of this transcript later on. Please start marking your calendars. It'll be June 2022, Belfast, Ireland, and we'll have a great conference there and a great summit, and hopefully we'll be able to have some of that good Irish food, and and that great Irish beer too.
Absolutely, absolutely, Senator. I promise you, we're going to give you all a very, very warm welcome. We've been building towards this for a long time, and I think given the year that everybody's had and all the struggles that have been going on, we're going to have a very, very good welcome for everybody that can make it. We're very much looking forward to it.
And I can tell people also that there's a lot of history in Belfast. I was there some years ago, just a few years ago, just so much history there. Aside from the part that's where the Titanic was built at the Belfast shipyards there. There's a great museum there, by the way, to visit.
There's so much to see and do. There's a fantastic hospitality industry, places to stay. It's completely changed in the last decade. It's a very exciting, very vibrant city. And I think what people will see and what they'll understand very quickly is just how true, whenever it comes to the warmth of welcome that people will receive. It's second to none, and it's somewhere that we're all biased to where we're from, but this part of the world is very special in that way. We'll make people very welcome.
Well, I'll tell you, to people who have never been to Ireland and that part of Ireland, you've never seen grass that green. It really is the Emerald Isle. It is just fantastic to see how green everything is there. It's just a wonderful place, and the hospitality of Irish people is just well, it's world renowned. They're just so accommodating and so helpful to tourists and people who are visiting.
Absolutely. Hopefully, Senator, that will give people a bit of time to plan, as you say, get it in their diaries now, and we can keep people updated as a team, and we'll build momentum. And I think it'll be very exciting what we'll deliver. If it wasn't so dark, I'd be able to show you the green fields right now, but it's pitch black outside the window.
And I just might want to also add, Sean, you might say a word about accessibility. I know you've worked very hard, and things are very accessible in Belfast.
Absolutely, and they're getting more and more accessible. We have a lot of different organizations working with different departments and respective infrastructure, and we have a lot of venues now that have outstanding accessibility features. Now, we have some way to go, but I think in terms of where we're going in direction, it's fairly positive. And I think hopefully that'll be a legacy of what Harkin will deliver in Belfast is to accelerate that change. Like everywhere, we've done a lot of good stuff, but there's a lot of progress still to be made. But I'm confident we can make it.
It's going to be great. Well, Sean, thank you, and thank all of your associates over there for hosting this. And like I said, we'll be working with you over the next year and a half to make it very, very, very successful.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks again, Sean. And I guess I'm going to just kind of close this up. I don't know if Joseph is going to come on or not. We haven't really planned this part of it all that well. But again, thank everyone. This has been a fantastic day. I want to thank our production team, whoever put this together today. It just was flawless, at least from what I could see and understand today. The panels were just great. As I said, not only informative, but also inspiring. Our sponsors, people that partnered with us to bring this about today. We look forward, I know I do, and I can speak for our team at the Harkin Institute, to reading more of the chats and comments that came in, which I couldn't keep up with all day today, and any suggestions and advice that has come in or that you have, please let us know. What can we do to make things better? What can we do to enlarge and get more people involved in this one aspect, and that is of more persons with disabilities in competitive integrated employment globally. I just want to correct one thing that was said. I think someone said that that's all we worked at the Harkin Institute. The Harkin Institute does a lot of work on disability inclusion on a broad basis, but the one thing that we have focused on is the employment of persons with disabilities, and we're going to continue to focus on that, and we're going to make great strides. And as we come out of this COVID-19, I think, as so many people said today, I think there's going to be great opportunities for persons with disabilities to be fully integrated, fully included in the workplace of tomorrow with new technologies that are coming about. Now, there are some things we have to do, both legislatively and I think globally, to make sure that, for example, persons with disabilities have full access to high-speed broadband, and people who can't afford that, I believe that the governments should be able to provide that as a reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities everywhere, so that they can be part of this new global workforce. And as another participant said today, it's not just the old jobs, it's creating new jobs, creating new types of jobs in which we can tap into this resource, this great resource globally of persons with disabilities who have great ideas, who are imaginative, who are resourceful, who will work hard and not give up. I mean, as one of the participants said today, there's something like, I don't know how many trillions of dollars that we are wasting globally because we're not incorporating persons with disabilities in all aspects of our workplace. So our goal is to keep pushing the envelope on this, and to not rest until we really have a fully inclusive workplace globally. So Sean, my friend, many years, thank you very much. And I guess I'm turning this back to Joseph, I think.
That's right, boss.
And we'll see you in Belfast.
You will indeed. Thank you, Senator.
Awesome. Thanks, boss. And thanks, Sean. It's good to see you. And our team is really excited about connecting with you and your team. And I know we've been talking about Belfast for quite some time, so I'm really thrilled that it's coming to fruition. And the senator left off my favorite part, which will be the Irish whiskey. He skipped that part of his listing. But I want to thank everyone for joining us and taking the time to be with us all day today and engaging throughout this event. There's always some concern when you have to make a big change, like moving an event to a virtual environment, but how successful it'll be. And thanks to you, we've had a hugely successful dialogue today, as evidenced through the chat and discussion boards and this continued conversation. So I hope that you will continue this conversation with us. It's so important that we continue our work all year long and not just once a year. And I know many of you are tireless advocates and are fighting the good fight every day. And we hope to join you in that every day as well. We'll make sure that the videos and chat dialogue from today are made available to all the participants and those who aren't able to join us as well, to be able to go back and review and watch things over again. So please check back often at our website, harkinsummit.org. And I want to thank you all for your participation and your support of the Harkin Summit and the Harkin Institute, Valuable 500, and all of our partners in planning this, our 5th Harkin Summit. So my hat's off to all of you, and cheers to you. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Thank you.